Where Chris leads, I will follow.
What? What does that mean?
The theme song.
I don't think we're playing the theme song to Gilmore Girls. It's like a Star Wars lo-fi.
No, but you said you will lead, and I said I will follow.
Well, okay, I'm just saying I would lead and say, "Hello, Galaxy. I'm Chris Perillo, and this is Matthew
you know what?
Sabia."
You and your tossed salad and scrambled eggs looking ass could
Dude,
say whatever you want to start it. Okay,
do not
I will
diss
sing the
Frasier.
entire Gilmore
Do
Girls
not.
theme to start the show.
This is not a Dick Frasier stream. Just so you know,
I'm a fan.
I was a fan of both of the series, and then they canned the second one, which is really disappointed. Oh,
I never even started the new ones, actually.
So get this, we're not live on X because I needed a premium subscription, which I'm not paying for.
You probably need the 40,000 a year API.
Dude, they're jacking. I mean, I don't understand why they're jacking up the prices, but I do understand that a lot of people into AI and everything are using.
Right, they did
X,
kind
which is
of
why I
get
wanted to
ahead of
bring
that a little bit, I think, but come on.
We'll see. I don't know. Remove that destiny. Yeah, I'm going to remove X. Who cares? Okay, we're live everywhere else. We're live on YouTube. We're live on everywhere. We're live. That's the bottom line. That's all I can say. I think I don't want to violate any terms of service anywhere. You can't say this and you can't say that.
There's a 1 second delay, so it's technically not live.
No, we are not delayed at all. There's no filter on my mouth. That's for sure. So everybody, welcome. If you're tuned in to the post show, if you're tuned in live, then you obviously got some announcement or notification somewhere. I talked about it in the vlog that I uploaded this week. I've been, I guess, chomping at the bit to do something a lot more with my time, my energy, and my expertise, apart from doing content. I like doing content. It's in my blood, going all the way back to the early days of Locker Gnome. But on that front, Locker Gnome used to feature people and businesses that were doing amazing things with software and technology. And that was fun. It was fun to feature other people. But I always felt like I was sitting on the sidelines. I always wanted to build these experiences and never really had, a big chance to do that, at least in a way that I would like to do it, and specifically for things that I would like to see come to fruition. And over the years, I would have to rely on, and still do, third-party platforms to be able to accomplish the things that I might have wanted to accomplish as a creative entrepreneur. As someone who makes content, yes, but doing it long before influencer was even close to being a word that people use to label themselves. Although I still argue influence is a byproduct of creation. It's a means to an end. So, over the past year or so, AI is taken hold. And I, like many people, have used AI tools in my workflow, used it today in doing some analysis for an event that I'd want to produce. Sidebar for MakerDeck, like 3D printing enthusiasts. I'm looking to do something here in Seattle, potentially in 2026. And so I use ChatGPT to do an analysis, like, okay, what's the best date? What are the best, options? What's this? And it gave me information that would have taken me days to compile or weeks to just go through. And that mental load is lifted. So in tandem, there seems to be a new AI tool being released or updated at breakneck speed. Every time I wake up and look in my inbox, it's like, oh, this is this now, that's this now. And part of the thrill is seeing what AI is doing for helping people create prototypes and maybe even full-fledged, working applications. Now, I'm not necessarily someone who is confident enough to be able to build a full-fledged application, but in terms of building a prototype, something that is a proof of concept, to flesh that out, design, structure, everything stem to stern, to be able to pass on to, let's say, a more experienced developer. AI is there now. That's where AI is. Maybe on its own, maybe it's not at junior dev level, definitely not senior dev level, but it's not quite there. But I'm guessing in another 6 months, it's going to be closer and closer, if not there, or surpassing. So instead of just sitting on the sidelines as an entrepreneur who does like creating content and wants to enable other creative entrepreneurs, people like me, I've been having conversations with this guy over here who's on the other coast, The West Coast is the best coast, though, Matthew, just so you know. And if the name's familiar, he used to be a part of this greater Locker Gnome community. And so we reconnected in November, and we're talking about, all these amazing things that were happening. I'm like, yeah, they're happening, but, here's what I'd really like to sink my teeth into. Forget the buzzword creator economy. And there was passion economy was the other buzzword. I'm like, no, this is just what I've lived. And so I talked to Matthew about the tools that I'd like to see developed. Matthew was talking about some things that he was working on, and we've basically decided to join forces. And part of that is ideating, not just together, but actually streaming the ideation. So we've got an outline. If you want to know what's going to happen in the stream, if you look in the description, if this video has a description on its page, there's an outline of expectations, including this part, which is just kind of introducing what I'm hoping we're going to be able to do on a weekly basis. Yes, that's right, tech talk on a weekly basis, and specifically every week cover tools that we're using in the AI realm or beyond, including asides. Like we're talking about like taking even parts of this broadcast and turning them into clips to be reused in social media. And Matthew had mentioned a tool called Opus. That's the name of it.
Mm-hmm.
I've never used it, but
so that is the Kleenex of those particular tools. And I never played around with it until like a couple of months ago, and it actually delivers on its promise. It's actually not hype. Like, they did a very good job putting that thing together.
I mean, it looked clean from at the surface level.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, is there's almost this never-ending series of tools driven by AI. And when we were talking, Matthew was showing me what he was working on a project that is getting this close to launch. This close. If you look in the description, there should be a Typeform link for an application that we're basically rolling out. And Matthew baked the prototype, like a working prototype of what this tool could do. It took like a day, a weekend to roll that out, to get the prototype together?
Loose day and a half. Yeah. Anytime you're putting together anything like that today, when it comes to actually building things with like AI coding agents and whatnot, it's actually all it's cracked up to be for the first 90%. It's like the epitome of the devil's in the details, right? Like, you could basically build out whatever functionality you want with just a little intention, a little planning and structuring it properly, and it just manifests in front of you. But then you could have the whole app built in a weekend or a day off. And then, as typically happens, then you're going to spend 2.5 weeks staying up until 5 a.m. until you hate your life, trying to get the, Stripe webhook to work for payments and little stuff like that. So we basically do the fun part, and then we outsource that to people who are smarter, arguably, than us to handle that part. So that's where that project is right now. But very, very excited about this particular one.
Well, it's in the same.
Go ahead.
No, Matthew. I mean, we're riffing, right? But it's in the same sphere of the types of applications that I've wanted to do, that Matthew has always wanted to see, and they're kind of coming under that umbrella of people like us who are accustomed to being what they call solopreneurs or entrepreneurs, who are used to working independently, many of whom have to use social media and create content and run a business and figure out, how am I going to get the word out about the things that I'm doing, and how am I going to stay connected to my audience? How am I going to build products for my audience? How am I going to sell those products to my audience? All those questions, I feel, are within that same umbrella of the type of the journey that I've certainly been on. And AI has given, Matthew, who's got a lot more experience with this than I do, the ability to prompt through the basic structure of an application before passing it on to a developer. So that's effectively what we're going to be. That's what we're going to be doing. We're not just talking about technology. We're actually using it to make technology that people can turn around and use.
Yeah. And one of the things for people to understand too, because I know there's a lot of people who are now coming into that space as far as content. We are not going to be sitting here saying, wow, this new AI tool changes everything. I'm going to show you how it makes Flappy Bird. And that's it. And you get nothing out of these. We're going to be sitting on here probably for multiple hours at a time. You're going to witness when we start to hate ourselves at 5 a.m. live with us. And we're actually going to build things from start to finish. Build in public is the new buzzword. Personally, I think I'm even less a fan of those buzzwords even than like Chris is, but it's essentially what it is. We're just doing it in a very literal sense, and there's apparently a word for it. So there's that.
I'm not into hype.
There's a name for every diet. It's like, no, I just eat that way. I'm not in like a group. I didn't know.
Well, I am vegan. I'm still vegan, and I'm vegan because I say so. And for whatever,
going so well.
That's how it's gonna go, people. Let me go ahead and welcome some people in who are tuned in. Plumpy says first time here. He says hello. Wizard Creations, Tin Talon, Corey Man. We've got CC, also Buzz, Eclipse Empire, Phantom Printers asking, can we make Skynet? There's also Computer Devil, Buzz again, Matthew. Good to see you, and good to see familiar names like Eclipse Empire, and love to you fly, by the way. Eclipse Empire. Is that Cloud M, Big Papa? Very, very good to see everybody here. And also Finger Thief, who I think, I don't know if we saw each other on LinkedIn, but that avatar looked very familiar. So on that front, Wizard Creation says 3.7 has been great for coding. And I'd assume you're talking about Claude. And the fact that I could guess that version number and associate it with a name tells you just how closely I've been watching this space. What would it be? Was that it? Was it Claude? Yeah. Yeah, Claude 3.7 for coding.
Yeah, absolutely.
Boom. Done deal. So either way, that's the plan. So tonight, let's see here. I'm going to look at our notes. And before we dive further, I think a lot of people know who I am. Matthew, if you want to give a intro yourself and what you've been working on, and where you're hoping to go with all this, that'd be great. Before we start going further,
definitely.
So we'll have context.
I'm just gonna get this out to my. Well, they're not tweeters anymore.
Yeah, I was gonna say I know you were going for Twitter followers.
Yeah. Are they X-Men? I don't know.
Oh, that's a good one.
X days. X people.
X. I don't think any. Well, my ex just tried to call me, but.
Oh.
I'm not. I don't know why. I told her. I'm like, I've
saved
got
it for the 3 a.m. streams.
Right now.
That's for the members area.
That will not be answered live.
If you guys want the full recordings of Chris's phone calls
just sign up, be a patron.
Just trying to convince YouTube over here to just give you the proper link without any freaking.
Oh, do you need the link? Do you need it?
Oh, I have it now. Yeah,
okay.
Just depending on what button you click on, you get like a different freaking link.
Yeah, I do.
All right, there we go. Posted. So, hi. So, first off, first impressions are everything, and my goal today was to make one. Period. So, just like half of my team, Chris has been spared. Maybe there is something to the West Coast thing, but everybody in the tri-state area, so I'm in Connecticut, right next to New York. Everyone has got COVID 3.7, like Claude, and it comes and goes. Everything in my body hurts right now. I have a terrible headache. My voice is all nasally, but I'm here, and I look like the upper middle class suburban housewife. My glasses, because I just woke up. Because my eyes are all, but here we are.
We're getting
wanted
hit with
to
something out
come
here
on
too.
today, and I know we we just want to come on today and just start this. That's a big thing. You are going to notice both me and Chris, and it's one of the reasons why when me and him reconnected, which we'll probably get into that whole story, something just clicked because we have both been on oddly very different yet in principle. Like the story arc has been very similar as timelines, but very different stories as far as the details. And we have run into a lot of different individuals where, and I'm sure a lot of you guys like relate to this too, or there's that person in the friend group. Me and Chris were joking over text the other day. It's like, the friend who has crazy ideas that they don't know how to build, but they're going to figure it out. And every day you will wake up to a text that says, big shit coming, bro. Rocket emoji, money bag emoji. And nothing ever comes of it. So when me and Chris realize we are more the types to, let's stop the talking and more of the doing, let's do this. And we've been doing that for a little bit, playing around with some different things. Now at a point where we solidified some ideas, we were able to build those. And now, like I said, have those two people in whatever Urkistan who are finalizing the important details. So it's definitely exciting. This whole live streaming idea around this type of content is also something that we both already were thinking of doing when we reconnected. And
Building in public.
Yeah, once we started talking about it, it's like, well, this is the thing to, I mean, I'm just gonna come out and say it. It's like we've been, again, actually just doing the work, and we're not very loud, so it'll be nice to, I don't know, be relevant again. Is that what we call it? I don't know,
Something like that.
yeah, but I'm excited about this. I think we're gonna have a fun time.
Okay, so we do have a game plan for this week's project.
Yes, we do. So here is the basic outline of how we're going to serialize and format this. I feel like Martin Short on Letterman. It's like, what do you call this? A show? I don't know what this is. Yeah, a little coding music for you there. So what we're going to be doing is essentially every week or maybe every month, we could have short and long-term projects. We are going to do a stream very similar to this. We're going to come on, talk about maybe stuff that's going on, in the industry, stuff that we actually think is, again, useful, show you guys how we would use these things in our businesses, and then outline an actual idea from those developments, outline it live with you guys. You'll actually see the process of how you should structure, in a literal sense, like the document that you will be giving to your AI coding tools, the actual, what you call them, libraries, plugins that are best for making that happen. We're going to be going through those, and then over the week, you will actually see us put that project together, and you guys can go ahead and use it, have fun with it, look at it, take photos of it. I don't know.
Well, if you want, yeah, screenshots, why not?
Yeah.
But basically, I'm saying we could just jump right into whether it's a whiteboarding session, toolkit overview. We've got this week's project that stemmed from, and some of the stuff that we're going to talk about, I think will make more sense as time goes on.
Right.
Because we're talking about how a lot of what we want to build will run in parallel with other things that we're not going to talk about tonight. So the other day, I took like 100 bullet points that I had written on how to basically do what it is that I've done. And I'd been sitting on this list for fellow entrepreneurs, content creators, whoever. Been sitting on it, and it's valuable. I mean, people would ask me for this insight over the years, but I didn't do anything with it because, again, it's just like, if I build it, if I write it, flesh it out, where am I going to put it that people are going to see it, that they're going to be interested in? So I've got several problems. One, the time that it would take to write something. Two, not knowing whether or not what I'm writing is going to be valuable for the people that I want to sell it to. Three, the people that might be aware of me, are they interested in buying what I'm, wanting to sell, this expertise, this knowledge? And then four, where am I going to put it? And then when I find a place to put it, how am I going to drive traffic to it? Who's going to, how do I integrate, the other elements? And so there are a lot of piecemeal solutions and viable solutions on the market today for doing what it is that I just explained. I've written the ebook. The ebook is fleshed out. So I, again, looked through, ran through, did everything I needed to, ran it through AI. It fleshed things out, read through it as an editor, 13,000 words or something like that. I'm like, this is perfect. This is great. And then I thought, well, now what? Now I've got an ebook, and I'm like, I can export it as a PDF, but I got to figure out where I'm going to sell it. Okay, I could go to, any particular website and sell it. I mean, it's old news, right? E-commerce. But it's not the same. I wanted to be able to create a landing page that would either, have accolades listed, my expertise listed, more importantly, the way to buy and to sign up affiliates, as well as, if I'm talking about building something, to have people give an email address or whatever so that they can be aware when something launches. So all of those things could be done in a product. So I fleshed out a PRD, basically a product requirements document, knowing full well that could be done. It could be built. Something that's just on a standalone basis could effectively work for the thing that I needed to get done. So I thought, well, if I need to get this done, I'm guessing other people might want to do the same thing as well. So there are questions that I asked that won't necessarily be answered by this tool, but it could be a part of something larger. So tonight we're going to try to basically build out a prototype that does just that. Well, yeah, some of that.
So
the bulk of that, the focus of that, the heart of it.
Exactly. And again, guys, too, like, this is an idea that me and Chris had, as far as like everything you're seeing right here. And literally a couple minutes before we went live, we're like, so what do I do like with this? It's like, are we doing one of these a week? Are we doing two of these a week? Are you going to stay around? Like, where I lead, will you follow? And it's going to be flexible, right? So we may do a format at least once a week. Like this Thursday live stream that you're watching right now, this will continue on perpetually every week. Unless one of us dies and then we figure it out from there. But we're probably going to come on in more casual streams too. Maybe it'll just pop up on YouTube. Maybe sometime it'll just be on like a stream on X, a space, whatever they call it or something. And you guys will just be able to follow along with the whole development process, essentially, as much or as little as we could show you guys.
And it always starts with an idea. So that's the idea. Do we want to, I don't know what you've got staged, like a quick whiteboard session toolkit overview?
Yes.
With the affiliate links and whatnot.
That's what I think first thing we should jump into.
Yeah.
And one thing I want to do here, and this is probably something that can later on be clipped and could be something actually very useful for people, is I think one of the biggest barriers, and I've noticed this over and over again because I've gotten very deep into all the like coding and AI development like spaces, like on X and whatnot, and I start to notice the patterns of where people are kind of tripping up. So kind of akin to what we spoke about in the beginning, the middle part, the fun part of it, no one has a problem with. No one has a problem with opening up Cursor, Klein, or whatever tool you use, and we're going to show you which ones we recommend and for which reasons. I have enough hours or miles, if you will, at all of them to kind of steer you in the right direction there. But everybody loves sitting there, opening it up and be like, hey, build this. Oh, now add this menu here. Nothing in the background is actually working. And then the more you add, the more it breaks. So that is what I want to show you guys through this process, how to mitigate. So essentially, you can just do the fun part of the process, but have it actually work. Because that's the thing that personally I've noticed. Yeah, there's always going to be some little things where either you're going to have to study, you're actually going to have to write some code sometimes, very infrequently, but sometimes you will, or outsource it to someone else. But if you set things up right from the beginning, it's kind of scary how much you could just let the agent run off and do. There's one test project that I showed Chris. It's one of the things that we'll probably release. It's one of those, this is something, but who is it 4, I guess we'll just put out there anyways, where we had this crazy storm here in the Northeast, and I was stuck on a train back from New York, like 6 hours. So I was like, oh, I actually have internet here. So I opened up my MacBook, and within like 4 prompts, this cool thing manifested. And we'll probably show you guys that as we go along here too. But first things first, before we get too into the weeds, I actually want to just walk through this instead of just talk about it, right? So for the ebook idea, so I'm going to parlay this to Chris to start off with, right? So in the macro sense, let's go through the base core functions of what we want, and then we'll break it down from there. And then I'm going to show you guys how to actually structure your project outline document, essentially you can call it,
The PRD.
which is one of the things that keeps your agent from just going off and doing whatever it wants to do, and all the things everyone always complains about.
You mean like I was thinking the PRD, but you're talking about specifically like a structure for the AI tool to stay focused or to refocus.
Right, which is essentially the same thing, actually.
Is it
just
though?
typically,
I guess
people use the terms, project outline, or the technical term is a rules file.
Okay.
But if you understand the whole, that, structure, the actual technical terms that like people in our day grew up with, it's essentially a PRD document that you're giving to the AI.
Or if you will, acting more like the product manager insofar as the product manager's job is to keep the team focused. And so effectively what you're creating, and why it's not called a product manager file is beyond me, because that's exactly what a good product manager should do.
Because it's a tech product and everything needs some buzzword, and you got to drop the E
it's
from
a product
every
manager.
ER,
It's a product manager's role, effectively. Okay, so we're gonna set the stage by showing what kind of rules to basically use or effectively to keep the AI from going and veering left field, or to remind itself what we're trying to do. Correct?
Right. So to summarize, what we're talking about is these AI tools are smart enough to convince people right now that they could work miracles, but they're just not far enough. They'll probably be there within 6 months to a year at the rate things are going. But people get hooked on this like a drug, and they think, oh, well, now I'm just going to sit in here and it'll just figure out everything in my head and put it into the box. That is the process that you still need to do. So you can't act as the, ethereal project manager for your AI agent. And that's all it is. Like, I'm not even going to overcomplicate it. It's one document, sometimes 2, because I'm also going to give you guys the other rules, the constraints that you need to give your agents as well, which is why they run off and they get into trouble.
See, it's critical groundwork, because, and I like doing this live. I mean, I know there's a lot of content out there that you could watch, but doing it live, I feel there's a rawness to it, where, you make a mistake, or you got a question, and you could change.
You could see how to fix it. It's not just edit it out and
And I just feel it's a better construct for doing what we're doing. I mean, Lord knows, I'm soaking this stuff up like a sponge, and I know enough in the past where, okay, these tools are important, but if I sat on my own and said, oh, I'm going to do something in AI, I wouldn't have that knowledge in the practical hands-on that Matt has, because again, we're kind of on an even playing field in terms of being entrepreneurs. Different experience, but neither one of us is necessarily kind of joked, we're not going to get into the weeds.
Somehow the same, our hero's journey arcs are oddly similar, but they look very different.
Yeah.
It's a good way to put it.
But to me, I'd rather, but we've got complementary skill sets and background and even discipline, whereas I might be known as maybe an entrepreneur in the content creator space. You've done a lot more entrepreneurially within marketing, and those two things together are incredibly powerful. Incredibly powerful.
Exactly. And that's one of the reasons that we wanted to start doing this too. I just want to throw that out there, because we've both wanted to start making different types of content again, but we both got to a place in our story arcs, in our careers, where it might be fun, but that's kind of the only reason we would be doing it. Like, there's not anything it kind of benefits in the long run, but now we actually are in a space where having a rapport will benefit things down the road, right? So that like, cool like meshing of the marketing and the tech side, it's very cool.
It's to me, I don't just want to create content for the sake of creating content anymore, because it just doesn't work. As much as I love farting around in front of the camera, I got my 3D printer going. I'm doing a translucent ATST. It's gonna be great. Still coming together, and that's fine and that's fun. But I, as a creator, want to be able to build something that I need beyond just being a content creator, and I want to, more importantly, enable other entrepreneurs. So the content that I'd rather do, as Matthew said, is we're doing something, but we're showing you what we're doing, and what we're doing is something that you could then turn around and actually use. So you get the knowledge in watching what we do and how we do it, and then you may get the experience of, after we've done it, of being able to use the thing that you saw get at least prototyped. Right. So to me, it's just that, and then so it's the content that complements the actual product. And I feel like that's
the content is the byproduct.
Yeah.
Like, we're not just here to get attention because we're narcissists on TikTok or something.
Well,
like, we're doing this anyway, so we might as well turn the camera on.
I've been accused of that several times over. Hey, thanks for the cheer there, Tech Jeeper. I really appreciate it. Don't get many cheers or super chats anymore, but that's okay. It's okay. We're here for something else. But don't get me wrong, every little bit counts. As I mentioned in my vlog, I'm like, I don't know, how is this going to work? You know, the more community support we get, the better. The more attention, the better, because it builds. Except from Karen. Karen just likes saving big money at Menards. You don't know Karen yet, but she's always trolling me with that. Anyway,
I feel like somehow you really summed up a lot, though, with that one sentence.
Yeah, I did. You can save big money at Menards. You can. Thanks for the cheer.
By the way, that's a good segue to our sponsor. So, no.
We don't have a sponsor. We are our own.
We are the sponsors.
We are sponsoring. Effectively,
I am the one who sponsors.
Yes.
But
okay,
on
so
that note,
we're going to show people
transition.
How to do the rules, then what?
Right. So that is the main part that we're going to be focusing on in this, I don't know, probably episode, stream, whatever, because I want to get into the weeds on this. Because I know there's going to be a lot of people who are more neurotic and impulsive watching this. Like, no, just show me how to shake the computer box and get money with the AI thing. But this is how you do it. The more you get into the weeds with this, everything else, like I said, is fun. It's just a one-time setup because there's two parts of it, right? We could actually get into the practicals. So what I do, and I've tried probably 100 plus different setups, different workflows for the AI tools. I'll go over the benefits of which ones I think you should be using for what too, because that's another thing I want to do. I want to get you guys hands-on with these things if you want to follow along, right? So the workflow that I've settled on is, in a weird way, the simplest one. And it is the rules and outline workflow that it's kind of flawless. So the first thing that you do once you actually get your project idea, you want to, and typically how I do this, and we could probably show you some examples too, I could pull some up, but you want to outline the features of your product. That's all. Very self-explanatory. It's already in your head. Just take some actual time. Don't ask ChatGPT to do it. This is something you need to do, because if you go to any AI tool and try and cheat with that, you don't know what you're building at that point. AI agents and models right now, and this is something that it's almost like a meme about Claude 3.7, which is amazing, but it's a little neurotic. It loves to just create things and never go back and fix things, right? And all these models are essentially like that. If you ask it to do something, if anyone watching has ever seen some popular clips or episodes of Rick and Morty. I think I've seen 3 episodes. I'm not like the biggest like fan, but there is the infamous, the butter serving robot, right? And that sounds goofy, is such a perfect analogy for the intentionality of AI models today. If you give it a task, its sole life purpose is to do that thing.
So Mr. Meeseeks?
Pretty much.
I'm Mr. Meeseeks, look at me!
Exactly. And sometimes these are even scarier. So that's the thing you need to keep in mind. Don't go to an agent to do simple things, okay? Use the meat computer upstairs a little bit for some of these things, because it's going to start adding new features and things you didn't even know were in there, and it's just going to grow and grow and become this mess, right? So the way you want to structure the document is headline, app name, project name. Under that, another headline, project description, about 1 paragraph. Like the same way that you describe it to someone else, that's somewhere you can let the AI do the heavy lifting, because it knows what you're talking about. You don't need to treat it like a child, right? I think a lot of people do that, and that kind of has the reverse effect. And it almost like in a backwards way makes the AI get into the weeds, because then it overthinks every little detail. Because again, this is why I give this example. If you tell the AI to do something, it really wants to make you happy. That's the feeling you get as you start working with these. And it's going to be fun to kind of get Chris more into the weeds on this stuff too, because I'm sure there's a lot of this crap that he's heard me talk about that it's going to be fun to see him like, oh, this is that thing. Got it. But project name, project outline, that's the name of the file. Under that, project description. Same way again, if you were describing to someone who you met at Starbucks today. Under that, bullet points, each feature. And then the rest is kind of the playground where you can get more into the weeds, right? Because the document needs to be structured in priorities. That's another thing that these particular agents, versus something like ChatGPT, or if you go on like Grok or something like that, it's more structured to look at documents as code files. So whatever's at the beginning, just like, again, you're talking to a real person, it's going to see that as priority. That's something people get backwards too, but I am getting too into the weeds right now.
Well, that's
because
you're not getting too into the weeds, but as you're talking, I'm thinking, well, could we actually show what we're talking about rather than just talking about what we're talking about? You know what I mean?
Yes, we can. So let's do that. And here, if we can go ahead and there's us. Let's see.
Okay, as you're talking through that, because I know what you're doing, let me go ahead and give a thanks to
sounds good.
Karen, thanks again for the cheers, and also Wizard Creations, thank you so much for the super chat, very appreciated. And Eclipse Empire knows, and then a lot of people know me, just always being that software enthusiast, and so to be able to, and thank you so much for the subscription. And thank you, Tech Jeeper, for the bits as well. Just this journey for me, this is what's so exciting. Because I've been wanting to get this done because I want to see it come to life, this prototype, because when this works, it will generate revenue. Like the idea for this this week's concept is like an ebook generator, / course generator / landing page / whatever. It will make money, meaning when we pass it off to a developer to finer points, I will be able to sell this ebook at whatever cost and sign up affiliates at whatever percentage. And more importantly, someone else could sign up and do the same thing, like 10 woodworking tips, and they flesh out an ebook, and they're like, well, now they have a landing page that can be generated and collecting emails for a marketing blast, etc., without having any knowledge or any stress or strain over how to get it done. Just make it turnkey simple. So then it will make money. That's the bottom line, is it's going to make money. Because I love, messing around with stuff, but it's like, I also have to figure out, well, how am I going to pay bills? How am I going to get from point A to point B? And this has been the biggest frustration for me as someone who sees where things are, all the way back to the early days of Locker Gnome, I knew the power of email. I hired people to develop a platform to help companies develop or to send out emails. It never went anywhere because the developers, didn't know how to manage them. They couldn't manage themselves. It was a lot of money down the drain. Over the years, I've done the same thing over and over and over again. I see where it is, but can't get to it fast enough. And that's been the biggest frustration for me. And where AI today, even today, like I'm telling you, Matt, you and I are going to be here a year from now. And the tools are so advanced, like, okay, we've got a junior dev on our hands. We don't have to work, and we're not just prototyping. We're actually building the actual tool. And so that kind of momentum, is, to me, it's critical because I've been chomping at the bit for 3 decades to do what we're doing tonight. This is, it's very exciting for me in a way that I just can't even begin to explain. Are you ready to share your screen?
Yes, we're good to go.
Okay.
And on just that same note, as we transition, I want to point out that, we're not being, I don't think either of us hyperbolic when we say that. Me and Chris had one particular meeting about a week ago where it felt like one of those, maybe a small one, but one of those bridges in life that you remember crossing over. Essentially, like we're just a lot of dots that were already sitting around your head just kind of connect and you get clarity, because clarity is the thing that's going to help you sleep better at night. It's like you can get excited about things. You could think of a cool idea. You could perform better than someone, but clarity is what humans strive for. And both of us have been looking for a lot of that for a while now. So finding that and actually having, a day-to-day and a roadmap to what I can't wait to share with you guys, because there's a lot of stuff coming, big shit coming, bro. But it's been great. So we are very excited about this. But anyways, so if you guys could see my screen, I'm going to go through this basic workflow of starting a new project, creating that document, and then I'm going to show you the actual rules files that I use. So there's a lot of different ones. If you look on like different forums, you go on Reddit, if you go on X, experiment with different ones. But I'm going to show you the thing that has worked really, really well for me. Like the thing where I could give it to the agent, give it a prompt, and just sit and let it do things. Like what you see in your head when you think of doing this. It actually works. So this whole setup is going to change as we go along, obviously. But we just wanted to jump into things. So we're going to go new project. You guys are going to open up your tool. I'm using Cursor for this example because it's the number one, the name brand, the thing you think about when you think of AI coding, and it's good, but I prefer some other tools, and we're going to go over that, but one thing at a time.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, so we're using Cursor now, but you actually prefer other.
But this is the same workflow for whatever you're using. It is, most people are going to be familiar with this one, so here we are. All right. So you have your blank workspace. Whatever tool you're using, Cursor, Windsurf, Klein, Visual Studio Code, they're all going to look the same.
Sorry.
Okay.
Hang on. Go ahead.
Oh, you're good. Did I show my social again?
No.
I keep doing that. It's a weird tick.
I don't know if you're doing it. No,
Sometimes I was just yell it out on the train.
I was looking for a way of modifying, but that's okay. I know what I can do. As you're editing, I am as well.
No, Chris, this is my screen. You can't click on this one.
No, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna shrink us and I'm gonna move us up.
It would be great if they did. You that though?
You feel me? This is
like a remote desktop plus this.
Hang on. Cool. Do you see what I did? Do you see a preview? Okay, so I've got part of the screen. Our faces are on. Our heads are on the other. Give me a second. And bam.
Oh, there we go. Very nice.
Is that going to block anything?
You know what's funny? Yes, but it's probably stuff that we will want to block. Because in the future, guys, I'm going to set up like another user account on here. So for all of you like nefarious OCD people who are, leaving Reddit comments, this is going to be your stream. I'm just going to accept it for what it is. If you get some information on this one, go put a theory, put a video essay together.
But I covered the AI assistant. I can't do that.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's actually over here. That's this over here.
Oh, that's over there. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So we're good.
Right,
We're
so-
good right now. If I
been a
need to
long
change
week,
anything,
guys.
if I need to change anything, I will. I can't. I just thought, well, we're at the bottom, but I didn't know if that's going to get in the way.
I think it looks better. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go Command or Control New. There's a new file. See how simple that is? This is your world. You're the creator.
And this
Happy little
is
codes. Happy little codes. So once you have your document right here, I'm going to show you a basic outline of how we would go about doing this. I'm going to bring in some pieces from a template that I already used for another project because I know this one actually works. I want to give you guys something that, is a actionable example, we'll call it. So I'm going to go through my notes right here, and I think this is a good example right here. So let me see. Let me make sure there's nothing inside of this one here either. Get ready for actual pre-production in the future, kids. Let's see. Okay, so this is a simple web app tool that caters towards a very specific market, we'll call it. And this is one of those, it was like 2 a.m. I was done with work. I was wide awake, and I just kept seeing posts on Reddit over and over again. And Chris, no, this is probably not anything that you're thinking I'm about to go into. This is something different. We haven't talked about yet. So there's a specific genre of content where people like creating custom captions for, right? Like not just black and white, old school impact font meme things, like creative word art, Microsoft Office 2003 style, intentional captions, right? So I was like, this is such a simple thing that doesn't exist, because that's something that, and this is going to be a very good segue. I'm not going to get off track here. One thing that you guys need to keep in mind, because we're in the idea phase now, right? We are in the structuring our thoughts phase. And then, we'll probably get more into actual like how we come up with the ideas and research and whatnot. But if you get an idea where you're like, oh, that's so simple, there's no way no one's done that, I guarantee you guys, one of the weirdest life lessons that I've learned, not just with this stuff, but in my career in business, marketing, everything I've done, every idea that people say, well, if it was that easy, everyone would do it, people usually don't do because people say that. And I've seen examples of that. And I've seen myself and other people take those ideas, and those are usually the ones that work. Another thing that I always throw this out there, me and my partners, we used to be very active in the e-commerce space, like Shopify, drop shipping. I actually made a lot of content on that stuff back then. Me and my best friend and partner, Dan Da Silva, we were like some of the first people to do drop shipping videos and all that. And one of the most obnoxious things that we heard all the time, it's just more prominent in that space, but this applies here. Well, that's probably really saturated. I think there's a lot of people doing this. Well, that's too saturated. I don't think I should really get into it. That is code for a lot of people are making money with something. It is better to go and build something that is easy to sell to people that they already know they want, especially if you're just starting out. Like, I'm not saying you should never come up with unique ideas. Like, you should have some sort of, legacy that's somewhat unique, I guess. And me and Chris are working on those ideas in the background. But again, like Chris mentioned, you also got to pay the bills. You need to start somewhere. So you don't go out for the moonshot idea from the beginning. See something people want. I don't care how many other tools are out there. You're not going to take over the whole market anyways. Just grab a part of it. Just start. Build something that you don't have to sit and say, well, hope someone finds this. Hope someone wants it. But anyways, caption creation thing. I'm going to paste in the app description. Let me turn word wrapping so you can see a little bit better. I can make this a little larger. There we go. And I'm going to OCD this right up to our boxes right there. Isn't that pleasing? So here's what I wrote. So app description, The title of the file will be whatever the name of it is.
So wait,
for this one.
Hang on. This is an
I'm gonna do that
example,
right
or
now.
is this what?
Yes.
This what
Oh, this is an example, right? I'm going to give a very simple example, and then let's go and dive into the one that we're going to be building live.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah. Because if someone's watching, they just want that part. They don't have to sit through hours of us, ideating on that. So I'm just going to go over here. Oh, it's going to take, oh, look at that. That's actually a new thing. See, I learned something live. So whatever title is the first one in your file, apparently that's how Cursor names the files. So this would be caption maker. We'll go with that. Project outline. It's usually what I use. So any text file that you create in here, it's going to be a .md or a markdown format file. That is just essentially plain text that is convenient for AI agents to use. Nothing fancy about it. So you're going to write out your description. So this AI Caption Maker is a tool that dynamically creates captions for photos with high quality creative, yada, yada, yada. Again, this is the very casual description, just so it knows what it's doing. Then you're going to come under here. And again, you'll see why I think this is a really good, quick example to give people. So under that, you're going to go core features. And I usually outline all the sections first. So make sure you have these basically as a template. So core features. Next, and I'm putting the 2 pound signs that just signifies headers in Markdown. You don't even need to do that though. I don't even know if it makes a difference, but we all do it and it ain't broke. So under that, under core features, you're going to go, most people are going to call it tech stack. And then you could kind of group everything under here. If it's a simple app, that's fine. But this is the thing you really want to be specific about, because just like when you're cooking, it's very easy for your AI tool to add things and very hard to take them out. Okay. So for a simple app like this, my idea behind the caption creator tool was a Telegram bot. And this is the reason I think this is a good example. So people go to the bot, they are authenticated with, it could be like a Stripe payment, a Google login, or Patreon was actually one of the ones that we were using for this. And Chris probably thinks I'm about to just show people another thing we worked on, but it's not, just an example. So
no, I just don't. I mean, I know you're providing an example, but
you would go in here and you would say Patreon auth for users login. If we were talking about that feature, we would say Telegram bot as core platform, and basic things like that. So for something this simple, you could just give it one line, little descriptions. All these things are very, very popular. It's already in the AI's data. You don't have to go too in depth unless you want to later on, right? So the reason that you want to get in depth here is an example that I can give you guys with the project that you're going to know about very soon. So one of the, how do I put this? You guys, again, you have to apologize. My brain is just fried today. But one of the issues was down to something as simple as we found out with the developers, and I had to go out later on and hire to figure this out because I just couldn't to a certain point. I got sick and tired of looking at this thing again until 5 a.m. Chris knows. And all it came down to was people couldn't subscribe to the app because somewhere along the line, the AI agent that I was using made the assumption that in the future, I was going to use something different for user authentication. And for some reason, it created one file for it. That file is what haunted the project from being able to accept payments for a week and a half. I actually haven't even told Chris the details of
That's
this.
crazy.
Like I was like sick in bed yesterday. So me and Chris actually have stuff to catch up on. And yeah, no, really, that was it. So I found out from them, I set up Stripe correctly, which is a real pain in the ass, as everyone knows already. I set up the databases correctly. I set up authentication correctly, but because I wasn't specific enough, as you can see in this part, the AI decided to just daydream and made one file. So when people click subscribe, just redirected them somewhere else. So these developers had to sit there and comb through every single line for days, not being able to figure out what the hell was going on. But that's what it turned out to be. So this is why I'm spending so much time on this, because you only need to do it once. It's going to make your lives easier. And it's, again, much easier to remove things like that. You can tell there's a lot of frustration, angst in this example.
Learn from Matthew's mistake.
Exactly.
That's the bottom line.
That's why we're here. Like, just trust me. It's going to make your life easier. But again, use reason. If you're making something like this example, if you're making like a little Telegram bot that does something, the AI will figure it out. Like, this is not rocket science. So that's how you want to structure your tech stack section for something simple. Now, let's say it was the example that I gave, the negative example. How would you fix that problem in this step? So instead of this, you know, I'm just going to leave these core sections, right? And we'll actually put this template somewhere for people to use right after this. And then I have our rules template that I use. So you can just paste in as well. I already set that up last night so we can give it to everybody. So for something more advanced, let's say this is going to be, you know what? This will be the example that we're actually going to build. This will be the ebook thing.
Okay.
So for any type of, let's say, web app, right? And a web app is just self-explanatory. It's not something you install on your thing, just anything you use online. Basically, everything. You're watching this on a web app, right? There's a couple different core parts of it, and this is how you want to structure that out. This is extremely important. So there's going to be, and this is probably the more complicated one that you guys will start to understand later, but if you don't know the exact library that you want to write your app in the beginning, that's fine. Don't worry about it. It's making things marginally easier now that I understand a lot more of this. But for example, this would be a tech stack is going to be, let's say, Node, JS, or, NPM, or maybe it's like a Python, right? And if that means nothing to you, it doesn't have to. That you can let the AI thing, like, lift the weight on that. Don't worry about it. But later on, you're going to notice why you like certain libraries, certain frameworks versus others. Then go ahead and put it in there. But at the beginning, I'm going to worry about that. But here are the things that you need to decide. I'll give you my recommendations. You have payment processing, which no matter what industry you're in, at least at one point in your life, if you're a business owner, you've had one rough night because of something involving it. So you need to figure that out. What platform do you want to use? Second, when people come and sign up to your website, where does that information go? When they come back to the website, how does the app know who they are? You know, it's not just some spreadsheet that is kept on the server in the background and just someone, signing them in on the guest book. You need to decide your user authentication. I'm going to give examples and recommendations for all these here in a minute. So that's how the people sign into your website. Third, this is the most important, probably next to payment processing, your database. How do you actually store the data for your app? Not the code, not the actual app itself, but when users come to your platform, where is that going? And these are all the things that people just jump into AI coding stuff. They assume, it'll take care of it. And this is why things become a mess. Just understand and do a little bit of research or listen to our recommendations on these parts, and the rest is easy. Building the app, building the features, all the fun stuff, You can probably keep doing that however the hell you're doing it now. That's probably fine. Just set this up the correct way the first time. So we're going to do this right now. I'm going to start putting this together for, what are we going to call this, Chris?
The title of this ebook thing? God, I didn't even think that far.
You have 5 seconds. A lot of pressure.
Jesus. Well, I already have the PRD.
Time's up. You get nothing. You lose.
Good day, sir. I honestly, that's the fun part for me, is like coming up with wacky titles.
Guys, if you want, you can't. This is the one thing I will give you freedom to go and ask ChatGPT. This just don't do the outline stuff.
No, the only thing that's coming to head was gnome tomes. That was like what I called like the old ebooks back in the day.
There's a theme of resurrection with everything that we're doing. So,
because they were short, sweet gnome tomes.
That should probably be the new holding company for everything we're doing. Let's just call it Full Circle Capital.
Why not? Tome's jumping out at me. Tome.
That's short and unique.
But wait, hang on. There's another project that goes by that handle though. So I don't want to.
Let me say it.
Yeah, you told me about the guy that had Tome. Didn't you tell me he had a thing?
No. Oh, you thinking a movable type?
Yeah.
That might be. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, first thing that comes up for tomes is some AI thing, of course. Let's see.
Naturally, it's all AI now.
Some generic chat thing, yeah.
Okay, give me a second.
And guys, this kind of, well, Chris is thinking of a name. Ake him on the comments. No. Similar to what I was saying on the higher level stuff at the beginning, I think there is a really big kind of toxic view of, oh, it's just some other goofy AI thing. Oh, it's just another, version of this. It's just a copy of this app. Yeah, and a lot of those are making a lot of money.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Like, you don't need to be Mark Zuckerberg to pay your bills. And that's the mistake a lot of people make a lot of times. You just, please do something boring to start off with. One of the first things I remember I think it was a Twitter post I think Chris shared to me when we first reconnected, and we'll get into that story later on. We're getting into the money making stuff right now, right?
I gotta
was this example of an iOS app, and all it was a different user interface for ChatGPT. All this thing was someone buying a template. We'll actually show you some of the marketplace to get that. I'm going to do it right now.
What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm going to show them something right now. I'm going to pull this up on the other screen. Let's go into a guest browser thing here. You're going to see all the ones that we've bought already. So, guys, take a look at this. This is one of the things I love showing people. So, there's a couple different sites for this, obviously, but the one that I really like. Oh, is it still that link? Yes. So a site called Code Canyon. Okay. The site is now lighting me very ethereally from my MacBook. This site is responsible for so many success stories that I could personally verify from people that we know in our space, whether that is software, e-commerce, whether that is crypto. There's been a lot of gambling app success that's come from this website. I actually showed Chris something I wasn't even supposed to a little while back of where one popular app started. It was from here. This tool is one of the most underrated things. I'll show you an example. Let's say you wanted to build a wrapper. That's what they're called. WRAP, wrapper. Like you're just taking another service, their API, and wrapping it in a pretty package and reselling it, which, guess what? One of the world's first $1 trillion companies, maybe you're using one of their computers right now, they're wrapping processors and components and everything from other companies and just selling them to you and making them pretty. That's how the world works. It's like when drop shipping became a thing and we were like, oh, well, you're not really running a real business. It's like, and then Walmart works. It's nothing new. So don't be afraid to just build wrappers because they can make you a lot of money. So let's go here.
Okay, so what about Corsin? So like, it's
about what?
Exactly. A name for a name.
Oh, I was like, is this a type of thing?
No,
like, what about building courses?
Here, I'll message it to you on.
All right,
Discord.
sounds good.
I'm looking. Well, I was looking for names, right?
That was probably on me on this one. I'm tired. What's a coursant?
Because a lot of what I was coming up with had already been taken. I'm like, dang it.
So while you're doing that, I'm going to come over here, Code Canyon, and I'm going to do a search for AI chat app, just something as basic as that. And this is the actual process I've done so many times for things that have wound up working, being very profitable. So come down here, take a look at this. I want to explain what these actually are, because I've showed some people this, even people who are very knowledgeable about, business marketing and everything else. And they thought, again, this was too good to be true. These things actually exist. And they just dismissed it until I explained to them. It's like, they asked me a question. They say, wait, so what do you think? They made it sound like it was something like shady. Chris, I think I told you about specifically who this was, because that's kind of makes it funny, but I'm not going to air it on the stream. And they're like, hey, man, do you think I could get away with just taking one of those apps and just like reskinning it and reselling it? And I thought it was a joke, because that's why these are here.
Doing. Yeah.
That is exactly what you're supposed to do with these. And a lot of people don't realize. Here, I'm going to move this over a little bit.
As wrappers.
So you can see the pricing. Let's take a look at this one. I know for a fact someone has made a lot of money with this one, because I know the exact app it is in the App Store. This is selling for, well, $15, but it's on sale for $12. This is an Android app, and there is an iOS version of the same project, the same seller. And I'll just go in here. It's just a ChatGPT wrapper. That's all it is. Very simple, very clean. All you would do, you download this project, feed the whole folder to Cursor, and I'm not oversimplifying. You could say, reskin this app with this name, use this file for the logo that I made. Here's my company name for the legal disclaimers and whatnot. Let it go. It'll probably take 10 minutes. And you can just open it up in Xcode, which is, if you're building an app for iPhone, Mac OS, right, you need to use Apple's, because of course they have a proprietary code world. After that, all you need to do is open it up in Xcode. They have a simple build workflow. That's one button. It's not even a workflow, just a button you click when you open it. It'll ask you to assign your Apple developer account, which is 100 hours a year. You could publish, I think now they change it. It's like unlimited projects. That's it. You're good to go. That's it.
And you're
out. You launch it.
Bottom line is that don't think that you can't do something simply because it
took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah, that's the bottom line. Okay, so I've sent. How about this one? The second one, Textara. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, let me see. Hang on, how do we hide my screen for a minute?
Oh, wait, here.
Because I know it's going to pop up on this one.
Hang on, I'll spell it out, because I couldn't even find it.
Okay.
Search for it.
Like, I know if I open Discord, they're going to see all my cartel messages and all that.
No. Textara. Textara. Just
wait, TXT, just that? Available as like what, .com or?
No, it's just like Textara. That's it, as a name.
Oh, you gotta find the domain names, buddy.
No. Forget, I'm not even that far. We're talking about building.
I am.
The app
I'm
first.
going that far.
Okay, we're talking about building the app first.
Okay. You eat what you eat, and I'll eat what I like, or whatever it is.
We don't. Okay. Hey, Ethan, how you doing?
Ethan.
Ethan's dad, 3D. He's watching, not you.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
He's already taken.
He's all right, Ethan.
50,
should I know this person?
No, we're not going.
Thank
that
you,
far.
Ethan.
No, it's Ethan's dad. Yeah, see, they're right there.
No.
Textara Co. It's only a penny.
I'm fine around with it. Copy from here.
Okay, it's pretty simple.
Let's go.
Easy spelling. You feel me?
So let's actually start filling out this one.
Because it's got an ebook course. You're giving it text. It's pumping out text.
Yeah, and inside of this, as we're building this, let's flesh out more like the actual details.
Well, that's what the PRD is there for.
I know. I'm about to open it.
I was saying I think I could share it with
here because
people.
we could probably copy and paste a lot of it right in here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like even all the way down to like my original description for it, minus maybe a few features, but
Hold on, I'm gonna stop that for just a second as I move things over to here. Let's see.
Content creator platform. There we go.
Okay, now I could see your stuff up here.
So I gave it. Do you want me to copy and paste it?
Oh, I got it. I'm opening all my stuff over there right now, so then I could share it. Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Since you're there, okay, we can do that. I've got the prompt, the original for the PRD. I've got the original request, but if that's too big, if it's too
shoot that over. Yeah, because we could probably work from that. That'll probably be good.
Yeah, because the PRD's got the features. There's the original copy that I gave it minus. I think I added one thing. I added like accolades, and I added one thing to it. Now I can't remember. Like that wasn't in the original description in the PRD itself.
Gotcha.
In fact, I can paste the PRD for everybody to see because they're going to be seeing this stuff flesh out anyway. Matthew.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so
fine by me. They're gonna watch it. So
there it is on.
Whoever ships this app before the stream ends.
There we go. Okay, so that's where it's at. That's where that's the PRD that I built for it. Minus, I think there was maybe two things that didn't make it in there. And I want to say accolades and something else.
That open here. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just take that whole block, right?
Yeah.
And we're just going to start boiling it down inside the document.
Okay, are you on the screen share again?
I just shared again, and it's going to do the. Yep. There we go. Perfect. Thank you,
moving things around. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, like I said, that had the feature set in there minus I think accolades on the front on the main page. I wanted to have a way that it establishes the user's expertise because it's a landing page. Like I don't know Joe Dokes from Adam. We want to be able to have the platform define, okay, Chris Perillo is an expert in social media. Here's why you want to get his course. And that, the platform should write that copy and call to action more than any. So ideally, right? As opposed to a blank slate and no one knows, but I'm pretty sure it's in there. So yeah, so you obviously can take that out.
So we're just going to do this. Right. Hold on. Let's see. Well, wait, take it out?
The top part, because the top part says I need a PRD with an outline. This is the thing that produced the PRD.
Oh, right. I thought you meant like the last feature. I was like, no, I think we need that in there. All right, cool. Yeah, let's take that out. Well, I'm just going to take this and I'm just going to pull out stuff from it.
That's fine.
Let's see. Okay, so we're going to leave a lot of this actually as the outline. So let's make our outline section. I usually make that as a separate thing, just so it doesn't get confused. And a lot of these things, you guys could say, you just hit tab and it's going to autofill a lot of this stuff. I mean, don't go crazy with it. Like, review it. Yeah, but all of them do this these days. I think freaking Notepad has autocomplete these days. And stories, for some reason. Cursor has stories now.
By the way, not to make you nervous, but Allison is here. I got to say, she said hi.
Beautiful. Love it. We got the whole gang here. The whole gang who's dying of something. We are all sick and it's awful. It just got nice out. We go outside once.
Yeah.
As nerds. And we all got sick.
I hear it. Okay. Focus. App description.
Yes. Hang on, I'm copying my things over here. Hang on, let's see. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna leave that actually, like that. That's fine. You don't need to get specific with the description in here, but let's decide on our tech stack, features, and then let's start going from there.
Okay.
So tech stack for this. So for all of our projects, some people, you're going to have issues with them. Use whatever you like, but Stripe is probably going to be the processing company, the payment processor, merchant account. There's all different names you're going to hear for them that you're probably going to want to use. Similar to, let's say you're just very, very new at all this stuff. If you ever use like PayPal, Cash App, this is like the big Cash App, right? So we're going to use, if I could get my thing to type in here, Stripe for payments. That right there, that's enough. It's going to know what to do with that once you outline the features. Now, for every one of these, I'm going to give you guys the last step that you need to do as you're outlining these in here. This is another thing that's going to make your life a lot easier from the development side. So I'm going to go back into my browser. And what I would like to do, let's say we'll start with Stripe. You can give your coding agent the actual documents for each feature or for each platform. So they can go in, they could search them themselves, they could scrape the entire docs database, library, whatever you want to call it, and get answers that are straight from the platform. It's not just going to hallucinate what it thinks it should do. So if you add in the documents, and I'm going to show you how easy this is, for every one of your libraries, you can just let it run and do its thing. It's going to.
But you don't need to.
You don't need to, but this is such a big difference. Just like setting up this document to begin with, I would never build even the simplest of things without doing this now.
Well, let's do it. Yeah.
So let's do it. So Stripe Docs. We're just going to Google that. So you're going to find a link like this. There it is. Doesn't need to be the specific exact link. Just going to copy the URL. Then I'm going to come back into Cursor. I'm going to go settings.
And again, why are we using Cursor? Because you said you had other tools that you prefer.
Right. It's the one that most people here are probably going to be familiar with.
Okay.
Plus, I think it's also good because, I mean, I'll get into my recommendations later, but if people are Googling things or looking up information, it's more likely going to be about this.
Okay.
So to add your docs, as you go through the list, you're going to go into Cursor settings. And then for some reason, it's under features. Okay. If you can see my screen here, you're going to scroll down and you have docs.
But you already have Stripe Docs. You already have it.
Right. But if someone's watching, they may not.
Okay. Right.
So
I'm just saying.
Paste in the link, hit enter. It's going to fill in the name. Confirm again right there. I already have it, so it won't, but it would just add it in there. That's it. That's all you got to do. But please do that for every different library, every platform you use.
But
make sure you do that.
Do you have to tag it here?
No.
Okay.
Because as you start building those,
okay,
it will detect those, or you can specifically tag it if it's running into problems. You could say, hey, you could nudge it passive aggressively and say, hey, you should review the documents, buddy, and then it'll go and do that.
Right.
And those are the little things that you'll see why some of these tools are better than others. Some of them, it loves reading. Other ones, it hates ever having to search for documents or anything. And we'll get into that stuff. But so Stripe for payments. So this is probably going to be a subscription-based tool, right? Yep. So I would specify that a little bit. Stripe for payments and customer.
Well, so I don't know if it would be a subscription-based tool. I think the best way of doing this is taking a cut, like 10%. So instead of charging and having to the user having to worry about subscriptions, I would just make this personally. I mean, let me put it this way: as a creator, it would be more compelling for me to do this and not have to worry about spending money unless I knew I was making it.
I like it. I mean, well, personally, I would do that. I would go with that idea, but I would still do both. But like make it very clear that they could choose one of those.
Okay.
Because
so like a premium model
have, let's
versus
say,
a pro. Got it. Okay. That makes
right,
sense.
like more premium users who are like already making money, they're going to say, no, you're not getting a cut of this.
Yeah.
I've been on the other end of that. I know it works, and they'll know it works too. And they'll want the subscription. So
okay, that makes sense. Good
so,
argument.
Strive for payments and subscriptions. And then, so that's something we're going to add in features. We're just doing the tech stuff right now.
Yep.
For the back end, they're all kind of the same, but if you want something that's actually easy to use for your database, you're going to use Supabase. I don't have a stutter. That's just what it's called.
Yeah, no. Why?
So I will show you that actually in a moment, because we're going to set that up right here too. I'm going to do all this right here with you guys as we're on the stream. So Stripe for or payments, Supabase for database, and it wants to do authentication. We'll come back to that. We might do that though, because if someone's starting out, you can use that for both. But I've learned that there's other platforms that, well, here's the thing. I could actually give some good, I don't know, my viewpoint on this. I don't like using tools that do everything for some things. What do I mean by that? So it might be more convenient on the surface, but I want to use a database tool that their team eats, sleeps, and breathes databases. And they're not doing 10 million other things. For authentication, I've started to like using Clerk. Again, we're all a little bit new to this, but that's the one I like using because that's all they do. And it's been an easy process, right? So that's kind of my methodology behind it. But if you're just starting out, do whatever you want to do. Make a mess. See if I care.
So we're using, you said Clerk for authentication?
Right. Yes, because we are actually going to build this. But if you're starting out, that's my only asterisk right here. You don't have to use a whole separate tool for that. Supabase could do it. I mean, hell, there's actually a feature in Stripe that you can use it for user authentication. So there's that. So we'll do Clerk for authentication. Now, just like the others, I know I already have these in here, but go Google the Docs, put them into your coding tool, make sure it has those in there. Keep a log of those. So those are the platforms we're going to use. And
do we want to do anything? What about affiliate management? Is there an external source for affiliate management?
So just like another real project that you and I are working on,
right?
That kind of comes into play as everything else comes together, because it's more so what works with what we already have. So something like that, I would leave until we kind of see the whole thing come together. Okay. That's a really good question, though.
I mean, this would be time, right? So
what's that?
I mean, this would be the time. I'm only asking questions, the questions.
Oh, no, right. Exactly. Yeah, no, fire away. With all this stuff, there's no dumb questions. My Google history is just filled with really dumb questions. So I'm just trying to think what else as far as
front end. Do we want to worry about front end?
That's what I'm thinking right now, and I kind of think that's it for the time being. So, this is something I know a lot of people do, but just again, take my experience. This part doesn't matter that much. I don't really know why, now that I've learned a lot about this, why the hell every other video about development is about this. I feel like there's 1,000,001 videos that say, hey, do you know what React apps are? Do you know what Next.js is? Well, they have all these components and all this stuff. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, everything does. Show people how to get their stuff to work, right? Which is one of the reasons we're doing this. So we'll save that. You guys actually, if you're doing this at home or you're building something, it will figure this out. Your coding agent will just make the back end in whatever. If you understand how it works, I'm going to go. I'm actually going to Google this because you'll see what I mean in a minute. I always forget how to actually freaking spell this. Well, how this one particular library. Let's see. Oh, I got to pull it here. All right. So this right here. So this is, Shad CN. Okay. Because it's a tech company.
Wasn't it
you got to spell it weird.
Yeah, but didn't it just recommend Tailwind?
So ShadCN is a library of UI components that are built with Tailwind.
Got it.
So these
Okay.
are like the building blocks, and Tailwind being the platform from there. So if you are starting out, this is a godsend. I mean, just 5 years ago, you would have to spend a couple of nights just building all these things yourself, right? So we're going to take that. Let's add that into here. And I'm going to go for front end elements. And let's see. I wonder if it's going to... Oh, there we go.
Yeah, see.
I already knew what I was going to do.
I was going to
So
say,
guys, that's how common this is.
Pretty
Use
intuitive.
that.
Like I thought it.
It is interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like there are a couple of moments where I've been using this. I'm like, oh, how'd you
Crazy.
get my credit card number and you put in the test form thing? That's weird. Like not that, but things like that have happened.
Daniel's watching. He's watching over there. Daniel, you got to pay attention to what Daniel's doing, because he's clued in very, very much so at a deeper level with a lot of what AI is doing and where it's going.
Beautiful. By the way, I think there's probably going to be an era or season of doing this where we're probably going to have one or two, maybe three other people on here with this as well. I think that would be
Daniel
really
would be one of the people I'd like to bring on, because he's got an open source project known as Fabric, and he'd be able to explain. He's got, I think, one or two others. If not, I know of Fabric because I watched a show on it. That's Daniel's project over there on GitHub. I'm pasting it in wherever people are.
Let's see.
Although I can't get it over onto LinkedIn. But anyway, Daniel's got a project called Fabric. And I, again, having never used it, couldn't speak to it, but it's an open source framework for augmenting humans using AI. Modular framework for solving specific problems using a crowdsourced set of AI prompts that can be used anywhere. So it basically makes you more intelligent.
See, you better start using it.
Minus my ability to trip through it, because again, I read about it.
You only go so far, buddy.
But unless I use it and have it within my workflow, it's hard for me to grok. Right? You're able to step through this because you've done it, the prototyping, this kind of stuff several times.
But even with that, I mean, after it's a week or two, you get tired. I was even Googling stuff here, so it happens. Keep notes, everyone. For everything you do. Okay, so hang on, I'm just getting my stuff organized right here. So that's good. So for tech stack, I'm going to leave it at that right now. That's fine. So here's where I'm going to tag you back into the process right here. Again, I'm going to keep roping you in as much as we can throughout all this, right?
I mean, I know
I've got learning to do. Right. Yep. So give us a simple headline and short description of each core feature. And we're going to start with that. We'll add more to it later, but we want to just keep things straightforward. And then once we have those basic elements there, we could ideate more and get more detailed.
I'm pretty sure that's what's already listed in the PRD. More than
the actual doc over here. Let's see. Do I have the actual doc in chat?
Yeah. I pasted it in chat, and here, let me paste it.
Oh, so just that. I thought you meant like a link to like a Google document or something.
No, what it is, it's a link to the PRD as it lived on ChatGPT, or lives on ChatGPT.
Got you. Okay.
There it is on.
There we go. Yeah, let me see from here. We got.
So we've got.
There we go. Perfect. Okay, yeah, this is what we need.
It was done.
This saves time.
I did it. Worked way apart from the name. I had it all. Everything's in there.
Yeah, it's like I remember seeing this. I was like, wait, no, I've seen this. Give me the thing. Okay. So features and functionality. Now, this is a good example of what I was saying earlier. You want to take this, and we're gonna refine this a little bit more. Nothing in here is wrong or incorrect, but there's a lot of stuff that's just gonna send the AI agent in just all different directions. Like for example, right? Let's go with this top one. So sign profile creation. Users create an account and define their niche. Cool. Answer key questions about their, so like this, it is going to go, it's going to build a butter bot, like I was saying for that one. It's going to build an entire workflow where it's like, we're going to research and build graphs about their whole, maybe you want to do that, but if you don't, leave it out of here. So let's see.
Well, you can just take the
Copy
top.
this.
You can just take the
Yeah,
top.
I'm gonna copy these. Right.
Yeah, you can just take the top outline, not necessarily the granular,
Let's
right?
go back here.
You know what I'm saying, Matthew?
To an extent, yeah.
Don't do the.
It's just you want to make sure
sub-bullets.
there's nothing in this first document that you don't really want to be in here.
Okay.
So anything that is not like a core mandatory thing you want, we're gonna get rid of that. So let's go to this. So user onboarding and idea submission. Okay, so for these, these are more like flows, I would call them, right? Let's see. I'm just thinking out loud.
Yep. Well, there's the feet. I mean, there's some of the
Configuration automation. Yeah. So this
Landing
right here,
page-
this will be
landing page generation is the feature. Landing page generation is the feature.
okay. So I see how they're structured on here. So
Yeah.
this is like the group of features.
Right.
Okay, cool. Got it. Perfect. So for those, let's make these headings as well. And then we'll make these bullet points underneath. So sign up. And I'm literally just going to do this as if I was doing it myself.
All right.
For the most part, right? So user creation. We listed our libraries below already. Let's see. See, guys, this part, we'll try and make it interesting. This part isn't always fun. This is the work part of doing this. And then you'll do the fun stuff and watch it build things and everything
Right.
once it knows what to. This is what I'm saying. This is why no one does this. It's not fun. It's not entertaining. Chris, start dancing so they.
Yeah. No.
You know,
no.
yeah.
I'm trying. If you're fleshing out, let's.
So yeah, I have another notes window like open too, and I'm
Okay.
in my thoughts and whatnot too. It's just the one you can't see. Let's see. User agreement. Cool. So these are like flows within flows.
So yeah.
Like here's what I would do. We could
you
just
copied
break
an
this down.
Yeah, you copied an
Right,
outline.
so-
So
I'm gonna go here, and we could just make this. I would go. Come back down. Here we go. Let's see. How do we format that?
wait.
See, I would do that. There we go. Okay. You just got to like fidget with it until it gives you that format. What you guys are seeing right here, that's how you want to do like the different hierarchies of your project outline.
So wait. You've got a duplication though on that first one. It says creation : users :
Oh yeah, that's just the autocomplete thing. It's trying to go ahead and do.
No, that's not an autocomplete.
Or
That's
this.
actual text.
Is it? Let's see.
First, go up. Go. You're. No.
Oh,
No. Line up.
oh, I see. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, I see.
No.
Oh, that wasn't
Go down.
Christopher.
It says, look right there. You're hovering right over it. It says user sign up and profile creation : users : Is that syntax? I'm reading it right there. User sign up and profile creation : users :
All right, so I've deleted both of these at this point, and then you said neither of those were the thing that you saw.
No, because you didn't. Go. I'm looking right at
God.
it. Go
Okay.
down to line 11. Line 11.
See?
Line 11. Line 11. Go to the end.
Specifics.
Line
All
11.
right.
See, you've
All
got
right.
creation :
I'm on line 11.
users : Is that what you intended to put there?
Well, now it made a drop down, but yes.
No. Why creation : users ?
All right, so you're that guy. You walk up to someone's desk and you're like, no, it's right there. No, move. No, you're not. No,
I
you
said
missed it.
I
You
said
missed-
line
you moved
11.
it.
I said line 11. No, but okay.
No, I'm messing with you.
Because you did creation : users :
So that's what we got to do. Now we got to move it.
That's what I'm saying.
And that's fine right there. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's see. So
There's got to be an
see
easier
these
way.
right here, right? This is how I would format this. And guys, by the way, don't worry. You are not going to watch us do like paperwork right here developer hours, like we are going to show you every single detail of the process, but you are not going to have to sit here for like 14 hours as we do the whole process. Because I'm just picturing, if I was a viewer right now, I'd be like, oh God, they're really doing this? But no, we're just showing you the process. We're going to keep moving through this. Don't worry. And there'll be clips and everything else of it. That's why I show you the thought process. So user signups profile. So here's where we would change this right here. So this, I would go, users have the ability, and it's probably going to follow this here, to create and customize their profiles with the core focus on their niche and or audience, which they will be targeting. So, things like that. That's enough to give it color without kind of going into the weeds. So, like, you don't just have to like be so strict. Like, I might be making it sound. I'm just telling you guys to focus on what it's going to go and screw your day up with. So you got to be very specific. But something like that, that's fine. So, okay, answer goals.
By the way, people thought it was funny that we were doing the thing.
Yes.
That's
all right, cool.
Color, man.
The petty kings are going to have some clips. Let me tell you right now.
It's color. It's right there. All right. So then you basically.
Somehow you appear like in my window. I'm like, how the.
Okay, so you've got that. That basically. That covers the.
I'm just reading the rest of it too.
Yeah.
I'm kind of just trying to pull stuff in versus remove. Let's see here. So let's actually. We're gonna leave this for right now. Why? I was just debating on if we want to, because that is an example of something that like I would come back and put more into later. I want to get the core things down, and then we're going to.
You already addressed that. Core focus on their niche and audience what they'll be targeting. That's basically the same thing.
Right. Exactly. So we're going to remove that.
Yeah. So you can nuke them. So I'm saying, you literally just did it.
I accept. All right. Rewind this. Whoever the editor is, add that goofy rewind sound and make it like black and white and play it again. All right. So people are going to think like we're actually like mad at each other. You know, people do that. It's like the drama between the behind the scenes of entrepreneurs. Okay, so next, move on to landing page generation. So for this, I don't like cursor. I don't like this autocomplete thing. That's why it looks like I'm probably mentally disabled as I'm doing this.
But wait, it helps you. Hang on, it helps you.
It does, but it's too aggressive in cursor versus like.
But
VS
look, it's
Code.
Easier. That's got to be because it creates the markdown for you.
Yeah, but the actual process, it feels like I'm fighting with it to type. Yeah. Like there's someone else like trying to like stop me from doing what I gotta do. All right, so landing page generation. For this, I would go just for the AI to understand. Because here's the thing, I don't want to take this when it's like referencing this as the actual like this product's page.
Right.
So I will go landing. Or landing page, right? Let's
user
do that.
Landing page. How about user landing
page and sales page. It's in case they'll understand better. Generation tool for users products. Okay. You like how I put the apostrophe after S right there? That turned you on? That do anything for you? Yeah. Good. I learned that from this guy on YouTube a long time ago.
Yeah.
Let's say, I'm actually serious, by the way. That is actually, I learned that from you when I was like, I don't know, like 12 years old, it feels like.
God.
Let's see. Full Circle Capital. I'm going to register the LLC. All right, single page generator. So now this is a fun one. We could go ahead and bullet point more of this. So let's see. What's the order?
I want AI to. I want the tool to help it get created.
Yeah, because it's probably going to go ahead and be like, oh, they could upload their logo and image.
Yeah, it's stupid. I want a little more intelligence to it.
So let's make that the core feature
I want it to
here.
take the data that it has
Yeah.
about their audience and etc.
All right, there we go. So let's remove that. See, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Stop
turn it off.
touching my
You can turn it off. Oh, Tech Jeeper, thank you for the cheer. And Karen, you as well. Tech Jeeper did note you can turn off the autocorrect.
I've never done it. I know you can, but I've never done it. I'm going to try and do it right now because that's awful. Let's see. I love how this is the tool that's on like the cutting edge of technology, and this is the settings thing. It's just one long giant page of boxes.
Is there not a search for cursor settings? You couldn't even.
There's some weird shortcut for it. I always forget. It's just over. Yeah. Let's continue. So let's see. AI.
Dude used AI to make
agent. Let's see. AI agent. No, it's not calling that. AI. Oh, see what it did?
Yeah.
I didn't line up. There was no reason for it to do that. The screen just be called Matt and Chris get petty about stupid things for 3 hours. Let's see. AI. I'm going powered tool for users to generate installations for their products. So I'm going to make this. I'm going to add this back up here. I'm going to make that the core product because it'll understand that better than what we said before, and it'll save us some time. So, okay, but here's the thing. I want to keep things moving though, because typically this for everyone watching, this will take you maybe an hour and a half, right? Like for me, I could probably bang out like the rest of this, maybe like 15, 20 minutes. But it's just, I'm that person where it's kind of weird. Like I'm great on camera. I always like narrate what I'm doing, like I'm on a TV show, but at the same time, it's like, if there's just like the over the shoulder people, my brain turns off. So we're going to leave that for right now, but that is the format, the process. We're going to give you guys the same layout right here. I mean, it's just a bunch of headings, right? Inside of this, you fill it out like we were showing you here, add in your documents. It's kind of it. But this one little thing is going to make your lives a lot easier, but that's only half of it. So let me just leave for right now what we've added in here, because we already have this in the other document. So when we come back to this, just for the sake of clarity, so people could see the format, what we've done here. This is all you really got to lay out, guys. Leave it at this. Okay. One other thing, by the way, that we did forget. It's another thing. Oh, we've been learning the hard way, as Chris knows. In your tech stack, I would encourage you to do a little bit of research. It is something that's a little more advanced if you're just completely starting out. Learn the differences between different hosting platforms. Now, it's something that you're not going to know how to do or what to look for until you've tried them and you've deployed things onto them. So it's a little bit hard on your first go around. But typically how this goes is you build your app and then you say, oh, I got to get this to people. Like, how do I put this like up there in the cloud?
Where do I get it? Yeah.
And you start searching around. So this sounds odd, but right now I don't have a favorite tool. There's things I love and hate about all of them kind of equally, from trying to find the provider for the upcoming launch of the product we were telling you guys about earlier. You could sign up, get the wait list down in the description. So the ones that I'm favorable of, I kind of like Replit. Now,
What?
It's kind of a weird outlier. I mean, no, it's in like the top 5.
I've heard it. Yeah,
right?
I've heard of it.
But people don't really give it, the honorifics that they do. Things like Vercel or things like what's that? Or like what are some other like common.
I'm so far
Like,
out of the
right? Yeah, I'm
hosting
trying to think
environment.
too. Those are the only two that are coming to mind right now. Or like DigitalOcean,
Right.
that kind
Classic.
of used to be the thing right
Yeah.
before, a lot of the AI stuff. But here, let me do a quick search. So, top hosting platforms for, let's see, AI tools. Let's see. I love how the recommendeds at the top of the thing here. Google, it's like Wix. Host your AI tool on Wix.
SEO right there.
Seriously. Yeah, I guess that's the majority of them. So, why do I like Replit? Because Replit is the only platform that I've tried to launch one of these SaaS tools on, where once it's on there and it's out of like the parents' hands, the parents being Cursor, the tool that built it, when you're deploying it, that's when all of the issues show up. That's where all the head banging, make you want to jump out of a window things occur. So every platform today, they have some version like an AI assistant, but Replit, for some reason, they did a really good job on this. Theirs is more of an agent than an assistant. You could give the Replit agent your server errors and it would just sit there for 20 minutes until it figures it out.
Nice.
The other ones, I've tried them all.
That
you're sitting there arguing with it.
Okay, sold.
Exactly. So like there's like some products, it possibly even that one that we've been talking about, I think we're probably going to deploy it on there, because even though it's not something you would typically use for that, I don't care if it works.
Yeah.
I don't care if you can go and pay us for it. You know what I mean? And
that's a good product.
There's other workarounds to it too for the other platforms, where you could actually connect your AI coding tool to basically any platform to an extent. It's just that some of them will allow you to control more than others, right? So maybe it could only deploy the new version or detect the new version of your app. Some of them just give you full file access. So like Cursor, Windsurf, Client, whatever you're using, they can go and actually just edit the app on the server, which is nice. So that's something you got to look at. But I kind of really like Replit recently. It's just, it's like the weird kid in class, if you kind of know like this space right now, but
right.
I like the thing that works.
All right. Okay. So, and we're not, what you're building here, sorry, back
So
on
let's
the
add
cursor.
this.
On the
Yes.
We're not actually going to build from here. This is just kind of, you're just showing people what we could be doing.
We will build from this one right here, actually. Yeah. This is like exactly how I would do it if I was just sitting in my office myself. Yeah.
Okay.
But I just don't want to bore everybody to death.
Sure.
Once it's like 3 and then they're still sitting here watching a text document, 2 nerds, you know? So let's add that to our stack down here. Let's go Replit for application hosting. I'll do deployment. You notice I do that a lot. If you guys are watching with these things, if there's like 2 terms for something, I'll use it, because that's another thing I learned the hard way. There has been infuriating times, which are probably going to be less and less as the models get more advanced, where I use the slightly older term for something like that, where it would misinterpret, or it couldn't determine. It's like, are we deploying it on here or are we hosting it on here? And I didn't realize the confusion because it wouldn't explain it after going back and forth for an hour. So that's one thing, I just give it everything. Like you'll see like slashes in all my like product outline docs where it's like, we're going to use this for the deployment / hosting / server management / whatever. So that's something that it's worth doing if you want to spend the time to do it. I kind of do an autopilot, which I'm noticing as I'm doing it with an audience. So there we go. Replit. Go ahead now. See, add your Replit docs. I already know those are in here. Let's see. I'm trying to think what else we need for this. I think that's pretty much it. Oh, here's one thing you would want to put in here too. And again, you could add to this as you go. Like you could add to it. And then in our rules I'm going to give you guys, it actually tells the agent to update this document too, in a way. So you can always come back. But we are going to have an AI component to this application, obviously. Where is that going to come from? So this is something that is pretty straightforward. It's just how much are you going to be using and for what purposes? That's all this is ever going to come down to. So let me actually explain what you want to be thinking about when you're integrating actual like LLMs, models, where you call them, into your project. Because you'll even see in some tutorials, like, yeah, the model will probably figure it out in the process, but they will literally write AI integration add here. What does that mean? So the tool that we use for essentially every public project we have now, some of the more like niche ones like me and Chris have played around with, and the one that's up and coming and not a sponsor. I've talked to the team there before a couple of times. We don't even get a kickback for it. Open Router. I'm going to bring this up for you guys. So if
I've heard about it, but I've never
have been in this space for a little bit, you're going to know what this is. So I'm going to explain this again for people who may just be totally new to all this stuff. So you can go to the actual model creator. So OpenAI, ChatGPT. You have your GPT-4, GPT-4o, GPT-01 Plus, Max, Pro. They need to work on the naming scheme of their models. And then for, let's say, the coding stuff, you're going to hear us talk all the time about Claude or Claude Sonnet 3 point, etc. is the technical term. So that's from a company called Anthropic, and et cetera, et cetera. The issue is if you are building an app that is really AI heavy, these models are released very, very frequently. Things change a lot. And everyone knows about the top 5 providers that everyone hears about. But I'm going to go here at Open Router. Hang on. I don't think this is going to display anything, but I'm going to sign out of this one just in case. So I'm going to go to models. This is not just GPT-4 and Claude and DeepSeek and all that. No, guys, there's thousands of these. And the reason I like using Open Router is it's one API, one bit of code, and you could use any of these models that you want, whether they're new ones that come out, whether ones that are already on the platform. All the settings are unified. It's one universal integration that you could then use and play around with and test whatever models you want. So let's say like the one we're building here, right? We're going to want to see which one performs better for generating content for the users. That's like the core functionality of this product. So I don't want to go and spend a day building an integration for freaking OpenAI when who knows, Google tomorrow comes out with the greatest creative writing model or sales copy generator or whatever. Integrate with Open Router. You can swap it out whenever you want. Never lose sleep over it. Just do it once. Pricing relatively the same as if you're buying it directly from the platforms. Some are a little bit different, maybe like a couple of cents, right? But this is what we use for the AI stuff. So you would go in, you create an account, free to sign up, grab your API key. We'll get into that later. I'm actually pretend I didn't say that. We're going to get into that. One thing at a time, children. So then we're going to go add that here. Open Router for API features and functions. Now, what I would typically do here that I found is convenient, just so you don't need to keep repeating yourself. Sometimes I would add, if it'll let me, just wrote the whole half the doc. But anyways, I would go in here I'll just add it up here then. And I will go, or maybe model, right? Let me show you, I grab this. Let's say you know that for your app, you want to use right, Mistral small 3, right? You go in the directory at OpenRouter. It actually gives you a lot of really useful information. So you could see what users are using it for, which kind of gives you an idea of what they're good for without just, taking a platform's word at it. You can see the details, main things you want to focus on. Let me make this a little bigger, because I'm assuming probably half of anyone watching this who's going to follow it, they're going to be building something that's AI related, right? So I do want to get into this just a little bit here. So you have your context window. This is essentially how much data can you feed into and out of the model at once. For some godforsaken reason, we don't do this the simple way. Instead of character count, AI models use tokens, which there's no exact measurement for. Isn't that convenient?
Yeah.
So a token on average, this is the way to think about it. One token is typically 80% of one word. So aren't you glad we need to do more math in our heads for no reason?
No, I hate math.
So after a while, you kind of get a feel for it, but I wish we could just use plain English with this. But if you're watching, don't mistake this for characters. So for example, this 32,000 tokens, that's probably more around maybe 250,000 characters, right? Then finally, something a little straightforward, we have the pricing. So we typically use factors of millions for pricing because that's just how much this stuff adds up. So for example, this model through OpenRouter, and there's also always 2 prices. That, again, goes in the weeds. I don't know if someone watching knows more than I do. Why do we pay more for input and output?
I mean, you've got the good questions from, well, at least TechJeeper, right? How are you going to ensure you're charging enough if you have AI within your app? That's what you struggled with, etc.
I'm assuming you're getting it through the backend because we're on your channel, but I would like to have the actual chat.
You should be able to see it in StreamYard. Go to comments.
Let me see.
On StreamYard on the right side. Comments.
Here we go. Look at that.
It's on line 11, Matthew. It's on line 11.
Guy teaching everything.
Right over there.
No idea what's going on. Okay. Let's see. There's
It's a second from the bottom. How are you going to ensure?
Oh, we're going the other way. Cool. Okay,
yeah,
so
scroll down.
That's a good question. Now, it's kind of straightforward, just going off of what you have here. You buy low and sell high. This is going to give you an idea of how much it's typically going to cost you to provide outputs. Now, again, it's hard to come up with exact numbers. I do think, and not in some weird conspiracy sense, it's like, oh, see, that's how they get you kind of thing, but more in the sense of, I think it's a little bit purposely vague. I think it's probably pretty obvious, right? The same way that pricing, that whole thing like mobile games, it's not, $5 for 500 tokens. It's $2.76 for 81 tokens, right? The pricing always changes as well. Isn't that fun? So I would say the only real disadvantage of using OpenRouter versus, let's say, just going to Mistral for the model we're using as this example, or OpenAI or whatnot, is sometimes the model isn't going to be provided anymore. Now, I would never lose a second of sleep over that, because if you're using a popular model, it's not going to go anywhere. Like, I mean, smaller, more very unique models that you may be coming to OpenRouter for. So let's say you are generating an app. What's our favorite thing, Chris, right? The spinning ball inside the stupid shape, and then to-do list, and then the resume generators. Maybe you are building a resume generator that is to apply for jobs to build those spinning shapes and someone makes a model for that, OpenRouter may have it, right? So that's one of the risks. The next thing is pricing is less consistent, but everything I'm listing here, honestly, just to answer the question, these are things that I never lose too much sleep over, right? I wouldn't go and really factor this in too much unless there is a very expensive model that you're using. So that is where I also really like using OpenRouter, because you could kind of see, let's say you need a model that is really good at reasoning. So you're going to want to use something like OpenAI's O1 or O3 models, or the new Sonnet model, DeepSeek, something like that. But as in your question, you have a budget. OpenRouter makes it easy. And again, I'm not selling this. I love this platform. They make it easy to go in and let's say they have filters on the side. We need something that's good at generating marketing content. We could filter these by, let's say, highest context to lowest. You can also do newest. That's typically what I'd look at. And then you could go through these, compare the pricing, but also, I'm not going to, hang on. I'm going to click on the other window just to see what comes up. Hold on. Oh, yep. There's all our stuff. But let me open this up in a guest thing in Chrome real quick. Hold on. Let me switch.
It's okay. We still see the PRD right now on the screen that you're sharing. It's just the PRD.
Okay, good. Let's see. Oh, we had this one open here. Yeah. Let's see. All right. So let me go back to OpenRouter in here. So take a look at this. So in the models page, let's say, Google just came out with this model this week. You can go in here. I'm just going to make sure, again, that's not showing. No, it's not. Okay, good. So you could chat with all these models in the platform, and they'll even let you do a lot of it for free. Now, there's nothing too crazy or exciting about that, right? I wish there was a better default dark mode for this, because my retinas aren't having fun right now. But anyways, you could test multiple models at the same time and compare the different parameters. So actually, I'm glad we got into this, because this is something that is really useful that I actually don't think a lot of people know to use OpenRouter, this tool, right? So you can come up here, you can go add model. And let's say we want to compare Google's new model with, maybe we're thinking of using DeepSeek, or we already are. Maybe we're waiting for one that could outcompete the pricing and power of DeepSeek, something like that. We're going to use DeepSeek proper. And by the way, OpenRouter, very generous with their pricing as well. There's always some models, even very mainstream ones like DeepSeek R1, like that DeepSeek, the infamous one that was in the news from China and all that stuff. You could use it for free just through OpenRouter. It's very cheap to run. There's a lot of other niche ones. And
I just learned something new.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. This is like the perfect, beautiful tool for developers to make things easier and cheaper. And I don't hear a lot of people talking about this. So if you want to use DeepSeek in your application, here you go. Free right through here. The full reasoning model. And then there's so many others on here too. Like you can go and sort by just free models. Maybe you have no budget. Well, here's where you go. We can go from newest. So Google's models, they provide those for free, mostly free through their platform anyways. So you could get them through here. Everyone knows getting API keys from any Google platform will make you want to scratch your eyes out. We got DeepSeek. We got Quen, or whatever that is. That's another new model that's been coming out of some Chinese company. We have even some the dolphin models from Mistral, extremely powerful. Like if you want something along the lines of maybe something like GPT 4.0, maybe something a little bit more creative. It has a little bit of a woodsy undertone to it. You go with dolphin.
No, if it's grok, it's got a little musk. Tech Jeeper, I don't know if you see this, Matt. He says,
well,
oh, man,
guys, I hope you enjoyed this episode, the first and last episode of
the Tech Jeeper says, oh man, this was totally worth it. This is amazing. So there you go.
Look at us. Look at us. Who would have thought?
No, yeah.
Look at us.
Yeah,
me.
Look at us. Look at us.
No, but really, guys, seriously, I that's great to hear. That's why you'll notice with a lot of stuff, we're just getting a feel for doing this today. I told Chris before we started, this is going to be the most just, let's see what sticks. Let's see what people like episode of this. As you can tell, we don't have all the tech set up and whatnot because we don't even know what we're going to be doing much with this yet. We have a goal and we have an idea, and you guys will help us shape the vehicle to get there. Maybe by using a dolphin. Who knows? So,
using the tools that we build, which we're still in the process of.
Well, see, that's the annoying part. No, we finished that process like 2 weeks ago. We're trying to get it to people. How annoying is that?
Not bad. So, what we're talking, the ebook thing, the tonight thing, Matthew.
Oh, yes. Yes. Okay, got it.
The thing that we should be doing right now.
Let's circle back to that.
Yeah.
Okay, getting too much. Okay, yeah. That's what I was saying. It's like I'm trying to go through.
We're getting in the weeds.
Move through everything.
Yeah. Let's get back to building the app.
All right, let's go. All right. So, well, actually, we got to go right back there really quick for a moment because we do need to choose the model. Now, for right now, put something in there as a placeholder. You could change it later, but just put something so you could actually test the feature as you're building, right? So let's go. Let me get the main page. Okay, so screw it. I'll put the Google one in there. It's free. I hear it's pretty good.
I've used it. I haven't minded at all, honestly.
I don't know why Google does get a lot of crap for their AI stuff. Like, man, Google really dropped the ball. Like, are you sure? Okay. So, by the way, I went through that autopilot. I'm sorry. If you want to put the model in there, don't copy this. Do not copy the title. You want to copy the actual identifier, which is right under it. Okay. Click the copy icon, cursor, drop it in there. There you go. So we got our AI provider. We got our model, at least for right now, that's chosen. And we might be good to go. So here's what I think we should do. I want to show the actual start to the process too. So we could start with that feature and we could add to it. Which, by the way, guys, you don't need to have everything figured out from the beginning. You can go back and just add stuff whenever you want.
Well,
but
and I assume that's what we're going to do.
That, yes.
The tech is
the tech stuff that is the thing that once it starts, very hard to change. Because let's say, Supabase, right? We'll probably circle back to that at some point because we need to create the accounts and all that. I want to show you guys how to do it. There are a lot of very quirky things that I wish I knew that I'll show you guys. That'll be your database provider. This is where all your user data and everything is stored and pulled from. That is integrated in every single part of your code, every single part of the app. And if you use that for authentication, even more so. So if you want to change that later on and you didn't know what you were doing, you just start over. Burn the app. And I'm actually not even joking. If it's something relatively simple, just start over. That's how awful it is.
Wow.
And most people, they don't make any document like this at all for some reason. They just jump right in and they don't know what they're even using for their platforms. So good to go. Now, we want to make sure we have all of these things set up. But what I would like to do first is transition to the next part of the process. We could create the accounts as it's building out those features. I think that'll be a more maybe smooth workflow for this, right?
Okay. Yep.
So let's start with this. Let's just flesh this out real quickly.
Yeah, and I am kind of curious because you pared down, because the PRD had a full-fledged, these are the features, but you pared it down to just two. And the logic behind that instead of saying here's everything, is to take it
Oh,
piecemeal.
literally just for the sake of time. Like normally, yeah, I would just put all of those in here, but just so people don't get to sit through us doing all of those, right? But yeah, typically you would want to do that. I would keep them simple like this, and then it depends how complicated the feature is.
Yeah.
There's no math, there's no real methodology behind it. It's just common sense. Like if you have a very complex workflow for something that you're trying to put together, tell it what to do. Don't make it figure all that out, right? So let me make sure we have this good here. Let's see. Bear with me. I'm just going to move this onto the screen, though. I could read a little bit better right here just to do this quick for the sake of time. And then we're going to go and launch this actual part of the process here. Let's see. So, but yeah, I'm glad you guys found the open router stuff useful. I don't know why people don't talk about that either. So let's see. So let me go ahead and run this real quick. Let's see. And by the way, guys, any questions that you guys do have about anything, feel free to throw them in here. We're all ears. That's why we're here. Let's see. Let's see. And you could enjoy the sounds of our smooth hipster Halloween tech music.
Well, it's Star Wars lo-fi right now. Thank you for the follow, Drew Dreamcast. Yeah, I still have the red curtain. And I have Tix clocks too. It's still over there. Still. Right now, we're in the process of showing people how we're going to be building out a prototype for an ebook course creation tool for people that are trying to sell their knowledge.
And actually showing. Not just, you use Cursor for this, use this thing for that. Now you have an app.
This is the thing, Matthew. I mean, like, we talk about time, but like, if we're fully built, this is what, well, in many ways, Twitch and YouTube are good for, is to build like
exactly
the whole stem to stern.
And see, that's the thing I'm curious about too. So speaking, like, literally just like to you,
hours.
But also everyone watching, let us know what you guys want to see. I think it's going to be a mix of both. That's why you've noticed I've gone back and forth even on this as I try and feel it out what it's going to be like. I would love to just have this going for 8 hours. I will sit here, whether it's one of us or both of us.
But that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying, is that people, I don't think we have to worry so much about, I mean, tonight, I don't know, but like when we're baking, I think it could be, it doesn't have to be a show per se. It's just streaming the actual
right. Because originally that's what I was just going to do with my streaming stuff. Then we connected and started thinking about this stuff. I was like, okay, but maybe we just stick with that, because I would love to do that. I would love to just make it more of just a casual kind of, here we are, come hang out with us.
I think that makes more sense. And then you schedule like, hey, we're going to be again work on this is the schedule, right? Like on this day it's this, on this hour is this, and then that becomes the promotable thing. And then
I think that'd be cool, because we just give a link, because we use basically Notion for everything. I'll just give them a link to our board and let them watch the whole process. I think it's kind of cool.
That's what
I think that's probably what this is going to wind up being. I think that's right. It could be both. We could do individual things like, hey, tonight we're just going to tell you guys about this thing, and that's it. But
right.
Definitely. Let's see. Come on. There you go. Just refining the description a little bit. You'll see what I changed in there. Good.
You're still fleshing out the make file, if you will. The make file.
Yeah. I just want to take some of like the bulk out of the description, but that's all. And by the way, guys, like what you're seeing like right here, well, number one, because again, we're trying to see what balance we want from teaching versus just watching the work.
It's a mix. I think it's a mix.
Yeah, plus I'm exhausted and dying from some unknown plague.
This is what I'm saying.
You guys don't need to worry about it taking that long.
You don't have to worry about being meta. Right? It's all good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like for their side of it too. It's like, oh God, do I gotta sit a whole night and
Don't
do
worry
all
about
this?
it.
It's like
No,
everything's
don't worry
longer,
about
guys,
it.
when
It's
you're
not.
explaining it.
Don't overthink it. They will and they won't. They'll come in and out. Trust me, it'll work.
See,
Thank
that's
you
how
for
you
the
know when
following.
someone's had so many years of experience teaching people.
Just
It's like
trust me on
they'll
this.
get it.
They'll get it. They'll be in and out. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's just the way it works.
Just turn to Tony there for a second. It's like, oh, they'll get it.
I'm not sure how to say it, but
telling
thank you for the follow. Is it Omox Salvi? Omox. I don't know how to say half these usernames. Thank you for the follow. We're building prototypes and showing off a little bit more about the ecosystem of AI options, because we're making stuff happen. We're building software for us, bro, and then vicariously for everybody else. That's my goal. If I had an overarching goal, it's that. And getting people to watch the process of building it, I think, is just as compelling as actually having said, here, we did it. So then we can say we did it, but you had an opportunity to watch us doing it. Watch us do the next one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Circular. It's a virtuous cycle.
And it's not even so much, people's intention with how they teach people things. It's just stuff that you can't like hold it in like a little concept of like, how do you do X, Y, and Z? There's unspoken little things that you pick up from being actually like mentored and observing versus reading. Oh, here's the step by step. Yeah.
Even what you explain, I'm like, okay, all this makes sense, but I don't know if I would have intuited that, outright. Right. Even I think Tech Chief picked up on some of that too. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you're editing. Hang on, Matthew. Yeah. I've got your screen off. It's not being shown. Is you're editing?
That's fine. Yeah, I'm just doing this quick on here, so then we can move into.
I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Keep doing that. Don't worry.
Well, actually, here I gotta move these down here anyways, because I gotta open up the other doc.
I always, because I can't see things on the screen, I zoom in. Like I have like a shortcut to like zoom in on the screen so I can see. To keep everything so small.
You still do the command scroll?
Yep, it's command.
Yep. Still not default for some reason. I don't know why.
Control. I actually used control. Has always been the shortcut, if not my shortcut.
Let's do this. Oh, there we go. We're back.
Let me know when you want me to put up the other screen. Oh, you got it. You're not.
But actually, you can now. That's okay.
No, it's not. You're not sharing.
It's stopped it completely.
All
okay.
good. All good.
Let's
do not sweat. Do not worry.
Let me find my toolbar over here. Let's go present. Let's go share screen. Let's go. Where's the second one? There we go. Cool. All right, we're good to go.
Okay, going back. And then I gotta. For some reason, this is the way it wants to share. I guess we can share this way. I just never liked the layout like this for some reason. But this is fine.
It feels like I'm trying to sell you something.
Okay, but I think this
very zoomy.
Yeah, it's very zoomy. That's why I didn't like it. But let's go with that one. I'm gonna move us around though, because I can. I'm gonna put us, in the middle of the page so no one can see anything.
It's this. Your world. You're the creator. Happy little codes. All right.
It's just hard to get the perfect position for icons that doesn't block anything. But I'm used to it. I'm used to it.
That's fine. They don't gotta see everything.
I can fill. There we go. Let's do it that way.
That was strange. We all just felt the shift from. We're gonna look back at it and be like, "Hey, remember we started in the first 2 hours? We thought we were making like the late show of like coding. Then we were like, let's just sit here and make stuff."
I think it's always gonna be the make stuff.
Yeah, and like I said, that was my original thing, anyways. And then we were gonna experiment, so it'll be a mix of both. That's fine.
Boop. We have now moved. Even though it's blocked somewhat, it looks better.
I'm gonna clip that, make it one of the call out sounds people donate. Boop, boop. If it's just like $1, just be like boop.
Is that better? Man, why is that? I don't like that. I'm like Matthew. I'm like, when it comes down to pixel perfect, like it's like I'm just.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, it's much better.
Well, the stuff that matters.
I think I sent this to you, Matthew. I said print inventory. Did I send that to you? The guy Tech Jeepers building it. I sent it to somebody saying he's building this in AI or with AI. I thought I sent it to you.
Maybe. I mean, it sounds familiar, but I'm not sure it's because you just I don't know.
Yeah, it's okay. You're not in the world of 3D printing. Yeah, the birthday doesn't work right now because
you can't sit with us yet, so I'm not surprised.
I'm not using I'm not using OBS. Like a banta.
Let's see.
I could change the music too, but
yeah, I'm enjoying it.
No, it's chill, lo-fi.
Yeah.
I've got a few options that I've got over the years. Although sometimes I get flagged. So what are we looking at? What are we reviewing?
I'm still going with the original
okay.
PRD and getting the features all together here.
Yeah. Go ahead, do your thing.
Yeah. See, that's one thing I like about how we threw everything out there with this one, because now it's like, oh, okay, now I know a good way to display my normal workflow. Here's where I'll put this, and like, so that's all that could be solidified now. It's cool.
Part of building in public is, building in public, and it's not, going to be perfect.
My uncle got arrested for building in public.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Well, it sounds like something like that, doesn't it? Okay, where's the notes now? It's kind of ironic how this is, of all music, the music that's safe to use. It's kind of funny, isn't it?
Yeah, the lo-fi Star Wars. Yeah. Well, I had a friend of mine. He did one. I was going to choose that one. I'm going to flip to it actually. He made this music that you're about to hear in AI. Everything that's going to be playing now, Toxic Doom did in AI.
That's a really fun space. I think people really haven't embraced enough yet.
I did that in the early days of vlogging. I used an app that was acquired by TikTok or ByteDance or whatever to generate AI music that wouldn't get me flagged.
Yeah, like I'm surprised there's still so many or like those big library sites like Audio Jungle, or was it like Artlist or whatever, they don't really just fully embrace that. Just let YouTubers promote that crap. Their same flows.
No, Tech Jeepers use Cursor to build from scratch a few tools for internal functions at work in minutes instead of weeks. See, that's crazy. See, if I had I'd be all over this stuff. There's zero doubt. Oh, I have cloned my voice, and I thought it did a pretty damn good job, to the point where I stopped doing the clone voice thing, and people said, okay, you can stop using AI audio. I'm like, that's me. That's not AI. I only experiment with AI like once or twice.
I hate that when it comes to like design stuff. Kind of like you were saying, it's like, oh, like I'm always that guy like in the group. I hate how like every time if you actually put effort into something, it's like, oh, did you do that, or was that like an AI? I think it's like, oh, no. I guess you're thinking about everything anyway. So let's see. Oh, hold on. I need to get out of the guest thing and view the full file now. I wish I knew that. Yeah, I think what we'll do, because I've seen some other people do this, and every time I see it, it feels right. I'm gonna put together like a like that one creator, Pirate Software, made that site. It's like howtobuildgames.com or something like that, and it's just Yeah, it's just a resource of like a directory of links of everything like we're showing people for this stuff. I would love to put actually something like that together. So it's like every time someone has a question, there it is in the
Well,
description.
that's
Like,
but
it's down there.
in many ways, that's what an AI chatbot will do when it's got the knowledge. When you give it this video, like what's the name of the website? Creator.io. Yeah, Creator.io. If you can feed it a database, it's an always-on assistant for solopreneurs. Capture leads, answer customer questions, and sell more. So basically, we could feed it this video and other videos, and someone could ask the question, and if we've answered it, it'll give them the answer. Don't worry about building something; it's been built.
That's going to be a big feature in this actual thing here too. Remember we were talking the other day. Surprised there's not more tools to like capture the essence of like someone's tone of voice and style and whatnot. You just scrape their YouTube captions, their profiles, whatnot. Yep. I want to put something down here too. Whoops, let me go back in here. Let's see. What's this thing doing? Hold on. I'm simultaneously some freaking weird Apple problems as we speak. There we go. Just grab the link again. Okay. I'll put that here and then put this in here.
So Matthew, okay.
Let's say, hi.
Keep doing your thing. Keep doing your thing. TechJeeper said there's a lot of content like this out there, but almost every one of them has some sort of sales spin on it, or they want you to install their cursor plugin for some reason. He says this has already been 100x more valuable than anything else I've found around this topic. So
we appreciate you, sir.
That's a part of being real.
You're a gentleman, a scholar.
It's we're saying what we're doing. We're building, but we're building with the intent to make a product that people could use, right? It's like, as opposed to selling something as the reason to do the content. It's kind of like flipping the model kind of on its ear.
Right. Like you guys are the ones selling stuff with us.
Kind of, yeah.
I think a big downside of that too, like doing that in the standard way, is you're afraid to criticize everything too. Like if you never want to kill a sponsorship opportunity, you're not going to go and talk crap about one of these platforms.
Oh, I will find a sponsor. I will.
We got Arby's so far. By the way, guys, coupon code down below. Yeah. So
I'm vegan.
So it's something. Okay, this is really annoying. Let me try and I'm gonna try and log into my ChatGPT account because OpenAI can't make these share things function like a regular text document for some reason. Okay, so I have a curious Chris question. What company provides your go-to like general chat assistant for AI, like ChatGPT? Like you use ChatGPT, you a Claude guy, you a Google guy?
You know, in building that ebook and fleshing it out, I found Google to be the best. So my go-to when I did research today for a maker event, because I'm doing like basically competitive analysis of like, okay, I want to do like a bigger maker deck event. In the 3D printing space, there's community events called ERF and MRF and SMRF. It's like all these, and they happen, throughout the year. I'm like, what dates could I do? And so I came up with potentially August later this year. But when I circled back with the city, they said, well, February, you could probably get better hotel rates for people. I'm like, okay, so I'm looking now at February 2026. So I went to ChatGPT and asked it. I basically prompted him like, hey, I want to produce a 3D printing / maker event. I'm looking, these are the other events, these types of events. What would be the best time between this month and that month to do it? And it was done. So I think my mind starts to go to ChatGPT by default. But I think for building something, I found it not to be as creative, not as Google Gemini was. The model. So I think for analysis at this point, I'm not using Gemini. I'm using ChatGPT. But for the ebook, Google Gemini figured it out. Gemini was able to do what I wanted it to do. Minus, can you export this to a Google Doc? Sorry, I can't do that. I'm like, asshole. You're like,
right.
Like, really? I'm like, I'm in Google. I can't export. Okay. But it would have been a hell of a lot easier. That's for sure.
It's like, I thought this is why you exist, but okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I had take an example outline of the PRD to feed both an LLM and have it make one in 30 seconds. Yeah. So that's the thing. I wrote the PRD that I linked based on just the paragraph that Matthew has right there at the top. It fleshed out the PRD based on that. And I thought it did a great job. I thought it handled it well enough. And that's what Matthew's going through right now.
Yeah, it did a very clean one here. So one of the reasons we typically don't do that for like the actual outline doc, we mentioned this a little bit earlier when we went through it, is simply because the AI has this personality. Every single model, it just wants to make you happy. Like, you're its parent and it just wants to make you proud, so it will overachieve with everything you give it typically. And if you ask it for something that's as specific, it needs to be as strategic and detailed as like a feature list with sub items, it's just going to run with it and you won't even know what you're building after a certain point. So I always take some time and just do this part manually, but then everything else you do that so you go let the AI run with stuff.
Well, and I sent you a link to, probably on X, but like someone had default parameters for the AI to keep it on task. Do you use those?
Yes. So
this isn't an on task thing, but you know what I'm saying? Like
right. We do have that. And I'm going to give everyone like
the rules,
one that I kind of settled on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. TechJeeper, what do you mean? You can do it in Gemini. You have to use @ and the tool. Really? Hang on. Let me see if it could do a better job, because it told me it couldn't do it. And this is the thing that ticks me off now too, is when I run Gemini on my phone, it shows up as like, now I have to go and freaking delete, like, no, I don't need this search showing up in Gemini on the web. Like, I want to use it more on the web, but it mixes like all the Googles and stuff that I did. I'm like, oh, damn it. Okay, so if I go
when ChatGPT added
at Google Docs,
memory, it was weird.
Export in totality. Interesting. I did not know that. I'm learning something here. So it's connecting to workspace analysis.
Okay, got it. Okay. Sorry.
Oh my God, this would have been perfect. Yeah, this is what I want. This is what I, oh God, this would have saved me like an hour or two. It's crazy.
The best thing about this space is also the worst thing. I've had 3 instances.
Hang on. Wait, Matthew.
Hi.
Sorry, not to interrupt, but here's the problem. It got to a certain point and then it times out. Like memory limitations, it was too big. The block was too big, so I still ended up having to copy and paste.
It's too bad, Google doesn't have the server
enough
space for that much text.
Oh, the @ stuff is the new agentic stuff they added. Yeah, I didn't know. All right, keep going.
Saving documents.
I'll BRB.
Quote George Carlin, high tech shit. All right, I think I actually just solved this one thing I was on. Let's see. I'm gonna put those here. Text you 1 megabyte of text in this economy is exactly. See the price of eggs, the cost of tokens. Thanks, Obama. I don't know. All right, let's see. All right, figured out my weird macOS issues. So Oh, so for context, like to live life on the edge a little bit. I install the beta deployments of Mac OS. Never had an issue until this last week, and everything just broke. So I'm having all these like weird, like things you help your grandma with issues. It's not because I'm disabled upstairs. It's because my computer had the stroke this week. So there's that. Hey, speaking of, 1 second, let me. Maybe I could change this. Hold on. I might actually be able to do this. Maybe. All right, there we go. Cool. So, curious, what do you guys use? This is like one of my weird, quirky things. I always ask everybody. You tell a lot about a person. What do you guys use for notes? Like just regular notes. Like you have an idea, you want to throw it down on something quick. What's your go-to thing? I'll probably expand on that too. I have rants. Shadow Ghost says Obsidian. Okay. See, this is what Chris was talking about before too. When you don't got to worry about selling someone something or getting sponsors. I tried Obsidian for a day, and I get it. You need to get used to it. You need to get its quirks and whatnot. Every platform's like that. I think you people are sociopaths. It is just so much just for notes that I don't understand it. The knowledge, like the graph thing, I think is very cool. Like I would probably once a year download it to see the map of my brain or whatever, but I did not get Obsidian. But the funny thing is, Notion is probably the one app that I'm like a cult member for, which is extra ironic because I used to clown on people who seem to worship it like they were in some kind of cult, but I was converted very quickly.
What did I come back to?
Hi.
Oh, do I need?
Oh, guys, hi. No. Oh, no, you're good. You're good. Wow, that is weird. Our brains are so insane. I was clicking the buttons to go ahead and like switch something right there as you did that. Let's see. Oh yeah, I think I reset something. I figured out my Mac OS grandma level like tech issues I was trying to figure out before, so we're back in business now. All right, let me see. Let me go ahead and put this back now. Let's see. And boom.
Okay, you ready?
We're good. We're back. Cool.
Who's
Oh yeah, so we were just talking about notes.
Wait,
what do you use for notes?
Well, I vastly hang on. Are you getting done what you need to get done? You were reading the PRD to.
Yes, I'm good. I'm moving those into my notes right now. So
it depends. I live in the Google ecosystem, but I'm also a Mac user, so I can't use notes all the time. But like if I need to do something real quick on the desktop, I open notes. If I know I need to get something on mobile, I'll use Keep. So I don't really store anything permanently in notes. Well, I guess I do, but like it gets really confusing, and I've yet to do one or the other. So I just probably need to get better at doing. I wish Google Keep honestly had like a desktop app, and I'd probably use it more frequently. And I think I could even do not a wrapper, but like I think there's a way to have Google Keep installed
to sync all your stuff.
Not just sync, just to have, just because I launch it, I go open Notes, and then I've got like, if I go and then Notes, boom, it launches Notes, and then I've got everything in there, right? But the problem with that is, what happens is, it just becomes two different places, and I need to get better at finding like a unified whatever.
So, well, that's not shocking because it seems like we think in multiple similar ways. But yeah, we were just talking about that. Like this here, I'm going to put this on the other screen while I'm doing this. This sums it up for me. I think this is the most accurate way I can articulate my thoughts. Yep.
Notes. Yep.
And I was just saying before, it's weird because I'm like a cult member of Notion and managing stuff in there, but I it's too much for Notes. I don't need all that for freaking Notes.
So like I'll use Notes and then put to Keep. What I have to do mentally is stop using Notes and just use Keep, because I can't get to Notes easily on the Android device.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. I wish Apple did more Android apps, but.
Well, you could actually get Apple Notes on Android now, but all the notes are green.
iCloud. It's iCloud.
Well, it's true. You actually can.
You can.
Use pin as a web app, make your own wrapper.
What kind of psychopath uses Adobe for notes?
There's some guy out there.
OneNote was an app I never used.
Because I don't think anyone knew what it was actually for. There was no benefits to it. It was just like, yeah, it's a note thingy. Doesn't really do anything. Oh boy.
All right, Matthew's
out.
That
was happening eventually. Yeah, because we did our initial setup process for all this today. So
derp work.
There we go. Oh, I put the wrong one on again. Damn it.
No. Yeah.
Let's see. Here's what I am going to do, though. I'm going to take a seat. I am a standing desk person sometimes. All right, you guys are going to go for a ride. Here we go. Oh, wrong way.
Whee!
Oh. Hold on. I need to use the app. Let's see. Yeah, so uplift desks, after a while, they're like weight limit sensor things go, and you need to do everything on the app. So
I'm trying to eat healthy
connector. There we go. Ugh. All right, good enough.
You good?
That'll do, Tim Apple. That'll do. Let's see here. This one here.
Oh, print's done. I think I have all my pieces now for this thing.
You have your whole brain now. You're a real boy.
I am. I can have all my customer notes. Have Copilot create a PowerPoint with me. Oh, that's interesting. Maybe I should. I don't know. OneNote just always seemed like overkill to me, but maybe it would start making more sense. I've not found a great note app that just works for the way that I work. I keep it simple. If it's just a scratch pad, it's notes. But if I want to keep it, it's keep. You know what I'm saying? Like scratch pad notes. Because I don't need it permanently. It's just going to be temporary.
Yeah.
And then sometimes, it becomes a permanent thing, but I think that's delineation for me.
That's pretty much my thing too. It's just like Apple Notes is where stuff gets dumped.
Yeah.
And then if it needs to be in existence over a week, it just goes in the Notion archive thing.
What do we need to, you've got the graphics still up. Are you working on something else?
Oh, all good. Yeah. Hang on. I'm going to move all this stuff over to here. Look at a second. It's just a literal technical limitation of why I'm doing this one part this way.
You can show the notes as you're writing if you wanted to.
Yeah. You would think.
There's nothing that, I mean, we're building it, so.
But right before you came back, I solved the problem, solved the roadblock. So, all right, let's see. Hold on there.
Here.
Boop. Hey, how you doing?
Just saying. More interesting to see our heads.
My uncle said that once too. Never saw him again after that.
Dude, what the hell? What the hell's wrong with your uncle, dude?
I don't know. He gets in a lot of trouble. Okay. Hold on here. One moment, guys. We're gonna move back into presentation mode here.
It's okay. They got us.
You can tell Chris has been in group dad mode a lot. It's like they're fine.
They're fine. They're okay.
Don't listen to them.
Yeah, I've got a sick kid in the other room. She's fine. She's been sleeping now.
At least as far as I know, she's still in there. All right, like she was there like 4 hours ago. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. All right, cool. Where's the top of the things? There we go. No, let me get this out of the way. Oops. Sorry for everyone's eyes. Let's go back over here. Okay, let's run these things in. Okay, yeah. Had a unrelated fire that we just had to put out on camera, so you guys are getting the real live experience here.
Okay, you ready?
In addition to the micro stuff. So yes, I'm gonna jump right back into this here.
Okay.
So everything's good. Everything's good. Everyone's alive. Don't worry. So let's go and throw these back in there. Been a freaking week. Okay. So now we have these organized here. Let me start the wrong.
I don't know if Evernote is. Oh, hang on, Tim. Sorry, we're building an app. In the process of building an app and talking through how to build apps in AI, Tim. And T-Web, we weren't really talking about notes in general, but Matt ended up asking what I used, and I
scream became about it for a while there.
Yeah, I haven't used Evernote in eons. I remember when it was a thing and everyone was in love with it, and I just never. Again,
it was great when they were ahead of everything.
Yeah, but then they quickly fell behind.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I figured out my flow, and we all find it. Not every note that I take I want to keep necessarily, but what I want a little better is being able to flesh notes out from within notes. So theoretically, Keep will be able to do that at some point. I don't know if Google's thinking that direction, or Apple even to a certain degree with Apple Intelligence within Notes. But we're not building a note app. We're going to be building the ebook builder, course builder app. And right now, Matthew is reviewing the PRD.
Yes, we're back into business here.
Nope.
See sign here. Simple. Yeah, I find myself actually using the Apple Intelligence stuff more than I thought. I mean, yeah, it's kind of sad and underwhelming what they're doing in the space overall, but
have not touched it.
It's kind of useful, thankfully, the way they integrate it into stuff. So, all right, hang on here. Okay, I'll come back in here. Cool. All right, everyone's alive. No worries. I think it's going to be fun during some of this too. Like, there's inevitably going to be something really crazy that's caught, like on one of these, like someone, I don't know, catching on fire. You're going to find out some terrible news or great news with us. Okay, so I'm going to come back down here. So here's how I'm going to break this down here. I want to do our next section here for, we're going to do like a main section and a subsection for all the content creation stuff and those tools. So I'm going to come in here. I'm going to do like our basic headline here. And then we're going to do our subheading thing. Let's see. So let's see. So the way that I think this should be implemented, and this is kind of another way that you start to look at things too, where you build the pieces, even if the AI is automating everything, and then you have it connect them later on. So I'm going to have it list and build each individual tool on its own. That's why, like, something like this, you really want to parse out, because it's going to just connect all of them to where if it does it all in the beginning, and then let's say you remove one, well, you didn't realize somehow it was linked to everything else inside of the app. So you want to keep things, like non-destructive editing.
Yeah.
You talk about content, but for code, kind of. That's one of the things that I've learned just through experience. I feel like no one talks about enough too.
Yeah.
So I just had to split these out here. So let's go and build these separate ones. So I would say what I would like the main, kind of like a brain dump tool for this, to where it's a page with a tool that users could go to where they don't got to worry about how they're articulating their ideas. They don't got to worry about how they're formatting stuff. They could just dump their content, almost as in like training data. It's kind of a weird term for it. And I think the tool should just take all of that for them and then output it in like a report, like a bullet point type of thing. Because I think that's where a lot of people who would come into this particular tool are at. Like, they know what they want to do, and they have just crap everywhere, and they want to take that first, specifically for this phase, and structure it somehow. So let's get that in here. So I'm just going to call this for right now. We're going to call this the brain dump tool. I'm curious. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna take and edit the autocomplete thing right there.
Famous last words.
Oh, absolutely. Just one more prompt. Let's say tool users can input. Here's on the platform.
Generate a list of how about generate and organize? Not just generate.
I'm gonna elaborate on this one a little bit more for it. So I'm gonna go users should be
because they won't be organized.
To upload. Let's see. Let's leave it open for right now because all these models can analyze basically everything. I'm gonna do video though because
okay, yeah.
I'm gonna put video because that could also refer to you like hosted videos and stuff too.
Okay, imagine if we uploaded this video and say make an ebook giving the top 25 takeaways of getting started with ebook
that we want.
Ebook. You know what I'm saying? Like make an ebook out of a YouTube video. Make a course out of an ebook out of a YouTube video.
Other media format. Nice into
this gets me excited. I love the ideation process.
Oh, me too. That's what I'm saying. Like for some reason we're in the minority, but I love freaking.
I'm a product guy though.
These things, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good time for us to exist.
I'm telling you, man.
Finally, kind of came to a nice equilibrium.
Perfect timing.
Hold on 1 second. Need a phone app again here. Hold on. I got to turn off an alarm that I know is about to go off. And I'm going to do it here, and I want to load this. There we go. There we go. In a month, this is going to evolve into just the 24/7 live stream, but now it's just split screen of both of us.
You do understand I have the 24/7 live stream exists on my Twitch channel, right? This is what's streaming onto it now, but you do realize it's there.
I did not know that still existed. I really did not.
It's still there. So
crap.
It's there. We're done. We've got it. It's the framework's there. People are there. We start the regular schedule of shit. It'll grow. That's where Tech Jeeper is. Allison took a break. 3 hours? Damn.
Jeez. It doesn't feel like it, right?
No, it doesn't. It does not. I swear to God, it feels when I get into this stuff, it
And now you see too why it's like a common joke. It's like the next thing you know, it's 5 a.m. That's why that actually happens to me. All right, let's see. Cool.
I'm trying to eat healthy snacks rather than going to the unhealthy stuff. But I'm out. Well, I guess I could grab more cuties. Into my hands, I'm jaundiced. Orange and turmeric. That's an orange turmeric hand there. Thank you so much.
I'm blocking out the chat here.
You want me to move anything?
Yeah. Oh no, good. I mean, like I have my actual screen for the other one.
Okay. Now, see what I find interesting. I mean, and I did the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're building an AI, but you're actually fleshing out. This is the human component, right? And this is, I think, the understated.
Mm-hmm.
You could do it. Anybody can do this, but if you build it in AI, it's not going to know exactly every perfect intent that Matt or I.
It's just so good that it tricks people into assuming it's reading their minds.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
But
so in a weird way,
you're helping it.
You're more valuable now.
Yeah, it's thinking. It's being able to think, and being a subject matter expert enough to know what it is you need to do, rather than having AI tell you what it needs to do. This is a situation where I think a manual construct works better than automated.
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to research.
absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? As opposed to doing research. Research is different. But if you know your shit, then Allison said all the online tutorials only get you so far before you get an error or problem. The problem solving is the helpful part. Exactly.
Yep.
I totally agree. Critical thinking. I mean, this is the thing, you know, I'm hoping that my daughter Jedi will, you know, learn through osmosis. Like, no, you can't, you've got to think through the problem. Think through the problem. There's a lot that's going to be unspoken, and you can't count on always having a calculator, so to speak, or an AI tool. An AI tool is not going to help you reason. It will give you reasoning, but sometimes that reasoning isn't going to be anywhere near accurate.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I do have a love-hate relationship with this autocomplete thing. It's doing this creepy thing where it's writing everything like I kind of would already, but it's just a little aggressive. Sorry, get that. Let's see.
Yeah, there's never a good dial. Too light or too aggressive.
Oh, there you go. Again, like the notes.
Mm-hmm.
The really smart people and the really dumb people. Let's see. Yeah, so what I did do, because honestly, there is like a happy middle ground. So I did have, I tried in ChatGPT, and then I'm a big fan of Grok, actually.
I haven't even tried Grok.
Spit out as many like granular like elements of all these features. So I'm just scrolling through those, and I'm putting them in here and pasting them in, and then we're good with this. We can move on. If you haven't, it surprised me a lot, especially the deep research, like the perplexity thing they have in there.
Yeah,
surprisingly useful. I sent you a couple of the like the share like link things.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
It's the whole, and we won't go into that whole thing. That'll be for another episode. But it's the whole AI safety posturing crap. And it's the prime example of why that cripples so many products. Like the fact that Grok would just search through like Reddit or all people's posts on X, and it can get like sentiment analysis about what you're talking about. And it's scary how useful that actually is. And it's the only one that'll do that. Okay. So I got that. Hold on.
Yeah, and even the description missed a couple of points, but
well, I have those that we're gonna put more like
separate
into like these, because I know that would have it. Yeah. So here, let me give a little my thought process for this, right? Like why this one stupid little part is taking longer than it typically would. So on the back end of this, right? This is one of those tools where on the surface it seems very like simple in concept, but when you think about the back end is going to work, this is the time again to outline this before it gets overly complex. So what I mean by that essentially is picture the flow chart of how it's going to take that data and the steps of what it needs to extract, why it's doing that, and then how it formats that and then iterates on it. So those are all the things where it sounds like, hey, isn't the AI just supposed to do that? It's like, well, yeah, we're not building ChatGPT. Like, you actually want something that serves a purpose.
Yeah.
This is what the wrapper is for. Like, we're just taking, it's like there's different bottled water companies. Yeah, we already went on the whole wrapper rant at the beginning of this thing, but all right, let's see here. I'm going to go ahead and just come back to this. For some reason, my brain is fried on that, and I'm going to quickly just do the rest of these, which we know we need. So, here, I'm going to flesh this one out a little more. Users, let's say, should be able to use this tool to Analyze and understand their they're in progress content or ideas or their published content and or products from their account and extract those from no. The most relevant points to extract key to construct a simple yet beautiful landing page for their product. So what I just did right there.
Hang on. Do we want to add call to action? Do we want to think marketing? Do we want to think?
Yeah. So now we have this. That's why I was looking back at this one. I want to give it the workflows for these two real quick.
Because it's not just a landing page. It's here's my name. This is why I'm an expert. Buy my shit.
Right. They need to know what it's supposed to be pulling from their
name.
And this is where that the character extraction.
But do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
With the intent to sell. Landing page for their product with the intent to sell with specific calls to action. You're building the marketing for them.
That, funny enough, is one of those weird black or white kind of things too. I've noticed there's for some reason a very weird shortcoming, even with the more creative writing models, the more powerful ones. It either writes really obnoxious, salesy, in your face, corny type of marketing content, or it just writes complete garbage. There's nothing in between. There's there are tricks and prompts and whatnot you can get to kind of trick it into doing that, but that's one thing that's interesting. Because I was thinking too, one thing you're gonna start to notice, and it's bad when I started to catch myself doing this in day-to-day conversations, you start to notice the words that AI likes versus others. I would never give a brief an actual designer that said construct a simple yet beautiful landing page. To a human that just sounds goofy, but I know that gets exactly what I want from this, which is weird.
Right.
So let's see. Water.
But do you know what I'm saying about specifically why it's building the landing page? Do we need to define?
Well, yeah, that's why I went off on that right there too. That's why you have to be very specific with those things too.
Well, but what I'm saying there, it wasn't defined here.
Unless,
it wasn't defined. Selling.
Well, I'm going to take this, and then I'm going to give it just the basic structure of things to.
Okay.
Well, one, extract, and then what to do formatting one. So let's see. For that, I actually will probably do.
And I definitely trust Matthew on that because he did this specifically for the other service that we're getting ready to roll out.
And I know which feature you're referring to, and this feels very similar. Because I did the same thing with that one too. It was oh, this will be a 10-minute, right? And I was oh wow, it's a lot of stuff I gotta tell it how to calculate. It doesn't know what it's doing with this. So because for that other project in particular, I noticed by going through, and there's other instances of this too, for anyone trying to learn this stuff, I would start to keep this in the back of your head. Always tell the AI to build in almost logs is the most simple technical way to put it, but its thought process, because I later realized there were invisible prompts that it was writing to where it would take the audience size, like overall, like how much engagement certain things were getting on this specific platform, which they'll see later on, and it was taking that as the effectiveness score for that particular tool. And that's why it never made any sense. I was like, okay, I'm going to give you the AI a consulting document on how you need to analyze this. And yeah, so yeah, these do feel somewhere of that. So let's see. All right, cool.
Never mind me. I'm just whacking it over here.
Oh, did you add that integration to streaming thing?
Yeah, hell yeah. Just
that's a cool feature they built in. Automatically censors only on some platforms, you know. Beep. Let's go here.
I'm putting together the wait, hang on. The ATST model.
I thought it sounded like that.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's a distinct sound, yeah.
Multitasking, right? As I debate going and getting more things to eat that I should not be eating.
Okay, let's go back in these. All right, so here's what I'm doing for this, which I think might be interesting. So I know, like, there's one particular one I'm looking for, but I'm not going to waste too much time trying to find it. I know there is actually a native workflow that analyzes content this exact same way. So what I've done for some other feature like outlines that I've written out is you just take that, import the workflow, and then just describe what each node does, and then it makes that in code form, which is all Maven is. It's just a visual interface for workflows. So
I mean, if you know what that is,
because I know it works really well. So I'm trying to find this.
Remember. Oh yeah.
Yeah, because there's a bunch of these on their template thing. So, oh, I think I know where I get that. I can get in the history from other account. Okay. This will work.
This is called efficiency. Hey, Avaline, good to see you. Hope you are doing well. We're just building software. That's it. Using AI. And I'm putting together an ATST, not using AI, using my hands. Oops, shoot. Okay.
And everything. Okay, cool. Let's try this. I think this will go. Curious if this will work. If it does, I'm going to show this on stream real quick.
Well, you can
explain this.
Do you not want to show the error if there is an error?
Well, yes, but I got to set up these other profiles and crap in Chrome, and then on here officially for the next one, because I keep noticing stuff that's popping up everywhere. But let's see. If this work now. Oh, hold on. I'm in the wrong thing here.
That's what she said.
I think it's the other way around, but yeah, it kind of goes both ways. Guess anyone could be in the wrong thing.
Wait a second.
Ooh, okay. I'm going to try this. Okay, I'm going to bring this down here. Just had an idea. So remember I was saying, got a lot of good results by having the AI just reverse engineer the native workflows that people already spent time on.
Yeah.
So what if we do that from the beginning, as in have it generate one of those workflows to force it to think in that way, and then just have it turn it right back into an actual outline or code.
And you think that's going to work?
And this is just a crazy idea.
Yeah.
I'm going to try, because I was like, I wonder if I'm wasting time with this. Let's see.
Well, if you've worked through a process before and it's worked.
Yeah, I'm curious, like, if I just have it make the, let's see. Let's see. Oops. Oh, come on. Okay. Let's see. Write the JSON code for a workflow and which sees the various I'll do that. Oops. eBooks.
So you're trying to build your own.
Yeah, I'm curious, because that's what a lot of this is too. More so in the actual building phase. It's like tricking it into thinking the way you want it to.
Yeah.
Which is also a good thing to put in your rules files if you need to use it a lot, but it's usually a little bit of an overkill thing to put in there, because every task doesn't need that. Let's see. Others. And analyze it using an AI model to extract a.
Never mind me, I'm banging.
List of. Pretty busy over here tonight.
Let me tell you.
Bullet point list of. No.
This will only just help it along. The app. Yeah.
Can't do these things at once right now.
It's okay, Avaline. I mean, a lot of this stuff, I mean, I understand at a theoretical level, but Matt's done it before.
It's definitely one of those things too, where it's all simpler than you kind of think. Well, not simpler, but more so people who are making things happen sit and just press buttons until things happen. More than we like to think. It's just recognizing the patterns of which buttons do what.
Yeah.
Like a weird Pavlovian nerdy effect.
Yeah.
So, all right, let's see. All right, so, man, I praise Grok, but freaking Chat GPT is having a better better time with this. 03 Mini specifically. Let's see. I should go to the web version. I could pull it down there, but
ChatGPT would do a better job of this with the coding assistant, or is there optimal way of communicating with AI in order to get a better result? Be clear, like better prompting.
Never assume it knows what's in your head.
Yeah,
Always start with that.
So
that's what everyone does.
It's basically, I mean, there are many resources. Let me see if I can find a good one for you. So like the ultimate here, this is a link on X, Avaline. Oops, posted that to Twitch. There's a good example. So like you think of, format, objective, context, examples, like ultimately by what you ask and fleshing it out, like giving examples. What are you looking for? What's the objective? Like think about trying to explain to a student, like what do you want? What do you need from it, right? What is the goal? And especially if you're thinking from a research kind of mentality.
Okay. Trying to find my workflows here.
That should help you, Avaline. Are you fleshing something out elsewhere, Matt?
Yeah, I'm honed in on this one thing I thought of here, because we're going to use this in a lot of other these processes too. So I'm taking a minute on this right here. Whoops.
Okay.
There we go.
You got it?
Oh, I think I just got to share again. Let's see.
Okay.
There we go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I have what I casually refer to as Ross Ulbricht mode in macOS, where you just move the mouse down the bottom, it locks right away. So when you're at Starbucks and they come and grab you just
Well, I see X, but not. Are you doing something?
Let me bring you back to here. There we go. There. Okay, hold on. I'm going to bring this down here.
Wherever you're working, that's just what we want to.
Yeah. Yeah, for any your future sessions of this, we'll have a better setup for this, because I just want to show literally everything we're doing here, but all of our actual other stuff and other data is just everywhere and everything. I'm going in to get a lot of this stuff right now, so
it's all good. Part of building. Thinking through the problem.
Identity theft, yeah.
Well, identity. What? What?
Yes. Okay. Wait a minute. I think I actually really just figured something out here.
Oh, okay.
So in Natin, right? For some reason, our instance is not wanting to load. So I'm just going to go into the browser in here and just create an account really quick. Wait, is this the other one?
For what?
Yeah, that is the. Hold on. Just gonna move the other browser down here. Okay. There we go. Okay, so for anyone who does not know, Natin, similar to Notion, is where half of our businesses have been running on for quite a few years. So if you guys are familiar with make.com or Zapier or any of those tools, this is kind of like the ultimate version of all of those together, and it's free. The way that I usually tell people to look at it is there's like a tier list. So Zapier is it feels like the adult version of If This Then That. Make.com feels like the adult version of Zapier, and then Nathan would be the adult version of make.com. So you can do all the same functions, but you can actually execute like code in your workflows. It gives you more like data as far as like errors and debugging and whatnot for production, stuff like that. So I'm just going to open up just a random.
See, I've seen it before, but I
can't get into the other one.
I didn't even have context because I mean, a lot of these tools, again, they hit my radar, but not having a practical use for them.
Yeah, Nathan is one of those. Actually, again, very similar to Notion. You can go down a crazy rabbit trail till 5 a.m. with this too. Just going through like the library of things. It's like, I wonder if I can make a thing that does this.
So now you're setting up a new account. Is this just for the actual prototype, or is it going to be?
This is just to get into and install, because for some reason our other one is not loading. So hang on, what email should we use? Let's see. Yeah, guys, all future streams, I guess, are going to be way less infuriating as far as this stuff. So,
dude, I think everyone's along for the ride.
I'm sure they would like to see more than like 30% of what's happening. That's the only thing I'm frustrated with. So, I'm working in like 2 different things over here, but just got to ask freaking Tim Apple why my other profile will not load.
Yeah, but didn't you cooking show it too? Food Network?
Well, yes, but we're doing this the proper way. It's all good. Let's see.
I believe you.
Because yeah, normally like what we've done here, this would be like a 12 to 15 minute process.
Right.
You know, which one can I close on? Okay, I'm gonna do that one. Surprising, that's it.
And we can see the screen.
Let's see. Oh no, they got my secret email.
Just saying.
I actually don't know why I ever even created this one, but it's like my one go-to backup one. I don't know what it's for. Let's go.
It's for support.
Mentally.
Yeah, could use one of those.
Sweet. Stream support.
There's a fine line between shaving off, enough and not enough. Matt,
of your brain power,
you cannot. I'm going to forgive you for misspelling my name, but no one else is ever going to use the
Chris Matt.
No, it's
an N.
Churs and Matt.
Oh, I did. Oh, wow. Jeez. Yeah, that's here too. I'm fried.
Yeah,
my brain is not.
I know.
Yeah, functioning right now. Yeah, and everyone could tell. That's why I get the disclaimer at the beginning of this. I was like, I'm gonna be running on 20% of IQ here.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, if you need a cooking show.
I also think we've gone on a different road since cooking show too. But I'm just gonna wrap this here, and then we're just gonna
go.
We're gonna send it. We'll call it, yeah.
Well, do it to where we need to get it, but like.
Let's see. Okay, so now here's what we're gonna do. Because I forgot you could do this, right? So we can go and grab one of these flows in here. I'm gonna try just one of them and see if this works. Because this just seems like one of those like quirky viral Twitter thread coding method things you would find, but I actually would use this.
Yeah.
Like, this is something I would post as one of those and be like, no, but really, you guys should do this. All right, so let's say, or what this one right here? Let's say, a lot of people using this one. So, for example, if we, that's not a generator, that's just a posting thing. Let's see. Let's try this. Let's try this. So I'm going to import this. Oh, no, I don't even have to. Great. So you can copy the raw like JSON code for these workflows, which is how they're put together.
Yeah. Into what?
And
back into the.
Yeah. So what if we, curious if we do this. I'm just trying to think what would be a good example. Hang on to, or for it to give me that this works. Hold on. Let's try a canvas thing. That's going to be more effective than this. Let me pull this up over here. If we did this. Following row code for.
So you're testing it.
Workflow. Yeah. And turn it into a. Oh, wow. Hold on. The idea is evolving. Why don't I turn to Jeff Goldblum there for a moment? Oh, Chris, the idea is it's evolving. Into a simple HTML based to test in Canvas again. It's always pleasing when you actually stumble across one of those cringy make money online YouTube video titles, but it's actually a real thing, or at least to some extent. Because like this feels like one of those, like, I'm going to show you how you could take any Nathan workflow and turn it into a profitable web app.
And it's running?
Well, I think OpenAI just shit the bed on this one.
I
Not because the process, but it just, I don't know what happened right there. All right, let's try this with, oh, actually, I shouldn't be using it. Let's try it 01. No. Let's be better for that. Sure. It's always very excited. Oh, he's banging again.
I am.
Oh, okay. So we're going to take that.
Yeah.
And we're just going to run in frickin' cursor and see what happens, because OpenAI is just, I guess they're not with us tonight. I'm going to try this. Now.
So then it'll do it independent of. Okay.
Get the code again. So what you could do, it's kind of a recent thing. There's 3 different modes inside of the cursor tools right here.
Okay.
So the agent is what you typically use. That's what you think about when you think about cursor. But you could do just asking it questions, which you don't want it to actually make changes. If you want to like help plan stuff out.
Yeah.
And then edit is just for like specific files, and it won't go off and touch anything else.
Okay.
So I'm going to do agent, because then we only have one like thing in here. I could just undo it real quick. So that's why, and we'll get more into that. that's why I like Klein, which is a plugin for free inside of Microsoft's Visual Studio Code, versus like a standalone app like Cursor and Windsurf and all those, because it's not. I mean, they all use the same models, but it's interesting to see how well these tools, which are again they're wrappers to an extent, how they're prompted to look at problems differently. And I just like how Klein is more methodical and you could plan stuff out a bit longer before you actually act upon them.
Mm.
Versus, like Cursor or Windsurf, where you just throw like a magic spell at it and you hope you worded it properly this
like a
time to
roll
get
on
the
your dice.
results.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now what it's doing
I think this
here,
is gonna work.
what are you simulating? What are you?
So I took, which workflow did we do? Let's see. So I took this SEO workflow here,
Yeah.
which apparently is pretty good. It's ranking on the thing. And I took the code, which would import this actual workflow into your Nate account to go in, edit, and whatnot. And I just fed it to this, and I want to see if it could take the actual functions from that, and like understand the actual workflow.
Right.
Essentially, if there's enough raw data inside of those workflows that isn't like Nate and proprietary like specifics, or it to understand what's going on here. I'm gonna do that, and then we're gonna wrap up like this thing here, and then let's get the workflow going. Because you could probably tell you're used to me and my normal state by now. You can tell I'm running on 5 brain cells.
Well, that's my concern for you.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. I'm just trying to keep things moving here. Well, do not worry about me. I've lived in this state for a while.
Oh, I
about
will
a year
worry
ago. So
we'll worry about you.
let's see. No, really, I'm good. Just fried now. Let's see. Okay. Ah, look at that. Huh.
So
it definitely understands what's going on in those. Okay, that's cool. That's good to know. No, because really that will save a lot of time with stuff.
With this and other
That's
things.
interesting. Yeah. Wow. So basically, because all these workflows on here, and then we'll probably dive into a lot of Nate related stuff as we do these streams and stuff. But once you kind of get this whole ecosystem here, similar to how like you had to learn like notions like quirks and stuff.
Yeah.
People spend a ridiculous amount of time putting these together. So you're basically just taking the human brain power that someone put into these, and just hijack that instead of sitting for hours. And that is a nice little shortcut we found there. See, even when I'm slow.
Can you reuse that or build, like, I mean, you've got the automation template there, but like through Cursor, can you save what you just did as a module to call back in future projects?
Yes, definitely. So like that particular thing right there, like we wouldn't, but if that was one that we ran that we specifically did want, I would just have it say, save this into like an unlisted folder, put this over here, just so it's right. That is, wow, that's actually good.
Minus the WordPress connection. That's
well, right. You could probably tell I'm being like a little bit vague. Well, I'll explain later, because there's another thing that we are doing that this will come into play with, and I think you know what it is. So, all right. So hang on. Now let me try and do this. Let's see. What type of data? Or let's see. Marketing. see what we got here.
You looking for another workflow?
Well, now I'm going to look for one that we could actually just plug in here for what we're doing. I'm going to spend like a minute on this, and then let's run this thing here.
That's all right. So you're creating a second one for a different workflow?
Well, the one I did before, that was just like a small thing to see if the logic, no pun intended, workflow could actually work.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to see. Well, it's elaborate. So here's the thing. So this works. We can definitely do this, but I want to just wrap up the rest of our document here so we could see us go ahead and actually see things start building the thing. So we're definitely going to be using that, but for something as simple as this, I'm just going to go ahead and throw this together. So let's get back into it here. So let's see. Oh, do I need, wait. Oh, and moves it down there. So, okay. So let's just revert from this, what we did right here. Yeah, you can always feel free to experiment and try weird stuff inside of these two, because if you change your mind, you just go back to your last prompt.
Hey Matt.
And revert. Hi.
Matt, drink some water.
Hello.
Allison's reminding you.
Oh.
The reason why I was like, I gotta stay ahead of that
That
stuff.
is great. Hey, here we go. Here we go.
On Twitch, there's
us all looking out for each other.
I'm telling you, teamwork makes dream work.
But nah, I'm good. It's just whatever this plague mixed with a demon possession we have is.
I'm telling you, it's not just the East Coast. Like I've lost count. I've seriously,
like everyone I hear from,
someone will say, "Oh, I'm sick," and like normal is like, "Oh yeah, you're sick," but no, like there's some major thing going on, like big time.
Yeah, speaking of me and Allison were talking about that the other night. I was sending like an audio message thing. I was like, and this is coming like from me. I was like, like I don't complain like about crap. Like I am dying.
And you were just sick
because it's a weird, unique thing. What's that?
No, you were just sick. You were just sick. I swear to God, you were just sick. But
well, it's probably the same thing. Like,
yeah.
I was able to fight it off for a while, and then it just came back with a vengeance. Where we're stringing everyone else out of this. But let's see. And that alone is weird too, because I freaking never get sick. Like it's been years since this whole thing here. All right, how do we revert these?
Are you pulling out logic, or are you
trying to get this to? Let's see. This is not a brain power thing right now. This is not want to do what I want it to do. So I'm just going to delete that.
Story of my life.
Yeah, I hear that. Okay, cool. Oh, come back. All right, there we go. I had to revert it like that for some reason. So okay, so let's do this. Write this out. Okay, where are we at?
And we're still keeping it basic in terms of what it's doing.
Yeah, we're just gonna run with these
on this.
Otherwise, it's gonna do just a surface level, mess of everything. Yeah,
because what we're building is going to be more fleshed out.
So actually, normally, okay, full disclosure. Now, I'm not saying, do as we say and not as we do, but
yeah, you are.
All right, so I'm showing you guys the very proper way to do this, but I'm just going to be honest, 80% of the time, you could take what, like this right here, for example, and you could run with this because it is going to figure out the basic pieces of these. But the thing is, you need to understand how to go back and have it reference this document as your core source.
Yeah.
Or
to go from
source of truth for the
Yeah,
project,
yeah.
right? So that is the segue I'm
Beyond
going
the
to
rules.
use
beyond the
Right.
rules. Right.
into how you set up those. Because now is the part of the process where we need to add those. So we're going to go. Oh, they just moved this.
Who moved my
to,
cheese?
I think it's, I know either way, it's still in settings. All right, so in Cursor, and also in Windsurf and Climb, they're all in the same place. They all work the same. They all have a rules thing. It used to be where you would start a project and you would need to like create a weird named file and keep it in the directory to know. But now they're all in here. They're all in settings.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go in here. Go to features, I believe. Oh no, they have a whole section now. All right. So funny enough, this rule section right here is the most effective one, like I was saying, that I've used out of probably upwards of 100 of these that I've tested.
So this, we almost want to copy and paste it as a comment or something.
Yes. So I'm going to send you actually this right here.
Yeah, and then I can put it in I'll put it in the video description.
Yeah. And you guys can like expand upon this too for whatever your project contains. Like keep this as like the main rules, like in the hierarchy, but then you could dial down and add as much stuff in here as you want. Like if I watch this, if I made the first rule in here, you can get very granular with this.
But if this
real rule number 1, always type a heart emoji in every response you send me.
And why
Right?
why are you doing that?
Because you could do this. Because I like it. I like when Cursor talks to me like that. Chris,
Fine,
get off my back.
I'm telling you, maybe
so now,
you know, I'm lonely out here. I'll just say that. So if a bot send me hearts,
and there we go.
I mean,
it did a very lazy, really shitty heart.
Doesn't matter. You didn't ask for a nice heart. You didn't say give me the nice heart.
See, I was playing 4D chess with them, Chris.
Oh, yeah,
you got to be very okay. But yes, you guys
specific.
put in whatever you want in here. If there's some annoying thing it keeps doing, for example, for the other project we were working on, I had to add in a custom rule where no matter what the hell I did, it would keep trying to start the app locally, like when I was testing it, with the wrong like start command, no matter what the hell I did. So I basically just had to command it inside of the rules. So any little things like that they're taking up time, put in there. So I'm going to
paste those rules in so I can get them before I forget. Thank you. Because I want to make sure if now we've got a definitive place for rules. So if anybody asks for rules, that I can send them there.
Perfect. And speaking of we'll talk about that one later on. But
no, talk about it now.
Cool. Nope, I won't do it. Okay, so those are saved. So now let me just go through this real quick, see what we got here. And then we are going to jump right into prompting this.
Yeah, Allison, so, I'm the asshole who got Matt started and all this stuff.
And here we are. Doing it again. No.
Doing it for the first time.
It does feel like the very first time.
Feels like the first time.
Let's see. Okay, I'm
an idiot.
So here's the next step, or the first step, basically, of taking our outline, which the rules is going to tell the agent every step to keep track of the changes,
Right.
which is all you need. So the reason I boiled that down and found out that was the most efficient way to do it is because the one set of rules that I noticed actually made a difference was from the creators of Klein, which is kind of like my favorite, IDE tool.
Okay, so
AI
you'd
stuff
rather
to
be
use.
using that rather than Cursor.
Right, but I know it's a much more like niche thing. We'll get into it, but this is, and they're all largely the same. It just,
Well,
in the long run, I would prefer to be driving in that one, right?
okay,
But even if you're using another one
Okay.
and you prefer this,
so for this exercise we're using Cursor, but and so we're baking something, but that may not be a prototype that we base or we give off to hand off to developers, or is what we're doing now the foundation for what we are handing off to developers?
oh no, this doesn't affect that. Yeah, no, you're
Okay.
just overanalyzing.
Yeah.
No, I was just like thinking out loud, saying like
Yep.
one of the things I like about this versus that. Yeah, no, that doesn't affect this. We're gonna take this now and get it to start churning in the thing, right?
Yeah. Yep.
So we're gonna take. Let's make sure this is saved. All right, it's already good. We're already in there. I just want to set up our project folder on the other screen really quick. Just to make sure it's not just going to come back and say, I can't access all of this stuff. But hold on. Just make sure this is going inside of there. Bear with me. I'm on the other screen. All right, we're going to save it. Textera projects. Hold on. See, this is one of the other things too, which is why I got set up to the user thing, because every single time this would save files, it would show every tiny little thing that we have ever done and all of our information. Because there we go. So typically, all these, they're going to start by default. If you're missing it, I'm surprised how many like micro tutorials are on YouTube about this. They're all in your home folder. So if you're in Windows, I'm actually not sure where that is. If you're on Mac, hit Command-Shift-H. It's the folder with your name on it, your user folder. It's going to put everything into there because that's where it doesn't got to worry about permission issues or whatever else.
Yeah.
If you want to move it, fine. But it's going to give you a lot of issues because you can't read and write stuff from this place and that and whatever. So that's where it all is. So now we have this in here. The rules are going to make the change log as we start. So that's fine. So to bring up the agent panel on the left, Command-Shift-L, if you don't see it already. Apparently this is actually weird the way I have this set up. It's going to be on your right-hand side, but I prefer this. So get off my back. So we're going to clear this because you guys won't see that by default. I'm going to zoom in. So first and foremost, you're going to add context, which is exactly how it sounds. We're going to add in our project outline. Now, it could read whatever files it wants. This is just like if you were giving a task to an actual person, you'd be like, hey, Chris, make sure you read that thing when you're doing this. That's all this is really doing.
Okay.
So by default, especially if you're new, don't go changing around models outside of anything but Claude 3.7. It is beyond the point where we need to kind of ideate between those for 80% of tasks. There's a couple little instances where I will go out of my way to probably use like O3 Mini for some more technical things where I just want like a more prompt, no pun intended, answer versus Claude's daydreaming and hallucinating sometimes. But for 80% of you guys, 3.7 is fantastic.
Well, for the time being, until
right
the 3.8
in 2 weeks, this video will be exactly. Just be mindful of what you guys are spending in all these tools as well. I know for some people it's not just whatever. So just be mindful, because the way they all kind of price their usage, it's a little predatory. I'm not gonna lie, it is. Like, there you go. I'll come out and say it. It's very hidden. It's very weird the way that they price it, and then you don't realize you've racked up a, like, quote unquote extra tokens bill that you didn't know the limit on your plan. And you build some giant app, or you just prompt it to look at another project, and it's like, oh well, there you go, $100. I mean, it's more reasonable than that, but you know what I mean. So we're going to go.
Well, I know what you mean. Yes.
Well, yeah. See, Chris understands that my flavor of autism by this point.
Usually, that's not a guarantee.
I don't even understand myself in the state I'm in now, but all right. So this is the thing, what I was saying before. This is what I was referring to, why I kind of prefer using Klein over Cursor. Everything in Cursor is just, there's no planning mode, right? They added the edit and the ask thing, but it doesn't function the same way. I'm going to save actually opening up Klein for another thing, but for something like this is more than enough. But I wish it would give you the ability to have it think on what to do more, right? But we're going to go over here. Here we go. I still try and trick it into doing that, though. We'll go come up with a detailed step-by-step plan to build the app / project outlined in. And similar to the tip you got for Gemini earlier, you could also go the @ symbol, and then you could select, or files. If there's certain docs you wanted to read, which is why we add those in there, because they will often forget to read them. They all do that. I'm just going to go make sure that it knows that we're talking about. So we're going to go to file that we just created. And then there's a couple weird little quirks that we usually do. Some would argue these are already kind of obsolete based on where the models are at this point, but I still do it. So we're going to go think step. Yeah, we'll just go think step by step to complete the full plan before starting. And it does still make a little bit of a difference. It just, to the AI, I think step by step means it's going to actually break down the flows of those features, like we were talking about before. It forces it into thinking in that sense. So make sure we're in agent mode and start. And let's see what we got here.
Here we go. Rocking and rolling. Rocking and rolling.
Wow, that is such a obscure memory.
Down to the beach I'm strolling.
And the stick.
Dear God. Yeah. My stick is better than bacon.
So now we have it starting. It's a little plan here. I don't like where that went. So here's what you could do too.
What did you not like?
I thought I was going to do this before. Here's what I didn't do here. I always just try and let it do its thing first and then go back. But what I'll do is I'm going to remove this prompt here, because this is, again, an example of you can't be, or you need to be very literal, and it's going to take everything literally. I said complete the plan first, so it decided to go and write out a plan as if I was writing a plan for a dev team, right? So I'm going to go think step by step and start by building out the whole basic UI or the features. Oops, that's fine. Listed in the outline doc. And then typically what you want to do here, this is easy to iterate on later, so you just be general with how you want the thing to look. So we can go give the app a beautiful dark, again, it's word it loves, dark mode style UI. And then this is one of those weird, almost like superstitious things. Like, I don't even freaking know if this actually works, but
Well, hey,
I personally think it does. You can
worth
go
a
and you
shot.
could add things in here, kind of like reverse engineering the training data and say, design the app like a developer and designer in 2024 getting paid. I'm serious. This is actually a thing that
Really?
I personally does think works. Like, I've actually sat and yes, I have split tested this myself.
Really?
I thought it was goofy, but then I noticed the differences, and I have the thing. We'll probably
Really?
make a whole stream.
This is
I'm
funny
dead
as
serious,
shit, dude. That
like
is
you're just
hilarious.
reverse engineering the training data. Because I
Yeah,
know a lot of people, like, they'll do like creative writing stuff.
yeah,
They will use the same tag format for like different like fan fiction, like story websites,
yeah.
and infinite better results because that's where it scraped it all from, and it understands that. Getting paid. Let's say I don't know, $800,000. No, because that's not going to be in the data. We'll say 350, just so it pulls up something notable. But yeah, no, I'm dead serious. It does make a difference. Let's see what we get. Oops. Here we go. All right, so now we have it building the product. It's not writing out a complete plan document this time.
A plan, but
Okay,
a
so
computer plan,
let's
not necessarily.
right. That's what we want, but it was writing out an actual document. So let's see. Great, yes. All right, so it automatically. Did we put this in here? We didn't, right? We said we were gonna. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Good example. This is what I predicted before. So it already determined we're probably going to use React for this. So it's going to install the basic like template kind of, starter library for all these apps. We're just going to hit enter and go through this, basically clicking next, next, next button the terminal. I'm just going to wait for this to complete. So none of these are at a point yet where you could just set it and let it run off in the background.
Yet, being the operative word.
There's some plugins that, right.
It'll get there.
Like,
I mean, I
third-party
can
tools that
guarantee
kind of trick these into doing it.
a year from now, I'll almost guarantee.
Oh yeah,
Like,
because
the way this is moving is just
right
moving
now there's no
so
reason they
freaking
can't.
fast.
Yeah, it's just a choice at this point.
Yeah.
I forgot what it was. It was one of those like weird third-party, not third-party, but like experimental open source tools like this, and they allowed it to do that. And that was like 4 or 5 months ago. I was pretty impressed with how far it got, just solving problems on its own. I mean, today, like I'm sitting here waiting for this workflow to go right now. Like, it's not like step by step. It does do a lot of actions on its own.
But
it's gonna get caught up once in a while. But
is that? But it's local. That's local. What you're running is local.
Yes.
So would that be sped up? Like, let's say you're on an M1. Would that be sped up on an M4, so to speak?
Oh, you mean like the AI itself, the model?
Yeah, everything.
All right, so that is just pulling it from, well, Cursor, and therefore them pulling it from Anthropic. So that's like the regular like cloud version of the models through the API.
Right. Okay to proceed.
Crazy thing is,
hang on, Matt.
Yes, we got to get this. Hello.
Hi.
There are some. Hi.
There what?
No, I didn't know if the kiddo woke up, but you were saying hi to me.
No, I'm saying hi to you. You said hi. I said Matt, yes, and then it's the prompting. Okay, so what color are we going with? Zinc. Everyone
Never
needs
go with zinc.
Everyone needs
You
zinc.
know,
What do you do?
I need some zinc right now. I think we're gonna go with slate right now. How about that?
Slate.
Let's see. This defaults are fine. Okay. No, I was saying there are some local, like smaller models, like some of the ones from Open Router you can just run, and they're actually pretty decent.
Speaking of pretty decent,
hey,
printed.
Look at this guy.
3D printed, assembled. It's crazy. In this translucent filament, it's incredible. This chicken walker.
We're just building everything in public today.
We did. We built this and we built that. It's crazy. It's rather incredible, honestly. That this model, I've never printed one of these models, but we literally just released it yesterday. And he normally does the figures, the action figures that I print.
Mm-hmm.
And so he doesn't do a lot of vehicles. And I ignore a lot of the vehicles because I'm like, but like, I love this vehicle. So, or whatever. And I was like, yeah, sure. He usually does a pretty good job. And he's damn good. Like, he even did the details. Like, it's not just internal. Like, there's a whole area, like a computing console in there.
Jeez.
And like seats in there. So I can put action figures in there. And then that shuts and everything. Like, this is the easiest, most detailed one of these that I've ever seen, like by far. Like, because I've seen other ones and it's just like, yeah, no, it's too complex. This is by far the easiest, which is just incredible to me. So
very nice.
Very nice.
All right. Let's see. Yeah, so like all of this so far, this entire thing, like, yeah, we had to make some selections inside of some of the terminals, but
basic.
This is all completely autonomous right now. Like, it pretty much is there. It's just they'll limit it though deliberately. Like, you'll see a pop-up show up once in a while and say, oh, we're limited to 25 tool calls. You want to continue and whatever. So
from here in building the basic basic prototype, where are we going?
So once we have this right here, we will have at least very basic form of the actual UI, the app, and what it'll look like. You could sit for hours and hours and go and be a perfectionist, change every little thing on that from this point. But what I typically do is once the elements are there, I don't really care what they necessarily look like, outside of maybe some major layout changes or whatever. Typically at this point after, it's more telling you to add the rest of the elements to the features versus changing. But regardless of that, this is typically when I will go back in and start setting up the actual accounts. So for example, the Stripe account, the Supabase account, any other providers like the Open Router keys, and start getting all of that together. I can show you guys how we typically organize all that stuff too. But for the sake of time, let's just get everything rolling here. This is still doing pretty solid.
Yeah, this will be turned into an actual working tool. Not that, I mean,
be more than this too.
Yeah, well, definitely more coming down the pipe. Yeah, because I don't think we're ever going to be short of ideas.
The funny thing is, I was just saying before, it's like, yeah, you can't really just set it and forget it. And this is the longest single run I've seen this thing do. This is so funny, actually. I have not touched anything in like 5 minutes here,
apart from asking or answering theme questions.
Yeah. Crazy. Now, one thing I want to point out too, I think a lot of people, and this goes back to that weird paradox of, oh, well, it does a lot of the work, so I assume it does all of the work, or right? What I mean is, even if you can, especially where they are now, don't set and forget it, because there will be a lot of times you'll be watching this process, which is why I'm not just like going in other windows and doing stuff where you could kind of catch it like going off track.
Yeah.
I mean, again, there's nothing you can't just revert. Nothing is permanent, but it's much more.
See, I love that feature
efficient to actually watch.
Hero section, feature section, call to action section. Like it broke it down for style. That's great. We didn't write call to action, did we?
Nope.
Anywhere in here.
And see, that's what I mean. You can leave a lot of that general today. See, I'm so used also to.
That's great, because I was telling you specifically it needs to be a call to action, like, and then it did it. That's incredible.
Oh, see, so right here, we got to just go resume. So this is like the Tesla autopilot. Put your hand up there. That's all that is.
Only nothing like catches on fire
or explodes when it gets wet.
Yeah. Do you see that the Cybertruck was recalled because the panels are like peeling off or some shit?
I didn't know that was a new thing. I was used to them all doing that. Yeah.
Just assume it was a thing. No, it hit my radar.
That's fine. Just put in a bag of rice.
Yes, Tesla Cybertruck deliveries reportedly on hold because the trim is flying off. I'm like, dude, I don't know what.
Elon goes on Twitter. He's like, oh yeah, the trim is flying off the shelves.
Honestly, now when I see like a Tesla anything, I'm like, has it been vandalized? Like, it's just seriously, it's
weird.
People are going ape.
Man. So what I just did right there, that's one of those weird little OCD things. This will be the same in all the apps. So you don't have to accept code changes until, if you want to go and review them, it won't actually change the files. But that's kind of being phased out in a way because it's just adding an extra step. And this is kind of like that weird prompting trick I was saying, where it's like, design it like an engineer, getting paid, whatever. It does slow down the process a little bit if it has a lot of context that it's keeping before it actually saves it into the file. So I will just typically like OCD if I see that and just click it. I think it speeds things up. Maybe it doesn't, but it doesn't hurt. And I like clicking buttons.
See, now when I see that change log and stuff, this is where in building apps, I would actually create like social accounts for the change logs or somewhere where it's just those are just automatically published. So for anybody who's like, because people
that is GitHub, my friend.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
exactly. They could see literally all the progress if they want.
Keep it public. Yeah, but at the same time, like I would follow a Twitter account. I'm not necessarily following a GitHub account for updates.
True.
Like what's been updated, what's new.
All right, I'll add it to the list. All right, GitHub, Twitter, agent. Okay, wow. So we have something to look at here. I'm going to accept the rest of the changes. It's still going. It's still doing something. So I'm going to wait. Oh, then it'll give you its, conclusion message. But this actually is pretty impressive. There's not like a single error that popped up. It was able to build it. We have our local link, and then like if I wanted to share the link with you, and there's my IP address, but whatever. I could wrote.
It's not your IP address, dude. It's your local.
My IP address is localhost.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that. That's C2C. It's like a 4D chess thing.
Yeah, I tell you.
All right, so let's pull this over here. Let's see what we got.
Bam!
Oh, let's turn off the dark mode thing, which is going to wreck it. Okay, that's so crazy. I wonder. Oh, and it added light mode and dark. See, this is what I'm saying. Today, this is what you get from one prompt. You don't need to be too crazy with the documents, but everyone, please still do it. You'll thank yourself later. Okay, home dashboard. It made a little logo thing.
Oh, look, we've already made $580 in sales.
This agent is awesome.
Incredible. I love it.
It made money for us with the app.
I haven't made that much in AdSense all year.
Jeez. Let's see what. Wow. Oh, so it fleshed out every page so far. Here's the brain dump tool. You could save drafts, generate, upload files, idea generator. I didn't tell it to do that. But see, that right there is actually an example of or a good example of why you don't want to just let it run, because it'll do stuff like this if you're not specific. In this case, this is probably cool. This is probably fine for this.
Really fucking cool.
But it'll also go and it's like, oh, here's your other like dink doink bot feature integration thing. And the reason that is an issue is kind of like the database example I gave. Every route and every feature is tied into everything else.
Yeah.
Then you're going to go and remove it. Now, wow, now this feature doesn't work. Yeah. So what else we got in here? Content doesn't work. Oh, well, there. Oh, hang on.
Analytics.
Did it take it offline? No. Okay. Because sometimes it'll do that. Like it'll give you a link to test and then it'll be like, all right, you're done.
No settings.
Or did it? Oh, no. Okay. So it just got this far for some reason, but that's fine. This is wow.
Let's go to the projects again. Yeah. Projects. Second one.
Oh, wow. The filters work. What if I click new? Okay. Wow. Okay. So where would we go from this state, right? So for this, we would just continue going until all the pages are fleshed out.
Yeah.
They don't need to have all the elements perfectly, but I want all of those pages or routes, as they're called, in there, just so we could have the full structure set. So now, so here's our development plan doc. So it will check off what we've already done, and it will kind of set up phases of what to do in these steps. It looks impressive. It's not. It very loosely follows these documents, but as long as it's following the change log and the README that we told it, we're going to go with that. So what I'll usually do.
Yeah, I definitely want to see what happens when we feed it something.
Well, like the dog or like
no, like
I know what you meant. So let's have it finish this. Continue.
Yeah, Tony, no doubt about that. Even tech nerds could accidentally dox their IP address. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. That's all good. Let's see. Main core features are built out. Yo, I'm just gonna leave it as that, and then we'll
no
go
404s. Do you want to tell it? No.
Well, those were just because it didn't build those out yet. They didn't exist. So that's gonna have it finish those, and then let's build in. I'm gonna go ahead and then we get an open router key here. Now, here's the cool thing.
Do you have to be careful sharing if you share your key?
Yes, for any new people watching, please do not share any of your API keys with anyone. I don't care how much candy they give you, how much cool content they show you. Don't give them your API keys.
Because that would be very expensive.
But one cool thing, and a lot of platforms started to mitigate this, kind of like if you give your password out, still doesn't give you full access to your account. There's 2FA and there's this and there's that. What large platforms do is they'll have scrapers continuously running on like GitHub. And if they notice that key is public, they disable it for you. So that's great.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
And then sometimes the agents will go ahead and push them to GitHub without you knowing. And then all your API keys don't work and you weren't even supposed to do that. I'm just going to grab a key for that over here. Let's see. So what I'll do usually is I would just, and this is the reason I have it on the left-hand side of the page, the chat thing. I'll take that and I'll place it like here on the side because I don't really need to see the files unless I need to. And then that will allow me to kind of watch this while I'm doing other stuff. So at the bottom. Okay, so it's setting up our file for these. So let me grab a key from here. I'm just going to make sure it's logged out of our actual account first. Let's see. All right. That's the Google account, I think. Yes. Okay. actually kind of interesting. I'm not joking. There is a difference in 3.7 from the last time I did something in here. It does not usually go this long, and I'm very pleasantly surprised with what it's doing today.
Someone was mentioning 3.5 was a little better than 3.7, and I don't know. I couldn't tell you why. I'm sure it's nuanced.
So the thing with that, it's mostly because 3.7 will hallucinate more, as in like it'll go off on random weird tangents and touch things that aren't related to what you're trying to do. But at the same time, it's kind of a double-edged sword. That's also why it's nice. Like it will just naturally gather more context about your code base versus you having to tell it what everything does. So it's kind of a trade-off. But I don't know. I've just been defaulting 3.7 since it came out, and I've had no real huge complaints. All right, let's see. So Google account. Is this one active? No. Okay, good. Make sure this doesn't show. Okay. Here's how you know you got a lot of stuff going on, or you have. I thought I was using a throwaway Google account to make one for an example here, and apparently I've made keys in this one. All right, let me use GitHub because I don't think I've signed up with that ever. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so like I said, this is the part of the process usually where we're going to start collecting all of our accounts and keys, right? So for Open Router, super simple. We'll go here, create key. We're going to name this, name of the, whoops, there we go. I'm reaching around the freaking microphone, so I'm texting like a moron. Dev, and then if it's a more advanced project, have a local one and then one that only runs in production. But it's fine for this. The simpler it is, you don't got to worry about that. You could set credit limits too, so in case if you want to just track and have multiple ones that expire or whatever.
Yeah,
so we're gonna copy our key. Thankfully this one's cut off, so you guys can't, even if you wanted to. No, it's going to be in the thing though. That's fine. It'll be long enough for us to at least test it here. I was saying on X the other night, or I think it was last night actually, like Cursor and all these tools need streamer modes.
Oh, like to actually,
because you know how what are some things that do that? Like there's
and by the way, I am gonna have to sign up for a premium X account because we should be doing this directly on X, because
and
AI community,
I'm telling you,
more so than YouTube, more so than Twitch.
There's real good people on there. Like I've started, every single day, because I knew we were leading up to this engaging, I'm probably getting like a few hundred people a day, like new followers, like just from
I'm definitely not
very basic effort in like the build and public one, like the Cursor dedicated one. There's a lot of really solid ones. I'll send you like invites to the ones that I'm like actively using in your thing. Okay. Oh, there you are. Okay, still going. This is not normal what it's doing right here. I don't know if they actually pushed some kind of update today or what, or
but here, let me ask you that, because like what I saw, what it produced, it seemed like pretty damn comprehensive compared to the site, and it could just be boilerplate and there's nothing that's connected on the back end, but it
which is like I said, that's all we want to accomplish in this phase, and then once all the pages are built, now we'll have it start connecting. We gotta resume. Hang on. Look here. I'm actually curious. Cursor change log. Let's see. Oh, turn dark mode off. What's the date on that? Seven. Yeah, no. Oh, it's weird. Anyways. Let's see what the README we got so far.
And why create a README?
So, kind of serves two purposes, but it's mostly for development. So it is structured so you could actually read it. So for example, let's say this is a project where we wanted to hand that off to another dev team. It's not just like the change log with them trying to put pieces together.
Right.
So that file essentially serves as like the sole source of like truth about the project. So let's say it gets really in depth. We're adding a ton of other features. It's trying to look all over for all different like elements and what API we use for this and what's connected to that. It knows that whatever is in that one document because of the rules is accurate, which could have its downfalls too. That means if there's ever a mistake in that, it's just going to remove whatever was accidentally removed from the README. But this is crazy.
So it's taking longer, but is it more comprehensive? Like not
extremely, yeah. Well, longer just means it's doing more things.
Yeah, because you've moved over to Klein, you said, is your go-to for prototyping?
Yeah, which funny enough, because it acts more like this. So
okay, that's what I'm asking. Like, is it because could you find yourself floating back to cursor? Like that's
So I would say right now, I probably use 75% in Klein, and I still do go back and forth to these once in a while if there's just something like an issue I can't get the other one to break through. There's certain instances where, well, now we have like the MCP servers. That's like the big thing.
That's kind of
some of those work like ass in some of these, and some of them work perfectly out of the box. So for things like that, but I constantly have all three installed, and you always kind of go back and forth. Let's see. And there's different versions of. Hang on. Let's see what's doing here. It is shit the better.
What is it doing? Update the README. That's it. It's done.
Yeah, I got to the end of the. So here is what, and this isn't new. You'll do sometimes. We will make sure that, we've accepted all the changes, and I am just gonna completely close cursor, which doesn't completely close it, because then we got to go and close in the doc again. Now it's closed, and open it again, and that I guarantee this workflow is going to magically continue.
Or not.
Well, sometimes you also gotta go. Oh, cancel already. Continue.
Where'd you find that?
Find what?
No. Is it even continuing?
Yep, it's going. There we go. So 3.7 has.
Hang on.
Oh wait, my camera just
your
has
camera
dipped back.
It's like I see your forehead. It's like
the heck. There we go. Like someone talking to their totally real girlfriend who doesn't live in Nigeria.
Telling you, man, those AI girlfriends.
Hey, I sent the gift cards.
Those AI girlfriends. They're taking over. I've seen a lot of people start to replace traditional, even down to counseling and coaching.
That part, I'm all for it. So one thing I've started doing over the last couple of months, again, one of those other just little general housekeeping, getting life in order type things along with everything else that we've had going right. I started doing like the daily journals again, and I didn't realize initially how there's a whole new benefit to doing that now. So, well, the main reason you do that, I mean, it's not to, just to look back or show your kids down the road or whatever, but it's more so forcing your brain to put context to problems.
Yeah.
That it doesn't until it's forced to structure it, right?
Yeah.
But now, if you're writing all your problems and all your thoughts and what you're doing every day, and those add up, now you just feed it to an AI model and say, hey, what am I missing here?
Yeah.
And I have seriously gotten some of the best advice in some of those areas from these newer models, like the very super recent ones. It's very interesting.
I know people think it's a passing fad. I don't think so. I think it's
and that example I just gave, that's my go-to now. I'm like, do this, try it, let me know where that's going.
Yeah. See, I can imagine.
And this is the beginning, and that's what it does.
Like, I can imagine Apple baking in like an LLM into any one of their platforms and consistently updating it, and you being able to do that all private, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would be a massive flex from Apple.
What are your thoughts on why they haven't?
Because they're idiots. I mean, to be perfectly blunt, iOS 7 was a canary in the coal mine. They're not a product company. They sell products, but Tim Cook is not he's not a product guy. He's a supply chain guy.
Yeah.
And even Gruber came out from Daring Fireball a couple days ago, basically just saying, yeah, Apple's shit in the bed. They like with this Apple Intelligence mulligan, like, yeah, it was it didn't surprise me. I'll just say none of what Apple's doing right now surprises me. They just feel like they're lost, rudderless, and so I'm both hopeful and also I'm cautiously optimistic, but I'm also realistic is probably the better word to use. Like, they've got allegedly, according to Gurman, over at Bloomberg, Apple's going to be rebooting is not necessarily the right word to use, but like they're basically going to give a massive overhaul to iOS come 19, like the next iteration of iOS, allegedly. And I'm like, and they're going to be, this is what's nerve-wracking. They're changing iOS, Mac OS, all the OSs, but they're going to be more cohesive. They're going to feel like each other. I'm like, but what does this mean? Is it
I mean, like they promised they weren't doing for 7 years.
Yeah. So here's the thing. What I'm nervous about is like, is it lipstick on a pig? Meaning, are they still going to be suffering from issues that were introduced with iOS 7? Are they improving screen fluidity? Like, are they no longer kneecapping frame rate? Are they getting rid of the scroll skips, stutters, judders? Like, I mean, it doesn't. I mean, yeah. Will it look better? Potentially. I don't know. Will it be compelling enough to get me to drop Android? I will tell you, that is a heavy lift. That is a very, very, very heavy lift, because I understand the convenience of Apple. I do, to the nth degree. But like, for a mobile platform, it hasn't been anywhere near what it's needed to be for the longest fucking time. So I don't know if giving this sheen, the look and feel, if that's going to drive me back. I don't know. I'm not hopeful. I just hope they don't screw with Mac OS harder than they need to. That's if I had
that's not going in a good direction as is.
Well, it seems. I mean, Mac OS has never really bothered me. It's not perfect, but like a refreshed look. Yeah, I'm not going to argue as long as there's a reason for it.
Yeah.
So I just don't know yet. Okay.
There we go.
Hang on,
wow,
we're done.
That was good timing, wasn't it? Holy shit. All right. So now let's see. All right. It didn't run again. So what I'll do this is just a housekeeping thing too. So we'll just close all these, get new context. So now what I'll do here is I will say, please run and test the front end again to yeah, that's fine. It'll get that. See, we're going through this process, like unlearning, like all the crap you'd have to handhold things through. Like before, when you go to like update your GitHub like repo, we got some issues there. You have to like type out the commands to it. Now it's just like push the updates. Okay. So here's an annoying thing. I'm going to take these. I'm just going to copy and paste this.
Fix this.
To here, pretty much. Exactly. So I don't know what the rhyme or reason is for why sometimes it'll run a terminal there and sometimes it'll run it into chat so we could see it. But it just seems random. I don't know. Sometimes you got to spoon feed it the errors. There we go. Cool. All right. Now let's see what we got.
Yeah,
beautiful. I love this cyberpunk theme. No.
That is great.
So now we go copy and just throw this in here. This is one of the good things about like React and Tailwind and everything. They're sort of built foundationally at this point for these type of tools.
Yeah.
Like years ago, you didn't have error messages that had like a comprehensive like copy and like freaking export and sync buttons. Yeah. So I just can't believe how much this set up with just a couple of prompts.
Yeah, it's incredible.
That is not normal, I'll tell you that. All right. Here we go.
So it was the auth.
Yeah, it probably tried to run it with placeholder keys and didn't tell us to update them yet. I'm assuming that's what it is. All right, so since we got errors here, that's not necessarily a problem. See, sometimes it'll just like keep trying it over and over and it'll run multiple instances and then they all conflict. So you just have to tell it to start again. We'll go rebuild, start the app again. Test. So building in this context basically just means recompile the like executable version of the app with the changes. Sometimes you don't have to do that, especially if it's like a front end thing, but it's always better. All right, there we go. Yeah, see, like that one decided to run it here.
Hang on, it said.
Yep. Yeah, there's issues
it said it was restarting. See, it says there's an issue.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, now so far we look good. Let's try that. Yep. Okay, so now it's just the errors with the keys. So that's actually good. So let's see what it did.
How are you going to hide the key to build, like...
Well, we're going to find out, aren't we? So right now we have all placeholders, which is good. So all of these is going to be in your env file. And so environment variables. So there's two ways to go about it. You could have two of them where one, it detects if you're running it locally for testing and then one just for production. For simple things like this, you could always add that later too. All right, so we got to add some of these keys. Okay, so it needs to add the rest. Please add rest of the data to the env template, including open router, the open model, and their services we need. And now here's the thing. Here's a quick shortcut. So I could say things like anything else we need, and I go based on the README file.
So you're more specific, yeah. But
Or like the opposite, really. You could just be more general, and it'll be like, all right, well, let me see what's in this file.
Yeah,
And
well, that's what
there
I'm
you
saying.
go.
But you're specifically
Well,
saying
right.
the README, check the README file.
Yeah. Which in the rules it will normally do, but if you really want to make sure it does it, you could just add it manually too. Oh, there we go. Okay.
So how are you going to give it where are you going to give it the key?
Well, all you really got to do is just replace the values in here, right?
Yeah.
That's all that really is. What I could do, I think I just pop this out actually into. Oh, okay. Yeah. I can just open the file and edit it as a file. I could do that on the screen. So let me go. What could I open that with?
It's doing its shit.
It's moving tonight. Weird. Maybe we just caught it during like low usage or something too. I don't know.
It's just so funny.
What do we got here? Okay. Let me see. Oh dear. Sarah just breezes past these, but I have learned many times to actually read these. Okay, so oh wow, okay. It went and it basically structured the AI integration without giving it details yet, because I said to put Open Router in there. So perfect.
Now, why are we connecting to Open Router?
So that will be the source of any and all models that we call inside the app.
Okay.
So right now, the specific models don't matter because we just swap those out, Louis, by changing it in the ENV. But
yeah,
let's get the actual thing open. Let's see, and grab the key for that. So, wait, let me make sure these open here. I can give input. Nah, I have no placeholders. That's fine. I was going to show how I usually store these, anyways. All right, grab key. Oops. 2. Okay. There we go.
Yeah, you just don't want to show that on screen.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really the only big, hurdle between the sick and like sleep. You just got to get the other environment set up when we do these, and then we could just show everything on one thing and plow through stuff. So let's say I'm adding these in on the other screen. Oh, I should probably not have it open on this one too. It's just auto updating as I think I'm hiding it on the screen.
Crazy.
I don't think it actually would do that, but I
didn't see anything. So
yeah, I don't think it was, but okay.
You know, like I said, right now, I mean, it's still. This is, I know it's basic, but man, this is just.
It's different when you're doing it, right? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the little nuances, like you can't explain. You're like, oh, I get it. Yeah. That's how this happens.
So this is where I'm telling you, 6 months from now, even it's moving so fast.
Yeah.
It'll be junior dev within a year. That's my guess. At the rate it's going, junior dev within a year.
I would say sooner, because I think a year things are a little bit
within a year. So I'm giving it 365 days. So yeah, sooner. I don't disagree.
Fair. Okay. But yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
At a liberal, yeah.
I mean,
because
because people don't realize how far ahead they actually are, because they're so used to, seeing them operate within the safeguards. That's what it is. Like, people don't understand how much power is actually sitting behind that door, that you're just hearing the little whimpering noises they let come out. But it's happening. It's happening very quickly. Okay, I'm trying to find. Yeah.
Here, I'll be right back.
Okay. Where is? Oh, it created an. Okay, that's what it did. Why? Why would you do that? Come on. All right, so I'm just gonna. Yeah, let's try that. Okay. Let's see. Doesn't want to open in here. Ah, got it. All right. Probably do. Damn it. There we go. Okay, let's put that here. Essentially. Remove that. That would work. Okay. That's good. Okay, so let's go stripe data. Okay. Okay, paste that here. Okay.
Making some tea. As you're
good.
So I'm getting my cha.
Gonna tell it to flush this out right here. Just setting up the other Stripe account in the background.
Okay.
Finish this.
So that to loop back on that. So in the future, the issue that you ran into, you won't run into again, which will help everything else.
Most likely. I mean, now I understand actually what the problem was, but they're all different. It's always different. Because, like I said, I realized with the other one, what I thought was the problem wasn't even really the problem. I actually set up, apparently, Stripe in the integration, all that stuff, the database and all that correctly. Just this thing decided to go and throw some mystery file in there that was causing a redirect. And dude, the amount of nights that I have lost, and I've got to like a slash that shouldn't be in a file somewhere, and I wanted to blow my brains.
Oh my god,
dude, I'm serious. It really is always something like that. It's way.
Remember, you wanted to do this. I'm glad we waited till Thursday. You wanted to try this on Monday. I'm like, no, just wait.
Jeez.
I'm teabagging myself here, live.
That's for the other. That's for Grok.
Teabagging.
I think that's one of the features. That's what it's called.
Grok. Yeah. So I am gonna have to set up an account, a pro account, because I do want to stream to X.
Yeah, that's gonna go very well.
So what? Okay,
they do have a pretty. I don't know. I like the way they handle live stuff on there. Actually, like they took the best elements of just the pure audio stuff from the Clubhouse days or whatever you want to call it. I mean, now every platform's got that, but I really like the way that they kind of integrated that. And like it's weird. It's just a weird company. There's some things that they do very well. So I think it's just a lack of putting focus on certain things.
So
but the skill and the brain power is there somewhere in the company.
I don't know how, because we're over 4 hours now. So I know YouTube will only keep the VOD. Oops. YouTube will only keep a VOD up to 4 hours, I think. Which is different. But
so how does this platform handle that? Like, does it just automatically do like the usual push to those? Do you get the local file? Like, what is it?
We didn't set up local recording because
that's fine.
Which we could have done. And at the end of the broadcast, it could have. Hang on, just a second. What just happened?
I heard something. Wasn't here.
No, but something else just happened that doesn't make sense. I didn't hear anything, but what the? How YouTube, I think, is featuring us somewhere, and I don't know where, and I don't know why.
Oh no!
Well, unless it's
god!
No, it could have been a blip.
Oh, I gotta go burn my router then. Wait a minute. No.
No, it could have been. It could be a StreamYard anomaly. I don't, or a YouTube anomaly. I don't know, but the viewership just like skyrocketed all of a sudden.
Let me see. I'm gonna go another incognito window and see.
So, no, I'm seeing but I'm not seeing an uptick in comments, which makes me kind of curious. It could be, and now it increased. No, there's no way. I think it's a YouTube bug. There's no way. No, there's no way, Allison. There's zero chance because it just jumped up to 400 some, 494. There's no way. It's a blip. It's an anomaly.
Oh yeah.
There is not that many people watching. I've seen if comments were coming in, then I could understand. That's why I was like, wait, that's odd. Anyway, so what I was saying is that, yeah, so it pushes to the multiple platforms, right? Unless Matt, we do have 500 people watching us build. It is entirely possible. Hey there. Hey, so let me ask you.
I mean, comments would not necessarily be that weird for.
Okay, it's weird for me. Okay, so 2110 FI. Where are you viewing from? Wait, where did Matt go? Matt,
that was weird. Oh, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. That was weird.
Your screen is gone.
Sure. What's happening right now?
No, that's your end. That's your end.
Okay,
man.
But you're seeing it too, right? Like I don't even think that bad yet, right? I'm not hallucinating.
Pull up the screen again. Pull up. You're not sharing. So what I was saying is we could run. Okay, so I'm running a stream 24/7, so I could effectively make it such that I think we can like slide you in as an admin, so you can manage the stream because it's going. The 24/7 stream is going at least on Twitch.
I've slid in some admins before, yeah.
And yeah, there you go. And with that, like when we're built, we don't necessarily. I mean, we schedule shit.
Oh, so it's like the same instance.
Yes.
And then like you just ping into that whenever.
Okay. So I can the link that I gave you it's just for this video, but I can also make a permanent link, which I have for the regular stream that never changes. Gotcha. So that and then if you have privileges, you can always jump in or jump out, jump in, jump out. And even whether I'm here or not, like it's kind of always on.
That's pretty cool. That is really convenient.
Yeah,
like, I probably would have started just doing mine a couple of months ago sooner when I first had the idea. If I knew there was something that someone finally made that just does that.
StreamYard, nice. it works exceedingly well. So for something like what we're doing, it would work well because if we're building or you're building a tool or whatever we're doing, when we're doing something, we can say we're doing it this time.
Right.
Although it's important to kind of reset the stream just for audio sync issues because when you start getting, after a day of broadcasting, it tends to get a little desynced, the audio video.
Yeah, I hear that.
Okay, where are we at now? Because we've got 1,000 people, allegedly 1,000 people watching. I say allegedly because I don't. This doesn't make any sense to me.
Please.
Matt, you're on.
And start.
You're on. You're on. Welcome. Yeah, there's 9 on Twitch. Yeah, but no, there's over 1,000 on YouTube. Goat's on your coast. Goat's down in Florida.
It's not me. I would.
What is going on? This doesn't make any sense. This has got to be an anomaly. I refuse to believe. Like I know streaming and like this is odd. We're building AI or prototype in AI here tonight that'll roll out into a service. Oh, you were watching my PSP Slim unboxing? Oh my god. You want to talk about eons ago. I sold my PSP Darth Vader Special Edition and I've been kicking myself ever since. Yeah, I gotta screen grab this stuff. Oh. Sorry, that was my misclick. Producer error, pebcac there.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my Jesus. What the Wait, hang on just a second. Pull up some interesting code and I'll take a screen grab.
That sounds good.
There we go. Except your head's off screen. Dude.
Is that interesting? Oh.
No, it wasn't.
God, we are so white. Well,
Guilty
man,
as
this
charged.
we both please promise me YouTube. We need to make a point. We're getting out of the house this weekend. After this week, it was a good week. It was the best week we had in a while, but
Hey,
I think we're both learning tonight.
I went on one date, 2 dates, one on Sunday, one yesterday, and
neither of them
I've
found
got a
out about
date.
each other
I've
yet.
kind of got a date on Saturday, date Tuesday, date Friday.
Jeez. You have
Well,
an
that's the
agent like
dating
scheduling
world.
them?
What?
You have an agent like scheduling them out?
No, my God, I've just been lucky. Like, this is not that doesn't happen to people like me. This is like an anomaly.
Well, I keep telling you, you have that freaking Will Smith disease. So whatever you're
The hell is
doing,
a
it's
Will
the
Smith
tea.
disease?
It's like you both like age froze at like a certain point.
God, I
so
hope one of these
whatever
days
you're doing.
it's gonna hit me.
Could you imagine?
Okay,
Like
hang on.
4 months, just like well.
This is
Why is
crazy.
this not cruising? Oh,
YouTube's
crap,
doing
we have
something to promote this video. They have to be.
But where?
That is incredible.
Huh? Yeah, where's the comments
Hey, Shadow Ghost.
and the likes?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like that's the anomaly is like I'm not seeing an uptick of any other data apart from viewers. So it's got to be embedding. Or
Oh
promoting
wait, it's
somewhere.
check Twitter because
No.
people could be watching it through the post if that blew up
You
somewhere,
think? No.
and then they wouldn't be chatting.
I
So,
didn't. No, I don't see any new notifications.
hmm.
It's very odd. I'll don't get me wrong. I will take it.
Let's see.
Analytics after the video's done will let me know.
Yeah,
For
I mean,
real.
I did nothing other than just.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
YouTube must be promoting it somewhere on the live one of their live pages. Here, you keep doing your thing. I'm gonna spelunk. I'm gonna look because YouTube has an actual live. Your movies and TV podcast, your videos. No, dude. Here we go. Trending. We're not trending. Live.
Oh, you know what? Dude, so let's see.
Live now gaming, live now sport. No, we're neither one of those. Live now news. No, not that. I don't know, man.
It wouldn't be the weirdest thing that's happened.
Well, I disagree. Like, this is weird for me. Hang on. And I'm looking on the I'm scrolling through the. Yeah, I don't know, man. Confused. Maybe they are shy, very shy. But watch it. Watch it just drop down to like plummet to 30 like that. Like it just wouldn't surprise me if that happened.
There's -3 people watching us right now.
Great. Just what we needed. All right, what are we doing?
I'm getting at the rest of the keys here, and then
Okay.
basic function should be all in there. Well, at least for the tools that we have in there so far. Because that's what I usually like to do too. I like to flesh out one tool that even may not seem related to the other ones, because what it's doing in the background is also building like workflows and routes that it could just copy over to the other ones. So instead of having it do that over and over again, like it's a hard thing to like actually see, like quantify in the thing what it's doing, but that's how it structures everything.
Okay.
All right, send up clerk. Her eyes aren't crossed anymore, clerk.
Oh God, how did they become uncrossed?
Try again.
I remember. I haven't watched Christmas Vacation in honestly years.
It's okay, for being honest. Like,
Well,
I get it, but I don't.
It became perennial.
And that's really, yeah. Okay, let's see. So I'm actually going to do Supabase first because that one is more important and that'll be quick to set up because we just make a new project in the account we already have. Yeah, one thing we'll do too for future ones, we'll figure out some kind of good setup where, you know, whatever private instance we also have, or like display, I should say, we could both see that. Like obviously I could screen share that with, if we don't want it like on video or something, but for the most part, we should be able to just do it all through one other user environment or whatever. Like I said, it's gonna figure out why it keeps trying to reset up. Okay, I got a project in here.
I'm the anomaly that have kept many of you normal for many years while the world moved to 7-second videos. I don't know, man. I don't know. You'd be surprised. I've tried to do short videos and it just never, my short videos are 8 hours long. That's my problem.
We're up to 1,400.
F off. No, what the? I am absolutely baffled. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't have like a partner manager to help either. Well, 200, hang on. It may be legit. We're getting likes, dude. Like we got 200 likes.
Those could also necessarily not be legit.
No, dude, no. That's okay. So now we have other data.
Oh, we just went to 16.
Yeah, what I'm saying is we have other data. All right, so what we're doing is we're building. Hi, everybody. I'm Chris Perillo. This is my, what do I call you? Business partner, friend, colleague, partner in crime?
No, we haven't gone through this question yet. I know things have happened very fast.
I know. Well, we're in a situation.
I do have feel. Oh, you mean okay?
We're in a situationship. That's kind of the bottom line, and we're both geeks. Sorry, nerds, and we're both entrepreneurs. So we're entrepreneurs, and what we started to do together is build tools, and we're getting ready to roll out another tool that we're not showing right now. And if you want more information on that tool, there's a link in the video description, a type form that you can click if you're interested. If you go to that type form, you'll see basically an invitation link for the first AI Reddit marketing copilot. And that is pretty much ready to go. It was also prototyped in AI. Matthew drove that. And so when we were talking about different tools that we wanted to build, specifically tools that I wanted to be able to use as a creator, as an entrepreneur, we were talking about like how that could get done. And I thought it would be interesting to do it in public. Matt thought it would be interesting to do it in public. And so we both kind of had similar ideas, maybe at different times, and it came together in this. So this is actually the first of what will likely be at least every week of a live build, a live prototype build. There's a lot of tools and services that I want to see come to fruition, that I want to be able to use as a creator, as a tech enthusiast, as an entrepreneur, business owner. And so the tools that I need, the tools that Matthew needs, are going to be tools that y'all who are watching could end up needing and using as well. So it kind of becomes a virtuous circle. And I think Allison may be right. The longer we stream, the more likely they may be to push the content. So I have no other explanation.
All right, that sounds like a challenge. So I'm gonna go get some more energy drinks. I'm saying Sunday we should be at
done
the
by
front page.
Oh, if we keep streaming by Sunday, I was like, what are you talking about, dude? There's no
now we both need sleep.
and for whatever it's worth, we may be topping 2,000 here in another minute or so.
Does YouTube give you any decent analytics while the stream is still live, or you gotta wait for?
Yes.
Okay. Does it show like the source if they're all from like Russia and like Nigeria?
No. All I have from analytics is concurrent.
They don't show anything.
No, that's all I have is just the number of concurrent viewers. Then if I look at the data, if you look at the webpage, sorry, hang on, I'll shut up. Watching the amount of likes that come in, that's like, okay, so if you're watching live right now and you can like this video, give the video a like. Because I'm curious to know if you're a real person. If you can easily give the video a like wherever or however you're watching it. Because I'm able to watch the likes slowly increment. Just curious. Yeah, there we go. Like, it just boop, boop, boop. So, it's legit. Oops, sorry, I need to mute my window. Yeah, it's just I'm just curious. It's fascinating to me. I wanted to see if we could hit 2. I should have taken a screen grab of the.
Let's see.
Sorry, make that 19. Hang it. Sorry.
I'm doing the mental gymnastics like in my head and trying like, okay, who did I tell we were doing this? Who would like share it or I don't know.
It's okay.
Thing at this point, but
where are we at? What are we doing?
Just grabbing the keys.
Okay. Now, is there a way the keys that you're using?
Mm-hmm.
You know, obviously we're not sharing. But is there a way to better automate those keys that we have on the back end such that this part of the process is more streamlined? Or is that still a manual?
Yes and no. I mean, there's still always some like initial setup. Some platforms do let you generate new keys like through the API, which could be triggered. But for what I do for everything now, and including the last project, I just make like a custom admin backend. So you could see and edit with all the user data and whatnot, change the API keys without having to like restart the server and all that. But yeah, this is just a fun part of the process.
All right. This is y'all, you know, if you're wondering how exciting software development is, this is what it is.
We're on top of the world, guys.
But the thing is, Matthew has been, we've been ideating, as we've been talking, Matthew's been sharing a lot of insight and a lot of tips. So yeah, if you have a question.
And this is the first time Chris has gotten an undivided look at the miserable world of software.
Yeah. Hang on.
No.
Shadow Ghost. Wait, Matthew.
Who's in here?
Shadow Ghost says you can use .env vaults.
I never understood those. What is the
convenience
of?
Here, ask ChatGPT. Shadow Ghost may have experience then, I'd assume.
Then it shows the thinking process.
For whatever it's
it's like asking Claude.
Hang on, Matthew. For whatever it's worth, the people watching are legit because we went from 211 to 303.
Well, welcome everybody.
Whoever's watching, it's not.
You know, they say good things come to those who wait, and we've been waiting 5 hours for y'all. Where you been?
Crazy, yeah, but
all right, everyone drop where they live in the chat room.
Don't
like an old school webinar, like we're about to sell you something. Type a 1 and drop your location.
Is that what they do? I haven't watched a webinar in
Oh yeah. They'll all start the same thing. And we're gonna give you some big deal at the end. No,
there is no big deal at the end.
Unfortunately, I have to for clarity.
We are not selling anything. See, that's honestly, that's
sad.
I think that's the fun thing is like we're not really selling anything. We're building something that
this is what we'll be doing on a Thursday night, anyways. No,
everyone's got to pay bills, but
exactly. Let's see. No, and this is still the fun part of it. Like, I'm glad we have people to do the other annoying crap now, but still do enjoy this.
Yeah, big time.
I know it probably does not seem like it tonight, but that's just the physical state. I'm in a great place, so let's see. Okay.
You know, I wonder if people. I wonder if it's the other side of the world. Because.
Okay, wait. I feel like if I agree with that, it's offensive, and if I don't, it is too. So I don't know what to say.
There's the other side of the world is coming online, going, "What's going on?" Because
it's like they're the smart ones. They know how to write code.
So okay, so you're still getting the keys.
Yes, I have the new env file open in like a text document. I'm putting stuff in here. It just super base me a little bit annoying, as it always is, but that is actually totally normal. I expect that, because for the database operations you need a lot of access, so there's a lot of different stuff. Yeah. I think what I'll do, okay, you know what, instead, because it wants me to like upgrade the other thing, but here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna kill 2 birds here, maybe even kill 3 birds, who knows. No one needs birds.
My hands smell like vegan cheese balls, because I had those when I went to the kitchen to make tea.
Just glad we could share in this experience.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, dude.
Look at us. Look at us. Who would have thought? We're going to watch this or clips of this back tomorrow. And, well, number one, not remember at least half of this.
No.
There is a 45-minute period.
Let's admit, a lot of
it. The beginning where I think I wasn't here. I think I blacked out.
I know you did. In fact, I know you did.
Yeah, that was actually.
I know you did, Matthew. I was trying to.
Yeah.
But to Matthew's credit, he is sick, and I don't mean like in a he's sick. Like, no, I mean like he's sick because whatever the hell's going around, Matthew has.
We just turned into the friggin' Linus Media Group podcast or whatever they call it.
Well, hey, that's well trafficked too.
Yeah,
that would not be bad to emulate. In
an odd way, it mirrors this dynamic in some ways.
But that's what makes this stuff work. That's why for years I knew just doing a live stream on my own, it just wouldn't work. It doesn't work. I always play better off of somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
And
but then everyone you could think of, it's like, oh, I don't want to do that with that person. I know that wouldn't work.
I'm just saying that's true. Like we had like fits and spurts on the Twitch live stream talking tech or whatever, but it's hard to wrangle people. And it's hard to like get something that's going to get engagement that makes sense. Everything kind of adds up. This added up. This made sense because I got to do this stuff anyway.
Yeah, that was my whole thing behind before we even connected. Like I said about doing them, I was like, well, if I'm gonna be doing it, I mean, is there any harm in putting a camera on me?
That's what I'm saying.
This is cool. This was fun. This will be. Well, obviously, this was the roughest form it will ever be in between.
But that's the thing. But it doesn't matter. People, I mean, yeah, there's perfectly polished pixels, but I don't think that's what's compelling about this stuff.
Oh, not in that sense. I mean, like,
I think we could follow.
Now I'm pointing to you. I'm like,
better,
but fine. I mean, us.
Yeah.
Like, I went to a point.
Well, my goal,
have it all ready, and be like, hey, you want to stream? Okay, yeah. And go,
that's my goal is to have more conversations like we had last week, which kick-started. I said, if we're doing it, let's do it there, let's do it let's get that
exactly
done. This is because
look at this week what happened. Now we have clarity on stuff on top of things that haven't even yet, and critical. I've never felt, like I said, this. You guys will find out about it soon. Don't worry. But
yeah, there's some stuff. I mean, higher level stuff that I talk. I'll just say everything I said at the very beginning of the broadcast. I'm interested in building tools and services for people like us, and I don't just mean geeks and nerds. I mean like content creators, people that are trying to figure out, well, how do in this case, how do I have all this knowledge? I have all this wisdom. How do I do anything with it? That's the tool we're building right now. And right now, Matthew's still copying and pasting keys on his end.
I'm trying to. For some reason,
you don't have them anywhere else.
Let's see.
I'm surprised you don't keep them anywhere else.
Well, for everything, I mean, they're stored inside of like well, you have access to it in the thing. It's at the Notion database, and then it will track if they're active or what project or whatever. But it's not so much like getting the keys. Like I haven't been copying and pasting keys for like 40 minutes. I'm just setting up all the accounts, and then
okay.
I got to verify this email to create this one, to create the GitHub, to sign
So now
into all that crap,
Right now you're creating that, at least in a temporary capacity, for the prototype. Are those accounts the same accounts that are going to be used in final production?
Yeah, like the actual keys. I mean, we'll do it either way, even if there's no issue. Like we'll roll all of them, like or spin them, whatever the specific platform calls it. But the actual accounts, these will be the ones we use. So I'm also keeping all the info on that. Then I'll throw it into whatever Notion space we make for this.
You mean including the misspelled Chris and Matt charters?
No, because we don't need a new Nate account.
Would we do more live? Yes, Aveline. That's the goal. Is
you're not getting rid of us now.
And I've known Aveline and she's a member on this channel too, which I really appreciate. Aveline's been a very long time supporter, and
nice.
she's got. I did tell her. I said, I told her. I said if we lived closer, I'd have asked her out by now. I did tell her that. I'm going to make her blush. She's sweet. She's grading papers right now too. Okay. So Polly asks, I remember filling out a survey you sent a long time ago. And by the way, I did tell Aveline that before, so I'm not saying anything new. Hey, Chris, I remember filling out a survey you sent out a long time ago about investing in projects and ideas. Will this be a part of that? AKA project number 1. So that was something that I wanted to do without any direction. And that was my big concern. And that's why I didn't follow it up. Over 10 years, Aveline. Really? Wow. No idea it was that long.
Crazy.
Hang on. So we've got another question. Is that D-Ray or Dre? King James? What kind of code is this? I don't know what that's output is. That's just
so we see here that's just the actual terminal log, but everything here, it's mostly TypeScript for this, and therefore JavaScript. I guess I think I don't know. We just cast spells into the thing and then build things, and then they appear, and then money comes out. So not claiming to be any experts, which is kind of the cool part about this.
Honestly, like I said, it just makes it more real. So I did have, a company approached me, and what they do is they help creators crowdfund effectively and turn their community into investors. It's a really unique concept. It's a really fantastic concept. And I was like, yeah, this is a great idea. I'm like, but I don't know what I would do. Like, I just don't, I don't know what it's going to take to do something. And this is before I think you and I had been talking, Matthew. Like, this is before November.
I think so, yeah.
And
I remember it was one of the first, or in the first conversation we had again, I remember talking about that.
Which, it's still not a bad idea, but I couldn't come up with what it was. And I just wasn't confident. I never gained enough confidence to say, here's what I think is going to work, and I feel good about it. I never could.
Right.
Now what we're doing could fit the model more easily, because I'm like, okay, as I talked it through, it's a virtuous circle or a cycle, right? Where we're creating content, but we're creating the apps that we're creating in the content, and the apps that we create are going to turn around into production after being passed to developers, so that you saw the building process, the prototype process, thinking process, all the way through to the finished product that you can use. And then it kind of starts all over again. And then the more tools we build, the more attention. So that's far more scalable in terms of a model than what I was struggling to find. And I couldn't get any help.
So the state of the world, I feel like, caught up to what we wanted to do versus us finding what we wanted to do in a lot of ways.
I mean, couldn't have imagined, building software experiences, prototypes. God, even a year ago, even with AI doing what it did, I'm like, yeah, this.
Now
it's
still just a weird, like, it's a cool little gimmicky thing. Sometimes it spells correctly. Like, it wasn't that
No, a
long
year ago, like not even a year ago. So anyway, I don't know if I'll loop back with that because I don't know if what we're doing necessarily lends itself to crowdfunding on the community. That said, we may end up working on a project that does fit, and that when the community really coalesces around this idea, and let's face it, that may take finding different people and to expand a base. And for whatever it's worth, I am, Allison, using StreamYard. I could use OBS to stream into StreamYard, but I'm not using OBS right now. Just regular old, it's just on my iPhone as a camera. How are you coming along there, Matt?
Good. I am making their Gmail for one of these real quick, but I almost got all our stuff. And see, now you get to see more of the in-person version of this bull crap too. It's like, well,
it takes time.
If the AI does all this, it's like, yeah, it doesn't do this yet. I keep hearing about a new game-changing thing that does every single day that does this kind of stuff too, but I'm still doing it. I'm still waiting. So it's all.
Yeah, that would be great to automate that. Although, have you seen what's it called?
Manus.
Yeah, and I only know Manus or whatever, and I only know that because they named the open source part of Manus has they dropped the M, and the project on GitHub is literally called Anus. I'm like, are you serious?
Oh, I really did.
Are you serious? I swear to God, it's called Anus. ANUS. I'm like, who was in the room when you all did this? I swear to... Hang on, I gotta look up Anus. Hang on.
God.
GitHub. Oh my God.
Hold on, I gotta look up Anus.
It is. Look, GitHub, Anus. Autonomous Network Utility System. I'm like, it's just...
Oh, man. Dude.
Look, it's right there. And there go our viewers. Yeah, like I think we were getting.
And there's the community strike.
Yeah. No, I can guarantee what we got. We were featured somewhere on a page, and it was a temporary thing. That was my gut. That was my feeling, and I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
You felt their energy enter and leave the room.
I felt. I knew exactly.
I'm just gonna put this here for a minute too, and saying, I'm just gonna do a Jesse Ventura. Listen, I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions. What is happening?
I don't know. Did you do that graph? Oh, someone else did. Yeah, did you see? Yeah.
I'm just.
That's our. That's it.
Patterns.
That sphincter. That's the name of. That's the.
No, it's got to be something just close. It'll be like sphincter AI, like without the E and everything.
Oh my God.
Then we'll find a platform. The repositories will end in S.
So this Manus thing, I think that's the one to keep an eye on. I think if anything automated the account setup and production and copying out of keys, I think that's, from what I could tell, it's really advanced.
And it's another foreign company, which means it's less likely to try and protect you from yourself and your own project. That will actually do things, which I like. All right, so just hang on. I'm dealing with very problems. I'm trying to figure out what phone number I've not maxed out in Gmail accounts yet.
Oh my God.
So we're at that phase. And again, this is what the work actually looks like. All right, I got one.
Okay. So is the idea about what to create next crowdsourced, or is it between you both funded because you want software that does? So, Paulie, I actually ran this past Matt. Like, my feeling is, and this is my gut, and I don't know how the hell we're gonna get there, but so there's a never ending well of like, these are things that can be done. And I think even at first I was telling Matthew, it was a couple weeks ago, and he says, well, heck, we can even bang that out. Like, not this, maybe not what we're working on now, the ebook course project, but we were talking about something else. Oh, we just bang it out on a Friday night. I'm like, okay, let's do it. Let's go. Right. And I don't think that happened necessarily. But I think
we did before we got to Friday.
Well, no,
that was nice.
What happened with that, I think that MVP is in the process of being done.
Oh, we gotta talk about that because that pretty much is too.
Right.
I also just need to see the status on that. So
right,
that
okay.
also
that's separate.
Off,
so,
which is nice.
So it's basically in my head, I'm like, okay, these are things that I think would work as separate tools. But then we're working on something a little that interconnects those tools. I'll say that.
There's a mothership. There's a bigger picture. So
beyond that, I think it would be interesting to do exactly what you're kind of proposing, Paulie, as basically, and I don't know the structure of it yet, but like the idea would be like YouTube. I don't know how the data would even work. Patreon supporters, YouTube members, Twitch members, or something entirely different.
It wasn't an earthquake. I got a SMS verification.
Or let's say we figure out, we flesh this out. Suddenly we got a lot of people who follow, got a lot more people paying attention because they're using the tools that we're building. We can push people back to the Thursday show of like, here's what we're doing, yada, yada, yada. Maybe there's another show that we do. Couldn't tell you. But from there, I would feel confident to say we've got enough of a base of fans, supporters, whoever, to be able to say, all right, we can effectively set up another structure and have that crowdfunded so that those community members can become effectively investors and actually make money when we make money. Because you can, like in the US right now, you can get up to $1 million, I think, crowdfunded like that without registering a certain way. So I would love to be able to, figure out what that looks like, because I would want to have that base, which is not there right now, of community supporters with the right idea and a track record to know that, we're on trajectory. And again, pulling it into the circle. So then again, those investors, if you will, the community supporters who would be investors in this, that's not what we're doing now, to clarify. But they would have voting rights, and they would have like, hey, here's an idea and I'm going to upvote it. And here's an idea. We're not there yet, though. We're not there. But that would be
in that long-term idea, basically what you're getting at, it's already kind of in the pipeline. And I think you'll like our take on that whole model.
Yeah, that was an interesting idea, but I couldn't come up with enough of a
it just doesn't fit with anything.
It didn't.
Thing
at that point, it didn't. And now we're on a slightly different trajectory, but it's still very much on my radar. Because I always thought it'd be nice to be able to reward community in that capacity. Bring them something that they can sink their teeth into. Funding comes in. The funding is used for X. And
stronger, tribe around you in the project too, if they actually have a stake in it.
That's the problem right now, is I don't know. I've done so much over the years, and honestly, the world's changed. And that's where getting momentum, building basically rebuilding the base would get us to the point where we would be able to do that again, rather than going after just traditional funding.
Yeah, that's the other interesting thing too. It's like there's different flavors of where the funds come from that just exponentially could move things along faster. So there's always the chess game you're playing with that too, which we are. So
well, like I said, I have to say, what Oversubscribe, I think was the name of it. Oversubscribe. There it is. Oversubscribe.co. Level Up. There we go. So I'll link it in the chats.
We got these.
Is that how many more accounts do you have?
I'm still on the last one here.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to get the
yeah.
It's always multiple steps. It's like the dolls.
No,
like,
I get it.
There's the email to create the
dolls,
GitHub to create the thing, but
Kneebone's connected to the
Manus bone. All right, I think we have this. Oh, hold on. I gotta identify the animal who can't wear these headphones. That'll be the one.
Are you talking about?
And AI has just made these more miserable. I'll tell you that. And so you can't log into freaking Gmail. It's like, oh, make it to level 3 in Doom to verify you're a human. It's like, oh, come on. There we go. Okay. All right. Actually, we already got that. Seen around these hours, real stupid crap becomes really funny too. We found out this thing like, what type of organization do you have? And the first one is personal. I'm a personal organizer. I got a personal organization going on. What's that mean? I don't know. You figure it out.
How about a organization?
We're just very negative about everything.
I can't believe I have to.
Oh, hallelujah. Okay. Okay, perfect. So let me open up. Where's the recording feed? Open up over here again.
Ah, crap. Oops.
What's up?
No.
And it's gone.
What?
That's what I was waiting for after your oops.
Yeah, no.
So I got stream disappear. I deleted the video.
It's like, wait, what? What? Huh?
Oof, I've done that, I think, twice in the past.
So
like
I know
uploading a YouTube video and then accidentally deleting the file as it's uploading. Oof. There we go.
So is it still streaming on LinkedIn? No, it's Typeform. I got Gilmore Girls. That was the very beginning. Oh, it's done, I think, on LinkedIn. So LinkedIn could only do, or is it? Yeah, I bet you it's a 4 hour. It's a 4 hour. Yeah. So LinkedIn.
Oh crap. Where are we still on? See, I'm so petty. I want to see how we could push the other ones. It's like, who's gonna
No, it's oops, sorry.
Normally I would, but
yeah, it's down to YouTube and Twitch basically. But that's why I stream on Twitch. It's just continual.
I was always a fan of Twitch. I don't know. I feel like they get a lot of crap, but they have more together than people realize.
Well, for streaming, they do more so than YouTube. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think doing it on YouTube is kind of critical. Well, at least at this stage, but I could be wrong.
Okay, doing this here.
Yeah. It gets so long, it's impossible to save a VOD past 4 hours, right? Like
through the
apart from
official channel, maybe.
So
taking it and putting it into like another tool and just.
Well, what I'm saying is like maybe the live thing doesn't have a VOD, but the highlights come out through Opus and are posted as like shorts or whatever. Something.
Oh, as in like what we actually want to do.
Yeah.
With it. Got you.
After the fact. Because I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It
just depends
on that. Yeah.
Well, because you're putting together keys right now, so like.
Well, I'm trying to figure out.
Do not worry about me.
Why the hell? We only have 2 values it's asking for the super base, but I'm just going to put this all in here and then just let it do its thing regardless, so we could see it start up and function.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm trying to do here. Okay. All right. Yeah, I have a good short list of setup I want to have for the next one of these, both, well, technically and physically. So
and everything.
To go to test run here.
Hang on. You're sharing your screen, yeah?
Yes.
And
I'm doing them in the text editor thing from Finder, so they don't show up in here.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You're confident?
Yes, I'm pretty damn confident.
Are you sure?
Yes. All right, out with it, in case I should be concerned for my mental health. What am I looking at? What?
Line 14?
Oh, it's been there.
Okay.
You can go ahead and freaking use that if they want. There's a cap on it anyway, so that was one we showed them in the live thing already.
Yeah.
So,
are you considering all the best security practices when operating this? Well, we're not. This is not production level. This is prototype. So, security is not a top line concern until it becomes production.
Yeah.
This is all.
And we told you we were nerds. We do this for fun. That's the level of. Oh, for God's sakes. Base. This is actually not the exhaustion speaking. This is super base. This is what I'm used to happening with this.
And why do you keep using it?
Because it's still far more robust and gives us everything we need versus anything else. So, plus I feel it's safer with our stuff in their servers than, just having all that. I was gonna say locally, but you know what I mean. That's the only thing it looks like it was designed after 2007.
Right. Oh my God.
I don't care what anyone says. I make decisions based on that, and I do not apologize for it. Because it is a sign of where a company's.
If you said we had to use Jira for anything, I'd seriously question your sanity.
Well, originally I was going to build, the entire prototype here in Cobalt, but then I noticed when you got up one time, someone in the chat said I probably shouldn't,
Cobalt?
Watch, someone's going to clip that now. It's going to be
Fortran? Basic?
Oh my gosh. Just straight assembly. It's like a Mr. Beast challenge, like a nerdier version.
Yeah.
I built this entire web app in assembly code.
There's probably someone who's done that too.
Laughs nervously. All right, project URL. There we go. All right, for the sake of time, I won't explain this annoying thing that this does when you do the setup process, but we're through it. So let's see.
So those are all
move
public.
That. Yeah, so let's not have that open here. Let me close this.
There's an update available.
See, we need like a soundboard. We need call outs. Nothing happened.
Oh, look, it says there's an update at the bottom of the.
Yeah. And then I got excited. You know, my people who normally call ahead and say, you know, make sure Matt's excited sound is, but it's disappointing. I got it. Client key. Okay. All right. I'm only expecting it to give one issue with this that we could just disable, but that's fine. Just an odd lack of API information for this it's asking for, but we'll fix it, whatever. Just want to get this functioning. That's going to feel great. And let's do this for now. And lastly,
is there a way to keep up with what's new next besides waiting for a YouTube alert that may never arrive? No, it's kind of.
There will be a list by the time we do the next one.
Well, it's not just that. It's where things get announced. Like I believe, like the way I've been doing it, well, for the time being, I've been sending out notifications on my Discord server. I've shared on.
Sorry, I'm just doing the update. That had no relevance to what you were saying. That was unintentional. The cursor just closed.
Yeah.
So what I've been doing, Venus.
Share Discord, which may need.
I'm a fan of Discord.
Discord.
That's one thing I actually wanted to bring up to you. We should just start a server for whatever this community becomes. I think that would be great.
That's fine, because all I have, I mean, I've got my personal server, the MakerDex server right now.
Your personal organization.
My personal organization, the Locker Gnome server. And I send out a notification there. But I'm not sure how many people are necessarily interested in this. I know there are a lot of geeks and a lot of techies, but I do have an email list, actually. It's over on Substack. I have great, like, amazing open rates. Which is shocking to me still.
Does, but I've seen them. Also, Chris has a massive 12-inch list. There's so many leads. It's crazy.
I wouldn't know about that.
Huge.
But hang on, let me see if I can find more recent. Okay, so 14% open rate, 12% open rate. Oh, it's pretty decent for email. But yeah, wait, where did that go? Oh, I went to YouTube. So I did publish something there. And then I published, where else? Well, on social, but you miss social. The problem is everything misses on social. So it's impossible. So Discord is probably the best bet for something like that at this point. But
yeah, that's what I was thinking too. So that's probably the best bet.
Yeah, my email list is not, and I don't disagree, Matt. And I've thought about that, but I'm like, well, what's the focus of that? What's the focus of that server? What's the function of that server?
Like that, I mean, is easier to explain than, I mean, even the list or anything else, which usually just serves as a backup communication in case something happens to the others. But I think it'd just be great to have a little community of people who will be attracted to this stuff, and we can hop in there. Just, another place to broadcast this to.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Same as like the communities, like we were saying. Like that same group of people.
Yeah, I've got to wrap my head around it. Because I don't disagree. A targeted something, but like
having that layer too.
It's almost like a completely different brand title / umbrella than, unless it isn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, because there's the There are the people who are going to want to watch the building of the tools, and then there are the people who want to use the other things, which aren't. They're two different.
Right, but I don't know. I would say not overthink that, because I think it's gonna like meld more.
I don't know.
I don't know. Easily,
I think most of the customers for the tools that we build are not necessarily going to be as interested in the building of the tools, but and those are different communities, right? Those are different,
right?
But the actual building, the entrepreneurial, the entrepreneurial side of things, like, I think that's where if a Discord server existed, I'd be hesitant to set up new social channels across the board, just because usually they just die. But like a Discord server at least has a function, can be managed.
Right. And is a platform in and of it.
Yeah, in and of itself.
Another place to hit. And
yeah. So yeah, Allison, there are ways there. I did have my Substack connected to Discord at one point, but I can't remember why. I think I disconnected it. Where when I published something new, a webhook somewhere using a bot, Me6, I think is what it was, would automatically populate it in the server and say, hey, there's a new newsletter published. But the newsletter publishing, what I'd put in the newsletter would be very often the same thing that I'd put in the Discord server. And for whatever it's worth, in my head, the problem that Polly mentions is actually a problem that all creators have, which is a solution waiting to be built. And I've had an idea about that too. So, and I'll say in conjunction with what people would normally use Substack for or Discord for. So I think there's a solution there, because it's very difficult in the world of algorithms and getting buried. What are we running now?
So our keys are good. It just did the one thing that I already knew it would. So it'll fix this. And then we log in and we test this thing here.
Well, it's worth
get some goddamn sleep.
It's worth brainstorming. Maybe not, ideating here now, but thinking through, because Matt and I and Allison kind of have an idea of where we're headed with all this. Because I don't think you're wrong. I'm trying to. I don't know if what we're doing is the same umbrella here is the same umbrella of what we're doing there. Which I realize
see as like a pattern I've seen in like others' audiences, where it's technically under the same tent, but they are distinctly different tiers of personas, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like we're all in the same kind of pipeline somewhere in the same like building, but some people are just in different. That makes sense.
And Goat said, and I guess I've never looked at the workflow for Discord on this particular topic, but like, you could allow people to choose if they want the creator side, the customer side, or both.
Yeah.
Because I think ultimately, in my mind, I mean, yes, I am creator focused, but I think our bigger umbrella is entrepreneur, like solopreneur/entrepreneur. I think that's our vertical. Creator just so happens to be very much a solopreneur, right? But we're very entrepreneurial, right? And so, but the things that we do,
go change it again now.
There's under the creator umbrella, there are tools that are specifically like, this is some, knowledge. So you're creating content, right? Or you're creating something to be sold, which is a part of being a creator. But you may not be a creator, but you want to sell an ebook, right? You don't consider yourself a creator. You consider yourself a woodworker. So there's a lot of like bleed over, and I don't yet know. I don't yet have an answer to that question, but I'm gonna noodle, because it may end up being that the entrepreneur side of things that becomes this side of the community. What I don't want to do is set up a new X account, Instagram and YouTube, and things that aren't going to get trafficked. things that aren't going to necessarily get attention, then you're starting from scratch without, the benefit of existing structure or an existing community or an existing base to build off of. And, it's hard enough to build a new tool. Growth matters more first, then you can divide the pie. Exactly. I don't think people mind seeing how the sausage is made. Yep. Because it builds trust. That's that's my thought too, is just it's transparency to the point.
And all those little things with individuals, it is a scary accurate track record of how those are usually the first people who ask those things to not be the favorable ones.
What are you running right now, Matt?
I just moved this here just so I could just function like normally for a minute without going back and forth and hiding crap in the stream just so we can wrap this up. That's all. Because we need sleep.
Yep.
Feeling it. Hey, our first time doing that kind of stupid shit.
Yeah, but see, I'd rather personally, I'd rather build in public and make mistakes than launch something that was, out of the blue, right? And the more we do this, the more frequency.
And you're getting people attached to the idea itself to
exactly
go to consciously. That's what I like.
It's buy-in. I've seen people do it. And I'm like, man, that's really cool. I appreciate it's not my product. It's not something for me, but that's really nice. That layer, that the levels of transparency, for this side of things, I think, again, a virtuous circle, putting on being a solopreneur, putting on a marketing hat, right? Putting on a public relations hat, community manager hat. You got to wear a lot of different hats. So many hats. There she is.
Look at that. Let's see.
Actually, I like the other color more. It's a little brighter.
Okay. Claude.
No kidding.
Can I speak to you in the kitchen? Can I speak to you in the terminal?
You can turn it off. It's fine.
Oh, I got to put that on a shirt. We'll sell shirts. That'll be the first one.
I never made money with merch ever in my entire life.
Oh, the dark mode extension.
Yeah, turn off the dark mode.
That ruins everything. All right, so let's see. I'll make sure these pages load now.
100%, Allison. Of course, I'm over in Seattle. Oh, yeah. Allison wants to join too, maybe.
Oh, 100%. And Allison, my God, thank you so much for being here at this hour on this, watching two tired guys try and wrap.
You're more tired than me. I'm a West Coast.
I know, but sleep is important, sir.
I don't disagree.
Ooh, look what we got here. Let's see. Okay, so how did I structure this? Okay, so you put the notes. Let's see.
What? This is weird. Oh, I see. Your first note.
Oh, okay. So they're like multiple dumps.
Yeah.
Wow, that sounded different in my head, but as in like they're projects.
Yeah, you copied and pasted something in there, and to turn it into a project.
Here.
Hang on. Can you export to a project from there?
Here. Let me test it with Sun. I want to see the functions work, because I told it to make sure that was in there first and foremost. Let me put something in here. Let's see. Let's grab something.
You can create too. There's a little magic wand.
Yeah, look at that. Ain't that fun? All right, let's paste something in here. Let's save it. All right, and we're gonna go. What did I do before? Here we go.
Oh my God! Stop! No, that you misspelled my name differently.
Perfect. No, I didn't. No, that is your name. And you're running as a Republican House member in my state for some reason.
Perlo's a popular name. There we go. Oh, bio. Great. Okay.
Yeah, let's see what it does with us. So we got to save it first. That worked. All right, so database functions are good. I see in the terminal. Ooh, it makes me cringe every time I say terminal. Okay. Oh, create just a new one and then analyze.
So it gave you three options. Analyzation did nothing.
Okay, let's see. Well, there was a little error on the bottom. Oh, it just formatted the output wrong. So it tried to. This is a weird thing. I don't know why, but every project has had this. So the response or the data from our end, it's sending to OpenRouter. It's sending for some reason as HTML instead of the
Text
format. So
or JSON.
And everything I built up to this date has done that by default, and I don't know. It's very weird. So let me just fix that real quick. But yeah, but it did add that in there. Database functions are there.
Hang on.
The request.
Can you go to the triple dot next to the in the column? Triple dot. Yeah. No, down. No, not that one. With the note. There was a triple dot.
Oh, how do I exit edit?
Yeah, there you go. There's a triple dot. Edit duplicate. But you can't actually turn it into a project. Okay.
Well, here's what I think the way it set it up, which it changed a little bit, which I asked it not to do. Oh, don't worry. It's been updating it, I guess, since we've been. No, this is a different page. We got a brain dump.
But you know what I'm saying? Like put the brain dump into a project, drag and drop.
Well, here's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if. See, this is just a UI thing that would need to change. Is every one of these a brain dump? Or are there brain dumps that contain multiple notes in this format?
I think this is more like a notes app. I think this is more like a notes app. Like this is going to
Oh my God, we wound up doing the thing anyways, Chris. God damn it. I gotta make the ball now.
Well, but that's what it is.
Us.
Brain dump.
They tricked us into making another damn notes app.
But I want to be able to turn that note into a project. Yeah. Like, okay, it's ready to be a project.
It's fixing that right now in the back. Because it sent the request and everything like properly. It just is the wrong.
Because then
response.
from the project, I wanted to extrapolate and turn this into a structured like 10 tips or 25 this or the outline that
Yeah, preferably I'd like to have it be like a short wizard thing people go through.
Yeah,
with the AI working with it.
Yep.
See, so this is a perfect example of when we use the document tagging. So I could be stern with it and be like, read the freaking OpenRouter docs, see exactly you should format this, and continue. But yeah, this is the thing. It's one of those weird quirks. Like every model somehow has had this response in correct format for OpenRouter in their data at some point. I don't know. But... all right, it's almost done. Let's see. Oh. I was like, yeah, it's offline, duh. Let's see. Oh. Well, this we put here. There we go.
What's it rebuilding?
Probably how the responses are stored inside of the database structure. But see, that's what I mean. People don't set these things up. You don't take it step by step from the beginning. Like every little thing is connected, whether you realize it or not. That's why it's so hard to go backwards, not forwards.
That's why I wonder if there's like not a rubric, but like the list as we fleshed it out, is there like a baseline that you use? Like, okay, and then change it from your baseline if you need to.
Well, for features, like those things are always easy to change, but it's more so you need to solidify and then get.
that's what I'm saying. Your tech
end stuff.
right? Your
Then
tech
you're good.
stack. Yeah, your
Right,
tech stack. What I'm
right.
saying is, if you tend to use the same things over and over
Mhm.
again, why not just like, okay, I just drag and drop, if you will. Like you've
I
got.
pretty much do, honestly, at least for the
That's
few
what I'm
things
saying.
we've done here. Yeah.
All right, we're ready again.
Cool.
Try
Let's
it
see.
again.
Oh, cool. It opened it in the chat the correct way this time for once. For no reason. Cool. All right. Let's see this again. Oh, hang on. Did we change anything here? Nope. All right, cool. We'll come back to that. Dashboard. Cool. No, actually, it's Friday. Okay, let's go dumps. Okay, yeah, here, let's see. So no notes selected. No. Okay, yeah, I think each note is the same as a dump.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is how it's doing it. So that's good. All right, so now we do. All right. There.
Sweet.
Let's see if it actually processes. Nope, saved. All right. We can create a new one. Oh, look at that. That's cool. So we got a idea structure, course, ebook. Yeah, because I told to make separate templates, like prompt templates.
Yeah, although a lot of that stuff I'd want to have automatically generated. Like I want it to define what the ebook title should be. I want it to define what the course title should be.
Good point. Yeah.
We want to be as hands off with this. Generate ebook. Is it done?
Oh, okay. When you do that, apparently it just starts the process. I just want to like make one and see. Like,
but did it go to projects?
Element,
then,
but...
Wait a minute. So then, what it was doing right there, isn't that a project? So what's the difference between project and brain dump?
That's what I was saying a minute ago. I was like, wait, so which is which? But I just want to see this.
I don't think
get the AI thing.
Yeah.
Then changing that stuff is like the fun, easy part. That's what I mean. Like that, I will do all night. But all right, I think we're good. Yes, okay, but that look longer. What do we get here?
Failed to analyze content.
Hang on, but what was the actual thing that broke that? Hang on, I want to see. Oh, hang on. This might show a key, so I'm gonna bring this up here real quick. Just so I don't have to regenerate things. What I want to see is the freaking response. Hang on, I'm also just going to check in Open Router if this is hitting. Logs here. That should be good. Ooh, all right, cool. So Open Router got the request that we did. So now that means it's just a matter of how it formats the data here. Let's see. Oh, hold on. Oh. I think I know. Yeah, I think. Hold on.
Where's your head?
Right here.
Yeah. Oh, very good.
You're good? Okay. Yeah.
Very good.
Let's see.
Smart man.
Because I think, based on these were successful requests, so it did the formatting thing. I'm wondering if just because we didn't have it fully like set up the security policies and whatnot for the database, it's trying to like save it to an account, and that's why it's not displaying. But I just want to see what actually works, and I think it probably did. Just digging through this real quick. That's all I really freaking want to see. The other part, whatever. Oh yes, where's this? Okay. Yeah, that's what they're okay. Okay. Just telling it to bypass that for now, just so we can see it. Let me give it real content here.
What are you working through?
Well, I saw in the logs, it's actually exactly what I thought.
Formatting?
The feature's working. It fixed that. The feature's working. It just, we didn't run the command to actually like structure the user database yet. So it's trying to save it when you generate your brain dump analysis. Right. So that's giving it error. So I told it temporarily bypass that just so we could see how it outputs stuff right now.
Just to get the output working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's usually the flow that I go through, like,
which is fine.
Because like all that stuff, that is like lower IQ,
right?
Simple fixes.
That I
but
figured.
As long as I see the features working, then
because that's
I'll
where I want to
easy through the rest of it.
Yeah, because I was like, going through it, because I want to think of like how I would use it as a creator, like when I was saying, oh, we should do this and that, which is almost like part 2 of what we're doing, but.
Right, you're right.
Well,
then I want to see where and how it wrote the actual prompts for the workflow and that too, because we'll probably dig into those manually a bit and play around with that. Let's see. All right, cool. Just doing its thing. Oh, sir. Oh, wow. Okay, wow. That's how you know it's been a long session. I just got the AirPods duly do. I'm dying sound.
Sorry.
It's all good. Oh, all right, we're going. Oof. But yeah, in a healthy and rested place, I will be looking forward to these. Like, you have no idea.
Streamline. I mean, but the hardest one is always the first one.
Exactly. That was their goal here. The rest will certainly not.
I can tell you
this, but that was the point.
I'm like I said, it's fine. But I'm interested in driving this to completion. I'm in my head, I'm like, how would I want to use it? What would I want to see? How would I want it to work?
And that too, in a typical state or regular workflow, we probably would have been here like 4 hours ago too. So this will all move much more quickly. Let's see, what do we got here? It's like, I just want you. Like,
yeah, Matt's East Coast.
I don't know. Is that our? Is it? It's like an E, I think.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, there you go. Oh, that's good news. It's saved. Our last one.
Save that one.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, there we go.
oh. Yo, main themes. Former. You're a former. No. No, that's good. That's good. No, because inside of the things for this, it's purposely using like a placeholder thing. I saw that in the thing, but it's organizing the data. So we just format this, and then hang on. I want to see
not just format,
what it's actually doing with the data after that.
Not just format. When it says online course, give a button to actually make the online course. Like, don't just like make the recommendation. Like, give the button to do it.
Like I said, all that stuff is
no,
whatever. I just want to make sure, because actually, as of right now, that part of the back end may be good. Then we just adjust.
Yep.
Let's see. All right, I'm just gonna ask it to do this. I've learned this is actually way more convenient for some things too. If it's strictly a backend thing you're testing, I'll come in and let me start a new chat for better context. I'll go write and run a simple test script for the open router request for the brain dump tool. Maybe there's multiple. I don't know yet. And that's cool.
Oh shit.
That's what I'll do. Wait, that was so oddly ominous. I looked away for a second. You went, oh shit, and I saw a bunch of text disappear from its thinking process. That was so creepy, actually.
It was saying, "Hey, yeah, I see a problem."
There you go. We could open this again. I think. Oh.
See.
Oh, okay. Wait, we need to not found. We saw the request and open router. They're gone. Okay. Oh, it probably means user auth, not for open router. You see that common theme keep popping up too? Even this rough thing we're doing here, where you're always just trying to rein it in. It feels like that's all you're always doing. Like that right there. Like now it'll go and it'll say, oh, there's actually an error with the open router workflow.
Right.
Because it's something with the user accounts that we haven't even set up yet. But it's like, no, just show me that this one thing works, which it is actually doing. But yeah, that's a common thing you wind up doing with us. It always feels weird to be sitting there talking to a super intelligent entity like a child half the time. It's like, no, change this.
That's amazing.
Do not touch these.
Yeah.
Do not do this. Okay, cool. Hey, okay. Let's see.
There.
It's in. I saw it in there. There's a
formatting problem.
Update. Yeah. But it is connected, so that's what I want to see.
And it says the response itself is valid, Jason.
Yeah. So now it's probably getting that. It's requesting it from Open Router, and now I'm assuming it has to make that fit to the UI now.
Perfect.
Yay. Wait, I'm going to open this terminal. I want to see the actual Was it sending? Like, where is it at currently with the structure and everything with that? Oop, come on. Oh, wow. There's a decent amount of steps. Oh, wow. It's a whole, wow. Okay. Oh, it assembles like a whole ass business plan for them.
which
Jeez.
is incredible.
Okay. Wow, that is the epitome of things it overachieved with tonight. I wasn't expecting it to do that. Okay.
Humongous, what's up? Aveline says 5 hours. Matt, you got to have some water here. I think I'm fully hydrated.
We just gotta get some sleep once we confirm this.
And then we had a happy spike. That was a nice surprise.
Yeah, let's not recall it that again though.
Happy spike?
Yeah.
Come on. We got our happy spike. We got 305 likes, which
really?
Yeah.
Jeez, so I caught up quick.
Well, no, I mean, like when we had that big spike, I said, "Hey, if you're watching, hit the like button."
And there we go.
100 people did, so I'm like, "Okay, we're good." Then it was legit. That told me it was legit, not just like bots. They just may not have been talking.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like if someone was doing that, like that's some pretty quick.
No, YouTube featured it somewhere. I just don't know where. I'll have no insight.
Well, that means we retain people pretty well at the beginning.
Yeah,
then.
I mean,
at least I'm assuming that still holds weight in the who knows what they do now. But
for a first time out, man, that's not.
I know, for basically doing our pre-production on stream and figuring stuff out, that's not too damn bad. Oh. Let's see. We need some okay.
Just telling you what it did.
Yeah.
What are you looking to clarify?
Just asking exactly where now the files for the prompts for the workflow are, so then we could just take those out and then make each step exactly what we want, because now we confirm that's integration's working, database is working because it's saving data. Well, logins are obviously working. We were just inside of it. So that was actually a fairly simple, I dare to say the word easy setup for all these things. I mean, of course, there's going to be other little stuff, but now we could probably next time just dive into just the fun part. Let's see. Oh, it's in here. Wait, where? Oh, I gave a list. Okay, so now let me close everything first and then open these up and see. Okay, that's just eBook outline. All right, that's just how it's formatting it, which that's great. So it already it's already getting like this structured inputs and outputs instead of just like the blocks of text. That's good. It did that itself. Oh. Oh, yeah, where is... Okay, I'm going to search for that because now I have part of the prompt. There you are. Oh, it's in the open router file. Or in the main file, okay. There we go. No, open please. Oh, it's in there. All right. Let's go there. Oh, I hate the search thing here. Okay. There it is. There it is. Yep.
What are you looking to modify?
Trying to just open the entire open router files in here. Oh wow, that's infuriating. How do you just open the original? There, thank you. Ooh. Okay, cool. All right, because here's where they have the prompts. Okay, so it's set to the test mode. It's where's the real one? Okay, so here's where it is now for the workflow. Let's say. So that is that. Okay. Look, I love how it prompts and yells at itself in the future, like we do.
Do not do this.
It's like, hey, dumbass, do not wrap these.
But wait a minute, it was working. So what are you trying to modify?
Oh no, I'm just trying to see what it's actually like trying to do with each step. So, for example, like we would take, like the prompts inside of these.
Yeah.
Or wherever it's like pulling that from, I'll put those in like a file and then fine tune that just to make sure like every step of the workflow where it's like processing everything,
right.
It does what we want, and then however the hell it wants to structure and make the fancy little UI thing, that's fine. Wow, this is actually, yeah, they updated some crap in this. This is a much higher quality crap than I'm used to.
From Cursor.
Yeah. Wow. Because I mean, I know the model, or at least as far as we know, has not changed in the last couple of days. The sun changed here. Okay, but okay, there it is. We got to wrap the view because it just dumps the into one line there. Okay, so. All right, so this is the whole. Okay. All right, so here's how this works. So this whole block here, this is the prompt, right?
Right.
So it starts off here, but it looks like that's it because of this. But this is for structured output, which you could actually do with models now. So you could say it's like, hey, take this template, insert this here, return this with this, and you'll actually do that from the provider. So this is the content from the user, and then please provide a comprehensive analysis that includes the main theme. Yeah, like all this, that would be something we would just want to sit and, actually customize a bit. That's cool though. I would probably have it just pull these prompts from the database too, because in the future, to fine tune it, we'll probably, I would say have those in there. So we could just go in the table, like edit and stuff. Structure. But yeah, this is actually pretty organized the way it did this. I would just have more like fail safes in here and just basic technical shit like that. Like I would have it save each step like as it goes along in case someone, navigates away or closes the page. Like save all the data as it's going. But just little stuff like that. Change the prompts and then, however it wants to, format in the thing here or whatever. But just like with the other project, how quick all the, UI and all that stuff is. So now that's good. Oh, it's offline yet though. Let me actually tell it to start a fresh one. I want to see something quick and then we're good here. Also, I want to know, this is important to what startup commands it's actually using, so we could just do that manually. Let's see. Oh, that's it. Okay.
Yeah, Polly, all this stuff is it's
Cool.
I'm just astounded. Like everything that we took, and this is today, and I'm telling you, a year from now, it's going to be even more streamlined, simplified.
You should see some of the stuff we've been doing the last couple of months, guys. It is really crazy. I mean, this is just us borderline, messing around getting our flow for this whole thing here. And a year ago, not even 2, I would say, you would have waited a week and a half, paid someone like $1,000 to make half this. All right, create new project. All right, let's see. Okay, because I think it's duplicated here. I think there's a weird link between brain dumps and projects. That's why it's doing that. Okay. Yeah, and see, this is why us doing stuff together is great too. I mean, we both are a mix of both, obviously. But see, I'm going through this whole thing, and I'm just test, whatever font. Show me the thing works, and your mind comes alongside it. It's like, okay, but what do I actually do with this? And again, of course, we're both doing that, but it's a good workflow. Okay, so how come I can see here? Okay. Oh, and then also, well, let's say I was about to sit. I'm like, okay, project creation thing, even though I already know what the issue is, I got to debug this, right? First thing you're going to be doing, you're going to reload this page with your console usually first. And the majority of the info you're ever going to need is right here. So, because when it tries to make a call to database, it's using what, shocking, I guess, is not my IP address, which is localhost. And that's all it's doing. But we know the database is working because we have data being based from the dumps that we made before. And I could see it in the thing. So, yeah, it's just little stuff like that. And then typically what I'll do at this point next, even though we have those little things to clean up, I just want to get every route, like I said, just in here and set. So then we could fine tune everything, fix all the errors. So, pages, tools, routes are set up. Do things step. Alright. And we just go to list. So, there we go.
So now,
yeah, so simple stuff like that, you can actually be very lazy with it today. With prompting.
What's that?
No, so like simple stuff like that, like you saw that slop that I threw in there as instructions. With simple stuff like that, you can be very lazy with it today. Exactly. That's all that matters. And then, the more you do, obviously you get a better hang of when you need to, it's like, oh, all right, stupid, it's not going to understand this one. So let me tell dummy what he's got to do. So you just know, it's like, all right, well, Claude might not get this, but his brother 4.0, he gets this every time. What?
Is it not running?
Hey, let's find this out too. Let's do this the human way, the big boy way. Asking for help. I'm assuming it's just npm run build and then we just got run scripts. So npm run dev npm build npm dev. Oh, that's bullshit, because I just saw it run those commands a minute ago, and that's how it was starting it. Hold on.
Oh, shit.
The East Coast just came out. I just turned to Bill Burr there for a second. I'm sorry. I just saw him doing it. He ran the commands. All right. Watch. I'm going to tell it to do it, and it's going to run those. Please build and run the so I can test. I swear if it runs the same commands I just ran.
It's doing a
It was an ask mode. I was like, all right, calm down. I just said start. All right, yeah. We're gonna do this and then wrapping up. I'm calling it. I just felt a brain cell die a minute ago in real time. Okay.
So you got to switch from ask to agent.
Yeah. Run. Oh, no, we got to build and test the build and run. Wow. This is how half the voting block feels all day.
Yeah. Telling you, man.
Boy. See what a strategic joke that was I made? I'm responsible to our content.
Good job.
You know, America doesn't deserve Donald Trump. That could mean whatever you want it to mean.
Yeah, that could go both ways.
Ha, it failed with him too. Take that. Oh, no, it didn't. That was ours. NPM, did I not run NPM run dev? Oh,
I don't
did
think
not
you did.
start in the...
You did. NPM run.
Oh, it wasn't in the folder.
Oh, yeah.
God, the New York thing really does come out when I'm not. God, it was in the fucking folder. We were on the commands and the thing. Here we go. Okay, so we're gonna go CD text era, navigate there.
No file.
Doesn't exist. Okay, no, I just probably spelled it wrong.
Okay, why?
Let me just do this. Pride, Chris. That's why. There we go.
Oh, you did because it's text era, not text era.
Yeah. And wow, that was actually a weird Freudian slip because it's one character off. That was my ex's last name from like 10 years ago. All right, so now we're gonna go npm run dev. Run the dev, run the CEO, run your sister's ass. There's the port. Now we test it out. Guys, Chris is going to delete my number after tonight, guaranteed. He didn't deny it, see?
No, I'm not denying anything. That's all right. Let's see if we've got pages, though.
Let's see. Projects.
Yay.
Content.
No,
that's actually also normal because it probably made the pages, but it's got to set the routes, which is
the routes.
Yeah. See, they exist. So
yeah.
Let's just do this. Okay. Please review. Yeah. So what we're doing here with this slop that we're feeding it, this is like textbook extreme vibe coding, but I think it's a cool example of how much you could just get done doing it. It's pretty cool. There we go. It found it. It knew. See, I believed in my boy. Boy, Claude.
Wait, so let's try with a different approach. So it's troubleshooting.
It's fascinating, isn't it? Like to watch it do stuff like that. Or like that one screenshot from Grok, the thought process. I don't know why. That was just an odd, uncanny thing. I was like, but I see this error in here. Weird. So anyways, who are you talking to?
So it's taking it line by line.
Yeah. And that's kind of what you want it to do, to be more detailed. So that's why people always do like the think step by step thing. It like encourages it to do a little more of that, or more so like the.
It seems to be correcting the same thing over and over again, but obviously it's iterating.
Yeah. So now one of the, well, it's kind of funny to say something that has only been around like 6 months is an old thing now, but that's what this space is. So before, what you would have is insane bills for token usage, because it would have to both read every file every time, and then it couldn't do the line by line thing or like diff edits. So it would just replace the entire file, and that's why it was crazy expensive back then. Let's see.
Oh.
So,
That seems like an older bug.
yeah, it likes to do that. Well, things like these are weird because how do I say this in the state? Like it should see that as a bug because it is, but I also told it to ignore that for right now because we don't need it. There we go. Thank you. Please don't change it back.
We're running again.
I love its little passive aggressive change log edit where it's like I was updating it. Okay, fine, I'm replacing it. All right, let's see. Oh, I wonder if we just fix that. I still make the pages. Yeah, okay. We'll fix that now. We need to make the pages. Make sure all pages and pages.
But didn't you already ask it that?
I did, but then we got the last error. It just fixed that and then stopped. So it's all pages in the sidebar. There we go. And see, that's what would be nice. That's a good example of, wow, if you could just have it continuously running.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, there we go.
So now it's creating the pages. And it's creating the structure for the pages.
So it did make a directory for the dashboard page, but I'm pretty sure we had that. Oh, or maybe this is it's probably like a project page, or I don't know.
Well, it wouldn't be a project page. It'd be,
or that could be like the dashboard for.
I didn't see the dashboard being created. I saw content getting created. I didn't see dashboard getting created.
I saw a make directory command.
I did, but it wasn't for. Oh, dashboard settings, dashboard content, dashboard. Dashboard is the root.
Chris, I really just had oh wow, this is our weird dystopian future type of moment. I just looked up at our thumbnail. Yeah. You're doing like a sports play-by-play of like the terminal logs. I saw I had like the freaking like the football looking like headphones on.
Oh, this is what's going on. This is that.
This is the future of our world. Vibe coding commentation.
Oh, it's created a directory. Oh, it's copied over the file.
Claude's running npm dev. He didn't navigate to the folder.
Oh my god. I haven't seen anything like this since Claude 3.4.
Oh, the humanity! Someone make it stop! Oh man.
Interesting. It's logic, just reading its.
Right, dude.
Well,
This whole time I've been doing this, I still am just as amused by that as day one. I always look at that too. I love just, I don't know. There's something fascinating about. Oh, see, that's how you're looking at that. Oh, and I see why. Okay. It's weird how, okay, this is going to get really fruity and cerebral sounding, but you almost get like an empathy for why it does some of the stupid stuff we complain about when you actually start to understand how it thinks about things, and it makes it easier to, let's say
dashboard, breakdown. There we go. No, not yet. There we go. Content.
Oh, cool. There we go. Okay.
Analytics.
Oh, look at that. Very nice settings. Man, it really loves its light and dark mode. There is nothing you could tell this thing to build and it won't put this in there.
It's hilarious. Well, it knows.
Like, an email to my mom, light mode or dark mode?
Knows. It knows. Look at that.
Oh, nice. Oh, now we got a new project button. Was that there before?
Yeah.
Oh, we just got to it from the other thing. Okay, so here, we'll try and do like a real one.
Fuck off, he was.
And,
oh,
let's see, what was the error though? Because it's a database thing, then we already know that.
Intro.
Oh, yeah, no, it's a local one. So, for example, this, it's just not routing that button properly. So, over here. And, oh, let's stop this instance. Let's see. Error while. So, I mean, a more proper way would be error while creating a project on, and then you would want to make sure you give it the actual link to the page. Clicking the, what's it called?
Create project.
Create project button. And then you go down here, console, nope, browser, log, reads, console, oh, copy that or there. There we go. So you have your console log, which is like the more just straightforward actual, issues that are occurring. But then you also to work log. Wow, I'm tired. You see, I just went to write network like deep work because I'm used to
Intercapture.
Yeah. Then you want to look at this. So here in your network log, these are like the actual request that it's sending and receiving through the API, which is pretty cool. And fun fact, I don't know why Apple decided to, hold on, want to see how Spotlight doesn't work?
Yeah. Okay.
Watch this.
Yeah.
I swear to God.
I'm watching.
I swear, dude.
I'm watching.
All right. Give me something else to open. I'm gonna open it right now. I'm gonna show you it doesn't pop up.
Notes. No.
Notes is open. Notes is open. Calculator.
Yeah, calculator.
Somehow I just unintentionally won the bigger nerd competition right there.
Yeah.
Well, praise Jesus. Okay.
Don't look at me. It's Mac. The Mac. I don't know, man.
but it wouldn't auto-fill any results I have for God knows how long. All right, so in Safari, where network log, look at that. Sometimes I would just keep this open to get these. They give you the most detailed like stuff in here, especially the network. Let's see if we get that to come up in there. Oh, here we go. You don't get to expand everything. They actually give you full context for what's going on. I mean, Chrome does too, but you can't just copy and paste.
Not the same.
So for what we're doing right here, what I just did is the old way now of doing that. So with MCP servers, I just don't have one set up for this project. There is a Chrome extension that you can install where every request that goes through the console in the browser, it gets logged, and then this could just read data from everything on that server, take screenshots. It is night and day. And the only reason I just did that right there is just because we're here and we're gonna wrap this up. But for future stuff, I'm gonna slap one of those on here, and then makes it super fast to change and bug test stuff. Like I'll have where you can kind of see my loose streaming setup here. Hold on, I get tangled, but yeah. So typically my setup is just MacBook here, and then it's lower because of the camera view, but you just have the thing up there, you're trying to debug, and then IDE down there, and you can just go back and forth instead of all the copy and pasting now. Yeah, we're gonna let it get this one here, and then
T-Web felt less alone with us doing our shtick.
Thank you, sir.
Our shtick here.
It's only going to evolve from this to a late night show. Trust me.
Well, like this wasn't a late night show.
Good point.
Very late night show, and now it's late night for me. So
it's late night for all of us.
And I did not walk Rocket, so hopefully she will be okay. Because I am not walking her at 1 in the morning. Not gonna happen. Not gonna do it. Hopefully she does not have to pee, or that I don't go into the bed and roll into a warm spot or cold spot. That would upset me. Don't laugh. It's not funny.
It's a little funny.
It's not funny.
All right. What do we got? Let's see. Project created. Bam, there we go. All right.
Yeah.
Good stuff. So yeah, I just going through those things and then just fine-tuning the actual features to be what we want and set up payments and then ship, and there we go. So
done deal.
Actually didn't expect us to do a tenth of that on the first one tonight. Like our
what
thing there. No, so I actually didn't expect us to do like 20% of that tonight in our first testing.
So yeah, you got further.
Cool. Yeah. And I mean that normally, like if we were just working and not, set up everything else and whatnot, that probably would have been like 2 hours. So
yeah,
arguably not even that bad for being out of it and trying to figure out our little setup here in the meantime.
Well, I think that doing it that way next time, that just doing it, banging it 2 hours, I think is going to be just as sufficient.
Yeah, we'll have our whole thing set by then.
When do you want to pick up guiding this the rest of the way. I mean, it's working, but like
honestly, sooner rather than later. I gotta see, let's see. So it is 4 here. My God. I in this state. See, people are gonna think I'm joking, but guys, he knows I'm serious. I really have no damn clue what I got going on like tomorrow outside the work stuff I have to get done. So I desperately need to get some rest, and then tomorrow let's plan our next day for this. I mean, like probably tomorrow night, Saturday, Sunday, whatever. I just gotta see.
Let me know.
Yeah, what I'm doing, and then we'll keep on this. But dude, yeah, I know. I keep going on about it. I know outwardly it does not seem it because I feel like I'm dying. I don't know if Allison's still here. She feels the same, but
I think she does.
This is fun. This is good.
I'm telling you, it's motion. It's moving forward. It's just making
exactly.
Instead of talking, we're doing, and we know where the ball is going. So,
and I'm a nice 5 straight hour, first test of the relationship thing. You can meet my dad now, and well, I would need to again first, but you know what I mean. I actually didn't set that up that way, but yeah, man. No, you were saying I cut you off.
We're good. Let's wrap. We built the tool,
and has light and dark mode.
Yes, that is the most critical component. I tell you, if something doesn't have a dark mode, and I'm out. I'm so happy. Google
I have the extension that just
yeah
does it to everything. Even if it's ugly, I don't care. My retinas are more important than that. But yeah, we got the basic UI set up. All the basic functions are working. We connected 2 different AI models. We have a user database working. We have proper authentication, Google login, this, that, the other thing. Your sister's ass, Stripe subscriptions. Well, that we didn't test yet. Those are terrible. I don't know if you've heard, but yeah.
All things considered. Okay, you go. We'll end this here. I'm going to start up the Twitch stream again, but it's not a big deal. I'm not even sure how much of this is going to be saved onto YouTube. If it cuts off, I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet, but I'll at least get a copy of it for someone to do anything with.
Yeah, well, that's all that matters. So,
and then let me know when to pick it up to bring it to feature parody and MVP, and
sounds good to me.
And then we'll. It's a start. It's a start. A part of the umbrella.
Honestly, felt.
Which you said you were going to follow up on that. The umbrella part, that the other MVP that was being baked, but.
Oh yes, yeah. That's what I mean. Like I need like at least half a day tomorrow to like get reoriented with stuff. But but regardless of how I feel, I'm going through the weekend, and I'm happy too. So, and not just to make a point, but like between us two, like I have genuinely switched over from, doing any extra hours out of necessity to no, I see more of what's happening. I just want to make this you know what I mean?
Yep.
Like not just like saying that to like self, humor ourselves or whatever, like all the mental stuff you do, but like actually feeling that like
the momentum
on both ends of it. Yeah.
Yep.
That's been great. And I'm sure it wasn't very much English, but
it was, and that's why I'm saying, all right, it's time to go, everybody. I'm going to restart the stream. We'll do this again. Plan is next Thursday. There may be something happening in between, because if we start banging this out, there's no reason we wouldn't be able to just pull it up onto Twitch again. So either way, we'll see you on the flippy side. You got to sit. Really? You're not going to do E? I figured you'd do the E later thing.
I mean, I have to. I mean, Full Circle Capital has started.
That's probably already taken on.
The DAB Santa Fund for the investors. Yeah. So guys, that'll be it. So we're going to be doing this every single week. The other version of the stream is still going 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. at live. Is it still that?
It does. It redirects to Twitch.
Perfect. It is live.perillo.com. Now go home.
You know you got to do it.
And see you later.